There was pouring rain. In the middle of the night, a scream rang out on the estate. The maid hastened to open the door. Seeing a man in a cassock, she spoke. "Hello, priest." The maid immediately led him along. "If you believe the rumors, a demon lives in the Duke Black's family." The guy watched the girl stood in front of the door and spoke. "Madam, a priest came to you." With a tense look, the clergyman thought, "What kind did this demon take?" Opening the door, the maid again turned to the guy. "Get on trembling!" Seeing who you have to deal with, he understood. This demon eventually is Madame Vanessa. A small, fair-haired girl, like an angel, looked at the priest with an innocent look. The pound was very panicked and asked, "Priest, what happened to our baby?" He asked, "Tell me how many years she has been performed this year." The maid answered, 5, and the problem is that from birth she never smiled. It is hard to believe that this child is a demon. It makes no sense. There was definitely some kind of mistake. I believe that my stay here is a sign from the Almighty. He decided to try the simplest method, turning to the girl. "Madam, smile, please." Having lowered her eyes, she asked, "In honor of what should I do this?" The guy answered, "Because everyone is worried about you." Suddenly, the girl did not at all childishly stated, "How tired I am from everything." The maids immediately began to reassure her mother, who began to cry hard. The priest said, "Madame, I want to talk to the mistress. Could you leave us?" Mother silently agreed, while the maid helped her leave the room. What did she mean by the word to get tired? This is not what 5-year-old children usually say. He spoke. "Madam, maybe you have what you cannot tell anyone about? Please tell me. I promise that I will keep your secret. The girl smiled. She looked incredulously at the guy and said, "And the point is to say, if you still do not believe me?" "What are you saying? I believe. And if I blame, then the Almighty will punish me." Averting her eyes, Vanessa thought, "Tired already? You can't get away from him." Suddenly, she looked at the priest with her bright blue eyes. Then she stated, "Okay, if you want it so, then I will tell. I think you know the story of the Scarlet Saint? Scarlet Holy, the very crazy saint who defeated the temple and killed everyone. It was rumored that after this terrible tragedy, she committed suicide. This terrible incident is known to everyone. But what does it have to do with it?" The girl leaned toward the guy and whispered. In fact, hearing her secret, the guy opened his eyes wide and instantly sweated. He looked at the girl dumbfounded, while she lost all interest in the priest. Trembling legs barely held the guy. He walked slowly. Holding on to the cross tightly, he said, "Oh Lord, my God!" A dumbfounded male cry was heard. Mom and maids turned around with fright. A priest who flew out of the room said loudly, "This child is not in his mind. Devil's offspring. What kind of blasphemy is this?" However, Vanessa smiled again, saying, "You see, I said you won't believe it." The dumbfounded priest said, "Definitely obsessed?" He said, "The rumors were true. Lord, have mercy." The girl's mother grabbed the guy by the sleeve. "You seem to understand something wrong." Despite his mission, the clergyman threw the woman. The priest ran headlong while the maids were asked, "Madame, are you all right?" A desperate mother, looking after the guy, said, "Please save our Vanessa." After meeting with the priest, rumors about me began to diverge at the speed of light. Thanks to this, it became calmer. Now no one will get me. After all, this is true. I am cursed. She recalled what she said to the guy. "In fact, I am the same Scarlet Saint. I killed everyone. That's right, I am immortal, who I was not in my 28 lives. For example, the saint, the concubine of the king, the artist, suffered from hunger, and was a cook, slave, prisoner, and even princess. Each time I am reborn. And despite the fact that my personality, parents, circumstances, skills, and appearance are changing, I remember all my previous lives, and I always remain myself. However, I can never become one with myself from a past life." She remembered. "Mommy, Daddy, it's me, Lena. Devil's offspring. How dare you call yourself my daughter, who is no longer alive? Grab it lively and kill it, because a terrible end awaits me. It remains only to endure all the unbearable longing for their children from past lives, and to be mad at madness in your loved one. Moreover, ending the past life and live thoughtlessly in the present. I bring the suffering of my current family. I understand everything perfectly. I understand, but something is left with me to this day. The problem is in my destroyed mind from a past life. And every night nightmares chased in dreams. Black shadows of faceless people with long thin hands. Red-eyed humanoid entities similar to monsters. They cause me unbearable pain and inspire animal fear. Waking up from the next sleep, Vanessa screamed. Waking up in a cold sweat. I would do anything for the sake of freeing from these torment. For me, a new life is another nightmare from which you cannot wake up. Don't come to me. I'm very scared. Can anyone help me? In the middle of the nightmare, the light shone. A pleasant voice asked, "Did you call me?" All the monsters froze, raising their heads. Vanessa also raised her tearful eyes. A man with black wings went down to the girl right from the sky. Vanessa, who was still holding her head, looked at a stranger dumbfounded. A man with ashen hair and red eyes looked sternly at the girl. Devil? In my 29 life, in a dream I met with the devil. From some point, nightmares began to dream every day. Disgusting, vile dreams that I cannot tell anyone about. In a dream, I soullessly kill people, kill a lot. Waking up from sleep, I live with the thought that tomorrow I will again dream of this horror. Looking at her little palms covered with someone else's blood, Vanessa thought, will it become easier for me if I just commit suicide? It will not, because after the next death, I will degenerate again. I went through this many times, so I know that it will be exactly so. Apparently, I will never achieve peace. So it should have been. But today, something has changed. This is not like hallucinations, but then, who is this? Turning a look from a man to the monsters, she was surprised. Do they really run away? The closer the stranger came, the further the shadows moved away. I'll ask you again. Did you call me, girl? What are you talking about? In what sense did I call you? How dare you contact me so dismissive? I can't believe that some little thing called me. I actually did not manage the devil. He, surprised, asked, "How did you know that I was the devil? You have black wings behind your back. If you were an angel, the wings would be white. And in general, what are you doing in my dream?" She looked at him in disbelief. The devil grinned. Looking at the girl, he said briefly, "Daring, baby." Then he went to her and sat down on one knee, smiling affably. A shocked 5-year-old girl did not look up from a man. Looking at his red eyes, she asked herself, "Why is the devil so beautiful?" Then the man gave his voice. "Are you not afraid of me at all?" Vanessa answered, "Not at all." However, her pens trembled. The devil drew attention to her junction, thinking, "It gets more interesting." Then he looked at the monsters. "What kind of?" "Just lower-level demons. What have you done so that they are chasing you?" Turning around, the girl thought nervously, "Are these monsters really real?" The devil grabbed Vanessa by the neck, saying, "You guessed quickly. Your aroma. You smell very tasty." He did not take his eyes off the girl. Frightened, she thought. "Enough! My head is about to burst. It hurts me very much. Please, enough. I said stop. Afterwards, leave me alone." She felt that she was underwater. "I'm choked. Someone help!" It was not a very ordinary dream. Suddenly, she noticed bright light on the surface of the water. "I need to swim towards the world." Having reinforced herself, she made a couple of jerks, grazing the air with his mouth and getting to the shore. Vanessa trembled from the cold. Water drained from her dress while she was trying to recover. Where am I? Is this still a dream? These buildings and children. I am very familiar with this place. It is a shame to me that I myself am to blame for everything. A shocked girl watched the children, who circled around the girl. Without understanding anything, Vanessa opened her eyes wide. My God, it's me from a past life. She did not believe her eyes. Holy Helena, the saint who never lied and did not harm anyone. I prayed for forgiveness for committed mistakes in past lives. She was engaged in charity all her life and devoted herself to God. I firmly believed that in this life, the Almighty would have mercy on me and save me. Suddenly, the girl heard slow steps behind him. The devil, from whom she asked, approached her. "What have you done to me?" "Don't even know. Let's call it a kind of intelligence." The worried Vanessa asked, not understanding what he had in mind. The man answered, "Just explore your memories." Looking again at the past, she asked, "Is this really my memories? That is, the person who sits opposite me is the Pope. The person who I unbearably miss." He said, "I believe that you and yesterday dreamed of nightmares. I told you, if it's hard for you, then you can always tell me." The girl answered, "Yes, Holy Father, I'm immensely good at you, Vanessa thought. I could not imagine that I would see you again. He was the only person who understood all my suffering and became a support for me. A second later, the devil hung in the air in the middle of the night in front of a big apart. Sitting on the roof, he silently watched, drawing his conclusions. Despite the fact that he was with me, despite my strong, pure faith, I have not received salvation. Because on this day I killed the Pope. Harana had lunatism. Vanessa watched the girl got out of bed. Realizing the situation, the girl screamed loudly, "Oh no! Wait! I will never let you go!" She blocked the path of Harana. Suddenly, a sleeping girl passed through a 5-year-old girl. Looking after her, Vanessa tried to arouse the lunatic. "Stop!" vividly. A voice was heard. "You can't change anything anyway. I think you yourself guess what I mean." The devil smiled. "This is an event that has already happened. What we observe are only your memories. It took me several years to forget all this horror. And you suggest that I keep watching this silently? I can't." The night that descended onto the city attracted all the inhabitants to go to the world of dreams. Armed knights guarding the church also fell asleep at the post. Trying to keep himself conscious, the guy tried to focus his vision. Suddenly, he noticed a girl flaunting in one pajamas. "Holy, what are you doing here at such a late hour? Run away! I tell you, run!" However, the soldier did not hear the girl. Perplexing, the knight asked the silent girl, but to no avail. Suddenly, with one jerk, a sleeping girl grabbed a saber from a guy's scabbard. He did not have time to figure out anything. He immediately felt pain. In one fell swoop, Hirana struck with cold weapons. Looking at the knight that fell dead, Vanessa screamed, "No!" The girl's face was stained with the blood of an innocent guard. A voice was heard nearby. "Holy, what are you doing?" "Lord God, there is a corpse." Several guards and Pope ran to her. Someone screamed, "The saint killed our knight! This is a riot! To everyone to defend the temple." The knights armed themselves with swords. "To detain the holy!" The girl looked at her reflection through the blade of the sword. Then, with a glass gaze, she examined the audience. There were sounds of massacre and screams. "Slov! She is obsessed with demons!" Having fallen to her knees, Vanessa stained her hands in the blood, thinking, "Enough." She trembled. It was difficult for her to survive this moment again. While Hirana cut out the church nobility, the girl screamed, "Please stop!" One girl with lunatism killed a dozen armed knights and priests. In addition to her, only one clergyman remained alive. The frightened Pope looked at the girl, not understanding her behavior. Behind, Vanessa screamed behind her knees, "Not that! Stop already! I said to whom?" Hiran raised her sword over the guy. Vanessa screamed heartily, "Johann, run!" But he did not hear her. In the end, he looked into the girl's glass eyes. Then he closed his eyes, taking his fate. The sword stuck into the flesh, which caused a stream of tears of Vanessa. On this day, I stopped believing in God, and she was nicknamed the Scarlet Saint. The history of this tragedy originates with my year before last. When I was a knight, I was a group of killers. I had no hope or will to normal life. Someone washed my brains, and my goal was the destruction of the temple. Until my death, I mercilessly killed everyone in my path. In the next life, I became a saint. And she lured all the sins that she committed as a knight. After the saint came to her senses and saw a cruel spectacle in front of him, she could not live with this, went crazy, and eventually committed suicide. Suddenly, Vanessa's enveloped black smoke. She screamed, "What again?" The devil spoke. "The holy killer means." Then he licked his lips. Smiling, the man said only one thing, "Amazing." Suddenly, he stuck the girl by the shoulders, saying, "Baby?" For the first time in a long time, it was so fun. In response, she screamed, "Let me go! Demonic moron! What have you done to me?" Her eyes were full of horror. She began to beat him with her fists on her chest, screaming, "I will kill you!" Suddenly, the girl fell exhausted to the ground, crying out. Tears came to her eyes when she said roughly, "This hell! I will accept this for a compliment." Then he began to calculate something. "Okay, so this is your 29 life, and you have an immortal soul? In any case, I enjoyed delightfully, so I will reward you." He stroked Vanessa on the head. "I will make so that, for a month, you did not dream of nightmares." "I think now you can sleep calmly," she cried. The girl thought, "What kind of nonsense? It doesn't matter. Get out of my sleep." The sun's rays made their way through the windows, awakening all from sleep. Vanessa slowly opened her eyes, squinting from dazzling rays. She lay in shock, looking at the ceiling. She woke up, not shouting. What happened at all? I fell asleep, then I dreamed of nightmares. Then the devil came, and after a while I was cut down. It was strange. The maid spoke. Madam, did you wake up? You have been sleeping for so long, it doesn't look like you at all. Usually you sleep sensitively and often wake up. And today, for the first time, you slept tightly and for a long time. In the body of Vanessa, I have never slept normally. But today, I slept before lunch, and my body does not break, and surprisingly, my head does not hurt. What happened? Suddenly, she remembered the words of the devil. I will make it so that for a month, you did not dream of nightmares. Is it really what he said is true? Did he really save me from nightmares? It was not a hallucination. She hugged the maid, who did not expect this. For the first time, the girl smiled, then she shocked the maid. Every morning, after a good sleep, I began to meet the bright sun. And every morning, my attitude to the devil for the better changed. And my heart ceased to hurt when I remembered Johann. The devil specially climbed into my mind and cured my painful memories. 1 month. He said that only for 1 month he saved me from nightmares. Until the month has passed, I have to meet him again. Despite my desire, he did not appear. Time passed its turn, but I never managed to meet with the devil. Grind 6 worms to a dust state. Add the blood of the chicken to the resulting mass. Then lay out a magic circle from all prepared ingredients. Suddenly, purple fluid in the can exploded loudly. The girl cried out, How hot! It did not work again. I don't even remember what an attempt on a row it is. I thought that this time I would definitely succeed. The matured Vanessa asked herself, where was I mistaken? 600 years ago, one nameless church, which adhered to patriarchal foundations. It did not approve that the witches had the strength, and said that they were damned creatures. As a result, the witch hunt began everywhere, and blood was shed in nothing of guilty people. Subsequently, it turned out that the statement was malicious, and the status of witches was restored. However, by that time, all the witches were already killed. The whole problem was magic and genetics. The family of witches was eradicated. Respectively, new magicians were no longer born. At the moment, there are very few magicians that belong to the Imperial Tower of Magicians, and the remaining of them have great power and strength. In order to get their help, you need a lot of money. But, in general, I do not need their help, because in one of my lives, I was a witch who reached the highest level of magic. Mr. Devil, I devote myself to you. Please conclude a contract with me. The devil's call spell is not complicated, but despite my attempts, he never appeared. There is no sense in general. This devilish moron seems to be somewhere far away. For all the time of the study of the devils, I learned 4 things. Firstly, the uncle live in hell. Secondly, like people, they have a class division. Thirdly, the main source of the food of the devils is the negative energy of people. Fourth, they love contracts, on which people put their souls. We can say this is the only entertainment in their immortal life. In addition, there are many other records of devils. On one of the calm days, the girl said, Have you heard that rumor? The same rumor about a crazy duke? Yes, they say that he can attack our Victoria. Rumor has it that already 10 kingdoms have become the colonies of the empire of that duke. There are rumors that he is obsessed with demons. This world is getting worse. Vanessa silently drank tea, listening to ladies' gossip. You all just talk about it. The slightest rudeness, and the person immediately becomes obsessed. If the devil could appear so easily, she would not be tormented, calling him. She hastened to apologize when she was interrupted. This is for the first time when you're interested in something. No one knows. Maybe our kingdom is really in danger. They answered her. Well, will Victoria fall so easily? True, we have the most advanced and powerful military force. What am I doing here? It is difficult to adapt to others. Vanessa decided to take a walk. Having voiced their wish, the girls were surprised and hastily agreed. Leaving in the middle of the tea party was impolite, but no one can say a word to me. Distant from secular community, disinterested in marriage, a mysterious and inaccessible lady. No matter how you look, the daughter of the Duke is very smart. At this time, the sun warmed the earth, and the light breeze fluttered the leaves of the trees. The Duke is obsessed with a demon. I was asked to come to the tea party, so I came. Who knew that they would have to listen to such stupid gossip? This is definitely nonsense. After all, there is no need to live in the world of people. But if he is really here, then I really want to meet him again. After all, he knows who I really are. At the onset of sunset, somewhere in a distant castle, a voice sounded. Air! From this word turns me. Seeing the lifeless body of a man, the red-haired girl screamed. Brother! The trembling king shouted. Please have mercy on the princess! Floretta vividly bowed to His Highness. This is the only way you can survive. The way you try to save your daughter is a miserable sight. Apparently, you have not heard about the rumors that go about me. Each my bride dies after the first wedding night. You are a devilish spawn. I do not need your damage. So that you fail underground. The Almighty will definitely punish you. The guy, dissatisfied with the speeches, sitting on the throne, said, Badur. The new ruler should only wave his hand. His order was understood without words. The man, whose name was Badur, Miggs, grabbed the saber from the scabbard. The dumbfounded princess screamed frantically, seeing the blade in front of her face. His own daughter was deprived of his head in front of the king. He screamed, Floretta! Seeing the despair of his father, the guy licked himself, feeling pleasure. Insignificance. I want more acute, exciting sensations. For example, like that baby from the past. He remembered Vanessa. The king fell in front of the devil, dropping the crown under his feet. Without saying anything, the brunette with red eyes raised a symbol of power. Is the kingdom of Victoria a lot of beautiful girls? I need to find a couple for each of my knights. King, bring to all noble families. Invite unmarried noble ladies. Join the procession of returning to the Empire of Albric. Someone ran very quickly, ignoring the eyes of passers-by. With twisted paper in his hands, the man desperately knocked on the door of the house. Entering the house, he screamed, Duke Blake! It happened terrible! The palace was captured by the Duke of Isaac from Alberic. The same devil from rumors? An interest began to play in the girl. While the Duke's procession was walking on horses, two were conducted by a dialogue. Why had to reach this? The murder of the king's daughter and the abduction of women. You start again. In the old days, everything was much worse. Is he going to find all women on the continent? Looking at the Duke, the interlocutor thought. Maybe he is intentionally looking for someone? The Duke of Isak was the same devil that Vanessa once helped. In the night, in the middle of the forest, screams were heard. Where did he go? Look for vividly, he is still alive. This is a treason, I have to tell His Majesty about it. Stumbling on a stone, a bloodied and wounded guy fell to the ground. Suddenly, black feathers began to crumble on the body of an unconscious guy. The devil in his angelic image went down to the ground. He carefully examined the wounded, lifeless man. Turning over the guy, he said aloud, I will stop, perhaps on this. The devil's face found a purple hue, and the guy's soul began to leave the body. The man read the letter. The royal palace is destroyed, and the king was captured. The crown prince and even the princess died, and everything got out of control. The worried Vanessa watched the expression of the Duke's face. She decided to give a voice. Father? The man unconsciously twitched. Suddenly, the blonde noticed a girl next to her, who was also worried. Stell, what happened? Right, tell me that I know what to prepare for, she answered. They say that all unmarried girls from noble families are taken to the Alberic Empire. And also, if at the festival, for 3 days, the Duke will not be able to find the bride, the whole clan will be destroyed. The question was heard. Vanessa, what should we do? She thought. If you do not marry him, he will destroy us. If I were an ordinary noble daughter from a noble family, this situation would be very humiliating for me. However, once I was a slave to which they were worse than cattle. Letting go of his mother's hand, the youngest son cried out, Sister, I will not let you in. Her brother hugged the girl tightly, sobbing, I will mock you. What is the point of maintaining your social situation then? Better run away somewhere far tonight. I heard that the Duke is a very radical person. Even if I run away, he will not leave the family alone. But I can't let you go there. Sakar trembled, looking at his sister. If we knew that it would happen, we would have given you married as soon as possible. Like your eldest daughter. Forgive us, daughter. We are very sorry. Vanessa answered. No need to apologize. After all, I rejected all the proposals. Do not worry about me. While I will be there, our family will be safe. The head of the family was vibrantly said. We are very ashamed, daughter. Well, you trust me and just wait a bit. The maids were whispering. Will everything be all right? Don't even know. I heard that people in that empire are like savages. Our poor lady. Vanessa, listening to them, was nervous for a second. The next day, the girl carefully collected things in a suitcase. Thinking about her own, she carefully folded all her dresses. Departure is already tomorrow. It makes no sense to hesitate. What happened will disappear. Vanessa began to create a spell. In front of her, a portal appeared in the room. I created this place in order to call the devil. Just in case, I will better get rid of it. If someone learns about this, then my family will be taken for heretics, which will put their life in jeopardy. Looking at the burning books and other devices, she thought, is that enough? I am not worried and not afraid. I am sure that wherever I go, I will survive. But I thought that, in this life, I would live like an ordinary person. But in the end, everything turned out differently. Vanessa is my name in this life. I even like it. I am echoing the daughter of the Duke, who does not need anything. I have a family who loves and values me very much. Everything is perfect. The girl laid on the bed, briefly covering her eyes. Before her eyes flashed the image of the devil from a long sleep. I even met once with the devil. It seems impossible to meet again. The girl decided to spend the last night in the house with her family. Stroking her daughter on the cheek, her mother said, Vanessa, remember? How did you not smile at all in childhood? We were very sad. We did not know how to make you happy. But on your 5th birthday, you smiled for the first time. Then the girl joyfully waved her parents. Mom continued, I think we were in the 7th heaven with happiness. Vanessa, you are the whole treasure for us. The girl was ready to bury. Then I was very ashamed of my parents for my egoism. Therefore, I just began to pretend to be a good child. Mother said, My beloved daughter, take care of yourself. Father did not sleep and listened to their conversation. Parents who are worried about me and my brother Sakar. For the sake of this family, I'm even ready to sacrifice myself. The next morning, Sakar woke up alone. Wiping his eyes, he began to look around and ask, Sister? Then he jumped, realizing that he was sleeping for too long. Without hesitation, he ran to the window, looking for his sister. Seeing the harnessed carriage, the guy cried out, Sister, no, do not leave! Without wasting time, he ran into the yard with all his feet. However, he did not have enough minute. The carriage has already departed from the mansion. The frustrated was not only Sakar. His parents also allowed a tear for their daughter. Vanessa, sitting in a carriage, also experienced a sense of loss. Being next to other girls, Vanessa thought, Goodbye, my family. The wagon in which we set off went without stopping for more than a month. The longer we drove, the harder it became for us. We were in terrible conditions. We followed us every hour and did not allow us to wash. The food was difficult to call food. They even put the larvae there. Nobody forces you. If you do not want, do not eat. The nobility of the knights did not apply to ladies who were traveling from ruined states. They were rude enough, because of which they cried every night. There were even those who fell ill and died due to the fact that no one treated them. This night was indisputable for Vanessa. She dreamed of a mishmash from the past. Being exhausted, the girl heard a scream. We arrived in the Empire! Despite the lack of strength, she got up and looked out the window. At the same moment, the girl seemed to see and blossomed. The graceful and magnificent Empire Alberic was visible very close. After several centuries, I returned here again. Alberic became much more beautiful than when I was here last time. The knights conducted a conversation. Which of the girls think the most beautiful? The meaning is in beauty, if even after a month, they will not be able to say a word in our language. Well, you are a bore, Eric. What kind of training can we talk about if no one paid attention to them? The Duke ordered to return to the Empire faster. Better go tell these doomers that we have according to plan. Since today, we celebrate the day when our ancestors entered the Empire land. You are allowed to relax and wash today. The girls cried out, Wash in front of you, Pinez? You were allowed to wash, but you still don't like something. Let them do what they want. Do not pay attention to them. Vanessa went to the stream and began to draw water in her hand. Feeling a pleasant coolness, she began to wash the visible parts of the body. The girl decided not to undress, but in any case, put herself in order. I already remember when the last time I washed normally. Suddenly, she heard, By the way, about the Duke. It seems that his facial expression and behavior have changed. If we compare with what it was a couple of years ago, it seems that the character has changed. Yes, before he was cute and polite. They answered him. Oh, he pretended 100%. Forgot about the struggle for the throne? If someone caught my eye, then he would no longer be alive. After that incident, he became the supreme commander of the group of heavenly knights. This proves that he initially had a strong temper. Didn't he become too cruel? It's true. He enjoys murders without any purpose. It turns out that he did all this exclusively for the sake of entertainment. Are the rumors that the Duke is the devil is true? Despite the fact that there is no guarantee that he is the same devil whom I am looking for, I think I still need to meet him. Suddenly, she noticed that the soldier was looking in her direction. The guy shuddered, looking into her eyes, thinking, "This girl. It seems to understand the imperial language." He involuntarily said it out loud. Another knight asked, "What? Who?" He immediately answered, "Nothing, it seemed probably." Driving along the city streets, the girls heard, "Welcome to the Empire of Albric. Ladies who arrived from Victoria, stand in one line after another, and follow the servant. You are held to your rooms." How infuriates! They still do not understand us. You were told to get up one after another. This maid is so arrogant. We should remember her. Rising to the upper part of the mansion, the knight said, "Ladies, this is your new home." The girls saw in front of them an empty room showered with sleeping bags. What a mess. "Do I need to thank because at least they gave the blanket?" The maid said. "If you have already examined, gather everything near us. Now we will call your names. As soon as you hear your own, raise your hand." Farin is the eldest daughter of Prince Luke. Cross is the second daughter of the Count of Dint. Vanessa is the second daughter of the Duke Black. The girl raised her hand. A whisper was heard. "She is the same daughter of the Duke about whom rumors went." The maid said, "The roll call is over. We go to the next point. You all already know that from today, celebrations in the Empire will begin. His Highness kindly gave you everything you need to prepare. You can choose the clothes and accessories you like. That's all. We will leave you." The maids left the room. Complete ignorance. How can you prepare for the celebration in this situation? They just use us now. What are we going to do now? First, we need to survive everything. Therefore, let's do what they said. One of the girls began to spin their head nervously, looking around. Seeing Vanessa, she shouted, delighted, "Daughter of the Duke Black! Princess Seraphine?" The blonde was delighted to see a familiar face. "Hearing your name, I immediately began to look for you. I was worried that something could happen to you. But now, seeing you, I am very glad that you are in order. Do not want to choose a dress with me? Still, we will be with potential husbands. Therefore, it is worth dressing up." Vanessa answered, "It seems late to choose something." Others pretend that they are indifferent, but in fact they see a competitor in each of us. Most likely there are no good dresses for us. Then the girl turned her head, paying attention to something. "Seraphina, do you see that green dress?" She, misunderstood, agreed. "I think this dress is suitable for you, princess. Brighter take it while this is possible." "Thank you. Can I find out the reason why it suits me?" Vanessa said. "You have a very attractive and calm aura. A muffled green color will emphasize your elegance. You also have a miniature upper part and more rounded lower. So this dress will well emphasize your advantages and hide the disadvantages. Can another dress suit you as perfect as it?" Looking at the dress, Seraphina answered joyfully, "And you are right! And the size is also mine. How did you get directly to the point?" The blonde smiled awkwardly. "I have a hint of my eye. In one of my lives, I was a famous clothing designer. At that time, ladies from the highest strata of society turned to me. I also need to look for something, so I will leave you." Seraphina was delighted. "I like this dress so much." Vanessa answered, "I was glad to help." Other girls watched their dialogue with interest. Suddenly, Vanessa heard a call behind. "Sorry." Two young girls approached her, not knowing how to start a conversation. "Vanessa, if you have a minute, can you please advise us something?" "Certainly." The girls immediately stood in line, asking for help. At the same time, she thought, "Here, I don't like being in the spotlight." All the ladies immediately began to delight. "I really like it. Do you have a diamond's eye, right? How did you choose a dress so suitable for me? You have done a great job, but have not chosen anything for yourself." The tired Vanessa answered, "Yes, you have to go look." Taking the fabric in her hands, the blonde reasoned, "It looks good. Serafina looked at the girl with undisguised surprise. When she came up, the princess cried out, "Vanessa, you are so beautiful!" The girl spoke. Wow, was there such a dress? Rumors that she is insanely beautiful turned out to be true. You can say for sure who will become the main character in today's celebration, the servant said. If you finished dressing up, hurrying into the banquet hall, everything eased. Why rush? Apparently, the Duke arrived earlier than expected. The Duke will be with us from the very first day? I didn't think that I would meet him so soon. Suddenly, Vanessa froze, feeling something was amiss. What about me? Why is it shaking me like that? This was not there before. A loud voice announced, "His Highness arrived, Duke Isak." People took to the streets to see a man with their own eyes. Going down the horse, he looked around the crowd and smiled. Then he froze, feeling something familiar, but at the same time new. The devil mentally studied the situation, trying to find out the reason. At the same time, Vanessa tried to calm the trembling in the body. Meanwhile, the maid said in the castle, "Your Majesty Empress, His Highness arrived, Duke Isak. You need to hurry." The woman answered, "Wait a minute." And she corrected the hairstyle. Looking at herself in the mirror, she announced, "That's it, I'm ready." When a woman came out, the maid announced, "Her Majesty Empress arrived." She immediately turned to a man. "Duke!" He turned to a call. The Empress was delighted when he paid attention to her. Then she spoke. "Congratulations on the holiday. You are the pride of our empire. You were absent for a long time, I worried about you. But you, on the contrary, look very solid and courageous." There was an awkward silence. No one dared to say at least a word. Outrageous! The emperor suffered from illness for 5 years, and she already laid her eyes on the duke. If then the attempt on the duke passed successfully, suddenly Isak looked at the man, as if he could read his thoughts. Seeing the frightening face of the duke, the man was enveloped in fear. How frightening he is! It feels like he reads my thoughts. Suddenly, Isak drew his attention to some. Behind the empress was a young guy in a solemn suit. Smiling, the duke said, a chilling soul, "Crown Prince." A fair-haired boy shuddered instantly, being clearly scared. Isak said, "You and I have not seen each other for a long time, but, as I see, you did not miss your uncle at all?" In a trembling voice, the prince answered, "Well, what are you? Congratulations to you, uncle." Smiling, the devil answered in the image of Isak, "Thank you, the crown prince." Then he went to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. "I missed you. I hope you know how much I value you and how I rely on you. My dear nephew." Without blinking, the prince trembled, and tears were full of eyes. However, the duke continued to smile, obviously enjoying the fear of his nephew. Then he released the boy, and he headed away from those present. The frozen boy could not move. They shouted to him, "Come to your senses, prince!" The devil licked his lips. Although a little, he was able to feast on the fear of the child. Isak turned to the servant. "The celebration has already begun?" He nodded. The banquet hall sparkled, as if covered with gold, and the tables burst with food. The pleasant music of the violins and cells spread throughout the huge room. Some couples that managed to form have already circled in the dance. Suddenly, the music fell silent, and everyone turned their heads to the entrance. Vanessa looked at Seraphine, not understanding what she was staring at. "Vanessa, you look at all you feel good." "Yes, everything is in order. Do not worry." She tried not to show a look. "What was it?" "Though now everything is fine with me, but what happened still bothers me. Now my main goal is to meet with the Duke. I need to make sure if he is really the devil or not." Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice called to her, "Madam Vanessa, I heard a lot about you by rumors, and finally met you personally." Despite the fact that she only turned to her, she thought, "I am already tired of it. Just don't say you don't know me." It was Ayla, the daughter of the Duke of Logan. She was the most beautiful girl in Victoria, until her title moved to me. Countless invitations to the celebrations came to me from her family. I believed that they invited me not with the kindest intentions, so I said that I was sick. Vanessa said, "I know you, Ayla, the daughter of the Duke of Logan. Did you want to tell me something?" "No, it is simply amazing that you are present here in complete health, although you were constantly sick. I recently recovered, thanks for worrying." "Why are you so unhappy? Everything is written on your face. You need to try at least a little if you want to maintain the status of the Duke Black. Do you really behave so arrogantly because you want to find a groom here?" "What to do? even if the most mediocre knight does not look at the way you. What is she trying to achieve this circus performance? Such nitpicking does not catch me at all. Indeed, in past lives I came across this. At the time when I was a countess, I had to be in the spotlight at the events. How did I even stand all the oblique looks and intrigues in my direction? If I said verbally with all the envious people, then my voice would have broken me. There is nothing good in such showdowns, but it would be nice to teach her a lesson. Madam Vanessa, I'm really worried about you. After all, this is the place where they will choose us. The blonde interrupted her. All that you said before will choose very badly. If a knight does not choose me, then I will go and choose him. As if you were in no hurry. The marriage between the beloved is for life. I do not think that caution in such a case is the subject of ridicule. I feel that everyone began to look in our direction. Thank you for your concern, but I ask you not to be interested in me anymore. And something else. Earlier you said about knights such words as mediocre and inconspicuous, but do not think that all the knights in the empire do not know our language. Stunned by such a statement, Ayla wanted to answer something, but she was again interrupted. Madam, it will be better if you end there and will not continue this kindergarten. But if I find out once again what you are talking about me or my family behind me, I will not leave it just like that. Ayla and her friends were dumbfounded. Other ladies whispered, "Let's get out of here." And Serafina said, "You are so cool." At that moment, steps were heard at the door to the banquet hall. Servants in unison opened the door, letting the Duke of Isak. Suddenly, behind me, Vanessa heard, "His Highness Duke Alberic, Isak!" The girl turned slowly and uncertainly. This moment has come. Looking at the man, she froze with wide eyes. The man, entering the hall, also felt a familiar aroma. The Duke entered the hall with his retinue. Everyone had an indifferent expression on the face. Vanessa carefully examined the appearance of the Duke. She could not look away from a man, hanging her mouth. Is he the Duke of Isak? As soon as I saw him, I immediately realized. He is an ultimately devil. There are several secrets on this mainland that ordinary people do not know about. One of these secrets. The greater the power, the more it is structurally individual. Strength can manifest itself not only in physical and magical skills, but also in appearance. When forces reach a high level, they allow you to find out about the abilities of another person. Therefore, the more capable and stronger a person, the more attention he attracts. People whispered, "This is the Duke himself. Did I really see the Commander-in-Chief? I thought he would come on the last day. Is this handsome the same cruel Duke? What got up? Pull your head, Lively!" However, no one paid attention to the knight. His Highness will not linger here for a long time. Do not focus on him attention. This event is dedicated to the memory of the one in the war. We hope you find brides. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out across the hall. Wait! All guests, including the Duke, drew attention to Vanessa. With a serious look, she looked into Isak's eyes, trying to attract attention. Smiling, the man said, "You have incredible power. Did he feel my strength? So, there is a chance that he is the same devil. You need to get even closer to make sure. 2 guards who stand near the Duke weaker than me. The man behind looks strong, but like the other 2, weaker than me. It turns out that no one will hinder me." She began to walk to the Duke. The guard was the first to react the closest to Vanessa. With one deft movement, he pulled the saber from the scabbard. From the ringing became, all the guests gasped and froze. However, Vanessa did not even take his eye towards the blade. Suddenly, the guard said, "What a rudeness! Do not dare to approach. Strive back." But the girl looked only into the eyes of the Duke. The knight did not calm down. "What are you standing? Graduate quickly." Suddenly, Vanessa appeared in the head of the Duke as a 5-year-old girl. He also remembered that girl and what he received from her, in return for a calm dream. Isak, looking at the girl standing in front of the tip of the saber, asked, "Baby?" The guard with an elongated sword turned around, looking at the master. "This is really he." Vanessa smiled and said, "Your Highness, do you allow me to invite you to dance?" She looked intently into his eyes, waiting for an answer. The surprised Duke grinned loudly, examining the girl. Putting his hands on his side, the man began to laugh even louder. A second later, his laughter lit up the whole hall. The guests were shocked. Vanessa was also inconsistent with such a reaction. How possible? A very interesting turn of events. Putting his hand on his chin, he added, "I even like it. Well, let's dance together." He looked thoughtfully at the girl. The faithful knight immediately hid the saber back into the sheath. The Duke went to Vanessa and held out his hand, inviting to the dance. She smiled slightly, rejoicing that she found him. The man answered her with a smile, surprised by the events. Vanessa slowly laid her hand in his open palm. A second later, they were already spinning in the dance, not taking their eyes off each other. "And what are you going to do now?" He was interested in the answer. "I'm going to pretend that I fell in love with you at first sight." Stunned guards turned to the musicians. "What are you sitting? Play vividly." They answered guiltily. "Fine." And the music returned to the hall again. High notes of violins flew throughout the room, forcing everyone to return to dancing. Some couples joined the Duke and his companion. 2 times on the left side, twice in the right. Vanessa recalled the movement. Step back, step forward. We merged in a dance under the rhythm of excellent music. The lady from the fallen kingdom and the Duke from the victorious empire. How is it ironic? But there is what no one knows, the fact that we hide a huge secret. Isak smiled sweetly. With an elegant movement, the Duke spun the girl. "You dance very well. Is it really because you learned this in your past life? You also moved very skillfully. I wonder if all the devils dance so well." Having grinned such a knuckle, he answered, "Don't even know." With a sharp movement, the Duke grabbed the girl by the waist. Looking into her eyes, he said, "But still, I think that not all. How long I have been waiting for this moment. If I miss him, I definitely will not see him anymore. I need to get its location in any way. I know that you are constantly hungry, and that I'm special for you. Together with you, we can become excellent partners. I will become a toy for you that can color your boring everyday life. You will never regret it. In one of my lives, I was the Emperor's mistress. Therefore, I know how to get the location and appease the noble persons. An impeccable appearance and luxurious dress are a small part of what can be attracted. To get the location, you need to reach a new level." Suddenly, the devil began to slowly approach Vanessa's face. "You are still bold, and after all, has not changed at all." The girl was surprised to listen to the Duke's speech, who almost whispered, "Come here in 2 days." Then he let her go, heading for the exit. "I'm leaving for the palace." The guards immediately answered in unison. "Okay, Your Highness. I have only 3 days. I will do anything. If only he agreed to a deal with me. As I thought, the Duke is actually the devil. And not just the devil, but my devil." His face immediately surfaced before his eyes. After the Duke left the hall, the guests returned to dancing and communication. Suddenly, someone grabbed Vanis by the hand and dragged him aside. Having started the girl around the corner, she asked Seraphine, "Vanessa, what have you planned? The Duke Isak captured our state. Have you forgotten about it? How can you forget about it?" She looked at her friend with a cold look. "Moreover, if we cannot get married, then he will deprive our families of titles. Anyway, there are rumors that he is the devil, and you danced with him. And now no ordinary soldier will be able to get closer to you. Princess Seraphine, are you really worried about me?" she cried out. "Of course, how can I not worry in such a situation? Do not worry, His Highness became interested in me. Therefore, I think, on the contrary, interest in me will increase. Do you think that the knights will be embarrassed to get closer to me? In this case, I myself will personally take the first step towards them. I believe that there are no self-confident knights who will reject me." A shocked Seraphina launched, "I didn't mean that. I understand perfectly what the princess wants to say. She says that the Duke is an enemy of our motherland. The Duke killed many people, and even killed the princess and the prince. Of course, you have the right to act as you think. After all, you are always right. Princess, we are now being held here literally as captives. But if among us at least one had power and power, the attitude towards us would change. I really don't know if I can become such a defender." She looked displeased at the princess, who misunderstood her. After which, Vanessa turned and went back to the hall. All that I just said was a hypocrisy and nothing more. In general, Seraphine was right, and I now want to get closer to the Duke. I have long forgotten what patriotism means, due to the fact that every time I was reborn in a new country, suddenly, someone's familiar voice attracted Vanessa's attention. She noticed the maid that she had previously grunted with displeasure on the girls. "The most arrogant girl? Sorry, could you come for a second?" "Certainly. Did you want to tell me something?" And she thought, "Does she know our language? Here, besides you, is there any other servant? Madam, you are so officially addressing me. Speak informally with me." It is strange that you are so polite with me now. For yesterday you were expressed in a different way. The maid cried out. Sorry, Sinful. I thought no one knows our language among you. Vanessa said. Is there a rule that it is necessary to be rude to those who do not know the language? Do not apologize to me. Sorry to the girls, but I don't know if they will forgive you. The maid answered. But they will not understand the words. Suddenly a voice was heard. What noise? Turning around, Vanessa saw another maid. They have the same shape. Is this maid the daughter of the older maid? It is clear where the rudeness comes from. The eldest voted. Madam, for what reason do you have a conversation with my subordinate? I said, despite the fact that we are from a fallen state, does not mean that we can be rude. Do not the Empire remove the maids who neglect the rules? How do you know about this? Vanessa thought. I know that. Since in one of his past lives she was a servant in the Empire. Vanessa said, Does His Majesty approve of your rudeness towards us? The eldest answered, Number His Highness ordered you to provide a warm welcome to you. The girl asked, It turns out that you should properly punish this maid? The maid said, I scold her for rude appeal. Have mercy and accept my apologies. For ladies from Victoria, we will provide the best rooms. We will increase the number of servants, as well as I personally control the attitude towards you, Vanessa said. Another thing, what is your name? She answered. I'm Amy. Passing by a rude maid, the girl said. I remembered you. The maid silently escorted Vanessa with a shocked look. She placed the Duke to her, so now she dispels the servant. She is clearly not an ordinary person. At the moment, the place of the Duchess is still vacant. But what if this unusual mistress takes this place? After that day, the attitude to the ladies from Victoria changed. Our new rooms were very luxurious and comfortable. The power was also at the highest level. No one complained. Moreover, we were provided with new dresses and accessories. Your Highness, I did not think that in these 2 words it is hidden so much. Suddenly, 2 girls approached her. Vanessa, will you not try on outfits? The other supported. We brought us a lot of beautiful dresses. I am now busy reading. A little later I will try on something. She was told. Thanks to you, life in the Empire has become more comfortable. Thank you. Suddenly, another familiar voice called out to the girl. She asked, Princess Seraphine? She answered, I should not have told you this. With obvious excitement and trepidation, she added, Forgive me. Without waiting for an answer, the princess ran away from the room. Everything happened so quickly that Vanessa did not have time to understand what happened. The Duke's daughter thought and smiled involuntarily. At the same time, the tailor spoke. Could you raise your hand a little? The Duke immediately complied with the decree. The young guy barely kept himself in his hands, so as not to faint from fear. He said, The costume you want to order, how to tell you? The Duke interrupted him. You must have not heard. I said sew me exactly the same costume that the Emperor wears. At that moment, the guards of the Duke entered the workshop. The guy could not but execute the order. Looking at himself in the mirror, the devil licked his lips. It tastes disgusting. No one can overshadow that baby. He immediately introduced Vanessa. It will be completely uninteresting if I enjoy her at once. After all, the pleasure of delicious food should be stretched. On the same day, soldiers were training on the parade ground. Out of all, 3 nights were quiet. Have you heard what rumors go? Everyone began to listen with interest. At the celebration, His Highness danced with some girl. They screamed in response. But until now, he has not danced with anyone. But maybe he fell in love with her at first sight? At this time, the Duke lay on the sofa near them. Looking at him, the soldiers thought, is this possible? An asshole knight sat near the guys to wipe the shoes. Suddenly, he noticed a few curious eyes on himself. Rising, he asked his colleagues, what were hatched? Erkin, have you seen a girl dancing with His Highness? How is she? Beautiful? Instead of thinking about such nonsense, it would be better to train. He gave his first dance to the girl from the captured state. Doesn't it seem to you that she does not suit him in status? Like a fleeting hobby. Suddenly for everyone. The Duke asked thoughtfully, Maybe I can marry. A question scream of dozens of soldiers was heard throughout the parade ground. The soldiers whispered, Shouldn't someone stop him? But who laughs? Fucked up? If I die, will you take responsibility? Erkin spoke. Did you ask what the Duke is a person? Once the artist painted a card. Herzk threw a dart. and he ordered the artist to erase from the map the country in which he got. Therefore, if you want to live, then you need to dutifully agree with him. Sorry, friend, who almost sent you to death. Then let's argue, how much will that girl die? I put the condition on the first wedding night. I put that she will die before the wedding. Erkin could not stand it. Idiots, follow your tongue! Suddenly, a long-haired knight stopped, noticing a lone figure. Approaching the soldier, he asked, Nest, what did you think about? For a few seconds, he silently looked at the colleague. Then he said, I want to accompany a person who will be stronger than me. Without understanding anything, Erkin asked, What does it mean? Nest answered, I hope the next duration will be stronger than me. They heard the comments of other soldiers. Did he set about his own? This is not because he is a commoner who has not learned anything. A dreaming knight did not pay attention to the dumping of the soldiers. I wonder if he himself understands what he is talking about. Often knights are divided into 5 different levels. In the past, there was a group of black knights with a bad reputation. Now the strongest group of heavenly knights, they are mentors of other knights. And Nest enters the 5 strongest heavenly knights. That's just the fact that he wants to serve the Duchess, who will be stronger than him, is stupid. That girl probably didn't even hold a sword in her hands, one of the knights whispered. Erkin, why are you listening to this nonsense? Holding the sword in his hands, Nest raised himself and declared, If it went to that, if she overcome at least one of our knights, then I recognize her strength. Suddenly, Erkin cried out, The mouth's closed. Return to training. In another distant place, at the stake, there was a vat of liquid. A trembling man with dirty pitchfork in his hands tried to fight off someone. He screamed in horror from the fact that the fire began to leave the fireplace. Then he screamed, I think it was your fault, all because you betrayed me. Licking up, the illuminous girl said. How not tasty. All this happened in the castle of demons, which was in Dali from mortals. This boring world of demons. This was said by Ravaya, a demon aristocrat. They only do that they sleep, are also called demons aristocrats. The world of people is in impression, while they cannot worship their god. How infuriates! Everything got out, everything bored. Devil, where did you go? Suddenly, Adele, a greedy demon, an aristocrat, looked. Ravia, why are you looking for a deceased devil? She asked in shock. Can't be? Just took it and died? If not died, then why is our world for more than 1,000 years unattended? The devil's world came to an end, because there is no one who would like to become a king. It cannot be. Seriously, no one wants to? Adele said. I forgot how the previous king was torn to pieces during the uprising. In the world of people, there is a rumor that the imperial duke is obsessed with a demon. Who do you think? Who is it? If you are so curious, why don't you meet him? For several seconds, she looked at the demon with misunderstanding. Then she asked, And what? It was possible? Interesting. Without thinking twice, she disappeared right in front of Adele, leaving him alone. She is very strange. The nose is poured everywhere. With these thoughts, he got up. Then he reached out and said, I'd better go further to sleep. Passing along the corridors, he noticed a familiar figure sitting on the floor. A demon with lowered wings sat near the wall alone. It was a baron, a demon aristocrat responsible for the thirst for murder. How much time has grown from the moment I stopped killing? It seems that the woman was the last. It was Vanessa in a life before last. Clutching his hand into a fist, the baron said, People are too simple. Maybe I also go up to the world of people? Or become the king of demons? The killer girl associated with steel chains hung above the floor. Her whole body trembled with pain, and drops of blood fell to the floor. Some man pulled her hair, but she saw only a vague silhouette. Opening her eyes, Vanessa woke up with tears in her eyes. Grabbing her chest, she realized that her heart was knocking furiously. In the middle of the night, she thought, still trembling. Again that nightmare. At the onset of the morning, the girl looked killed and exhausted. I don't remember the last time I calmly slept. I'm anxious. Perhaps because I had not dreamed of that past life for a long time. The life of the night was like hell. In that life, in childhood, at that time, I was abducted by the head of the Black Knights, which on the mainland were known as a group of killer knights. After that, they kept me locked up. Under the guise of training, they washed my brains. And also every day, I went through brutal training. Despite the fractures and my heart torn to shreds, I did everything that they would order. The only goal of my life was to kill. I got up on the rank and became the right hand of the leader. Living in the life of a knight, I began to hate the leader who brought me here. But I could not resist him. Therefore, she continued to kill. The reason I suffer now is that every night in a dream, as many monsters come to me as I killed people while I was a knight. They run after me, tearing my body into shreds and eat me. If someone offers me to live the life of a knight again, that, of course, I will refuse. I do not want to meet a person again, turning my life into hell. This warm morning revealed the last day of the celebration. 25 couples of newlyweds formed, who will already have weddings tomorrow. The age difference between guys and girls is an average of 14 years. In general, not surprising. Who in such a situation will look for true love? They simply decided to go to each other to meet and agree on a marriage. The knights receive a dowry from the bride's family, and the ladies retain their status. For example, the second daughter of the count is Louise. She is very smart, and wisely chose a fairly stately partner. On the other hand, we observe a more gloomy picture. Apparently, she is very unhappy that she marries an ordinary knight. They all behave like that because they know nothing about the empire. The number of knights from the common people is increasing, and the authority of ordinary knights decreases. However, the empire, as a rule, prefers talented people. If someone is able to reach a high position in another state, it is likely that here he will be an ordinary knight. Therefore, do not judge people by external signs. But this is not my business. Suddenly, the princess ran to the thoughtful girl. Vanessa asked, "Princess Seraphine, did something happen?" She answered nervously, "In general, I just signed a prenuptial agreement." They turned their heads. In the direction of the princess waved a well-fed soldier. Having reduced my standards, I managed to find a suitable person. If not for this situation, then she would have gone for the status suitable for her. She is still very young. How much is she? 17? It's good that her newly made groom at least looks young, Serafina said. Do you know that an hour has left until the end of the celebration? Vanessa thought. Now is not the time to worry about others. I know. And I remember that if I do not find a partner, I will lose my status, the worried princess asked. Are you waiting for His Highness? The Duke's daughter cast a cursory glance towards the guests. Maybe I was too self-confident? That it was a way out. Marry him. Then he will save me from nightmares. Plus, I would retain the status. Where did I get this confidence at all? He is generally the devil. Nevertheless, I think it would be nice to be a little to be safe. One of the knights sitting on the sofa felt a look on himself. On the other half of the hall, Vanessa carefully watched them. X! Does that girl take a chance at you by chance? He did not understand. The colleague pointed to her. The one who danced with His Highness. The ex tried to make out where his interlocutor pointed. Of all the remaining idle knights, he is more or less nothing. The dumbfounded guy blushed instantly and immediately embarrassed. He thought, how much time has passed? How did the girl flirted with me? There is little time left. Will the Duke appear, or will you have to approach the knight? Vanessa waited dutifully, but less than 5 minutes remained. Not daring to wait anymore, she headed towards the exi. Holding the dress, the girl confidently went to her goal. The knight immediately began to encourage Exi. She goes to you! However, unexpectedly for everyone, the door of the hall opened. The voice announced, His Highness Duke Alberic, Isak! The man with his retinue slowly entered the hall, looking around the guests. The delighted Vanessa, looking at him, thought, Came. She carefully looked in his face, waiting for a response. With his severe gaze, he also stopped on the girl's face. Vanessa thought, we must smile as if nothing was unprecedented, as if I did not expect him at all. He went to her. Suddenly, the first thing he did was touched her cheeks. Then he smiled sweetly at her, looking straight into his eyes. She was shocked. Had to wait long? This was the first that he asked. Still a couple of minutes, and I would lose my status. Don't you like dramas? For example, about the salvation of the princess from danger, she thought. He said beautifully, but because of whom I am now in this danger. In addition to you, not a single knight came up to me. It seems that none of the people felt your charm. They are just afraid that they will not be able to cope with me. The Duke asked, What did you imagine about yourself? She answered, How what? Don't you understand what I mean? She pressed his hand to her cheek. He watched the actions and behavior of Vanessa with surprise. Suddenly, he moved away from the girl, which puzzled her. The devil looked around all the guests, after which he said, "Okay." The next second, the Duke called one of the servants. The guy immediately kneeling, asking, "Caused?" The distortion ordered, "Suppose the extension of the celebration for a day. Are you going to come at the very end of the evening again? Well, what are you? It would be too predictable for you. Instead, I want to pick you up somewhere." Vanessa was surprised. A rich carriage of the wheel on the road, warmed by the sun. Vanessa rode with the servant of the Duke, recalling their dialogue. "Tomorrow I will send people for you. I want to talk elsewhere. After all, here, you yourself understand. There are a lot of extra eyes with a slice. I wonder where they take me." This question does not give rest. Vanessa glanced briefly out the window. Thoughts in her head were confused. Suddenly the carriage stopped. The coachman announced, "We are in place." The girl took an uncertain step from the carriage, trying to get together with her thoughts. She immediately froze, seeing who came to meet her. The Duke in a white suit stood in front of the door, having handed his hand. Smiling at Vanessa, he said in a sweet voice, "Finally." The embarrassed girl blushed. Isak asked, "Are you going to go down?" Vanessa, having come to life, answered, "I'm going down," and held out his hand. Having made a curtsy, she said, "Greetings, Your Highness. I did not think that he would personally meet me. What is he planning?" Turning, he turned to the Duke's daughter. "Went." Without letting go of his hand, she asked with interest, "Where?" However, he did not answer and silently led her somewhere. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. "This is the temple of the imperial family." The man was waiting for her on the steps. He looked at the frozen Vanessa, asking, "Is something wrong?" She frowned and looked at the devil with distrust. He only smiled maliciously, looking at the thoughtful appearance of Vanessa. Suddenly, the devil himself came to the temple. He likes to blaspheme like no one else. She could not even imagine why they came here. The Duke gave a voice again. "I see you have a lot of questions. But before that, tell you something interesting? Almost all people seeing me are looking for God. They think that He will save them. Each time at the sight of this, it becomes very funny to me." He opened the door, letting the blonde inside, allowing her to look around. Entering the temple, the girl immediately froze, examining the room. It was a huge hall with benches and a huge statue on the pedestal. Looking at the statue, the Duke continued, "God is my second half. To be more precisely expressed, that the second half is not quite, and the twin brother, with whom we are in a bad relationship. We are like two sides of the coin, light and darkness that each other needs. What should be his darkness to balance with the divine light? What reaction will be people if they find out something? The light that they rely on is absolutely indifferent to their problems." Then Isak went to the table on which the books lay. Opening one of them, he ran a hand over the pages. "This book is very interesting." He took her in his hands, showing Vanessa. "Not particularly pleased with what was happening," the girl answered. "What are you?" Then he called the name. "Scarlet Holy." Vanessa unconsciously squeezed the dress. The devil read, "Having killed the whole retinue and destroying the temple, she committed suicide." The Scarlet Holy was located from the Most High itself, and was the most noble among saints. However, she had the most terrible end. After the death of the Archbishop and most saints, the state of Isan ceased to exist. The following year, taking advantage of the fall of Isan, people unleashed the war. It lasted 10 years, and ended at the same time with the coronation of Penelope first. Later, this tragedy was called the War of the Scarlet Holy, as a result of which about 120,000 people died. Then the Duke closed the book, watching Vanessa's reaction. Taking her by the shoulders, he asked, "How sinful your soul is. I heard that the devils feed on negative energy." "Misfortunes too?" "Certainly. Are you unfortunate now?" For him it was delighted. Vanessa turned around with a sharp movement, grabbing the man by the hand. "You yourself know everything very well." Tears came from her eyes. Looking at him, she thought, he is something more than the usual evil. Once he called God a light, and himself by darkness. He grabbed her by the waist. This means that he is not an ordinary devil, but the embodiment of evil. He is the one who runs all evil. Have I found myself a new God? It depends on how it hurts you now. I want to continue to torment you. You are more than just interesting. After all, you are a creature whose soul is immortal. You probably think that all this is happening because God was angry with you. But I think that the opposite is true. God loves you very much. In your face, I see that you are extremely unpleasant for you now. I do not need this vile love. It hurts me from her. Your Highness, I want to ask you about one service. Different devil, I beg you, conclude a contract with me. I will give you everything you want. If necessary, take my soul. Taking her at the cheeks, he immediately asked her to shut up. Vanessa did not retreat. Stop playing with me. I'm extremely serious now. Why are you stopping me? Do you think you will fall in love with me? She answered confidently. I'm no longer a little stupid girl. I know that you are already tired of human love. So now you are experiencing me. I can swear that I will never love you under any conditions. Therefore, I ask you, save me from torment that do not give me peace. God was my only hope. But my faith was trampled, and I began to live a new life again, like a toy. I thought that I could never tell anyone. What despair I felt at that time of my life. From this moment, I will stop clinging to faith in God. In all ways, I will try to get out of this damned endless life. I told the Duke that I would not love him, but that did not mean that he did not attract me. However, I can never fall in love with him. Otherwise, I will open a hole for myself. The devil smiled playfully and ominously. Very interesting. Hanging over the girl, he said, I accept your proposal. Having put Vanessa on the sofa, he took out a decorated knife from his bosom. Pulling him out of the scabbard, he spoke. My real name, Velzevul. Tell me what you want. She watched his behavior in shock. Vanessa blushed and frowned, thinking again. Then she stated, I wish to get rid of my nightmares. The devil nodded and answered, I understood you and see no reason to refuse. Then he took her hand, preparing to make a light incision. Knowing what will happen now, Vanessa was still worried. Taking the knife to the forearm, the whale swell abruptly pulled the blade. What is he doing? He made an incision, but instead of pain, for some reason is very burning. Then he hangs over the girl, stroking her cheek and speaking. Tolerate. I'll finish soon. His whole appearance showed all the seriousness of the procedure. The man dipped his finger in the girl's blood and began to approach her face. Then he began to draw signs on her face. What is he doing? Does he write with my blood? Part of the face he concerns is very burning. I can't move! However, the devil was adamant. Then, holding Vanessa by his head, he looked into her eyes. On her face, as if bloody signs had been burned with a stigma. Smiling, the man gave his voice. Well done, you have lost. The signs disappeared from the face. She cried, thinking, It turns out that the contract is concluded? Rising from the sofa, the Duke again gave a voice. As for my diet, how about doing this about once a month? Not as often as I thought. Vanessa answered, Agreed. Isak said, Do not do such a face. I will take care of your remaining nightmares. Place a cut. When did it manage to change like that? Now it is definitely felt that the contract with the devil is concluded. Suddenly, the man again touched the girl's cheek. With such a cute face, I think everyone will believe that I fell in love with you. Already anticipating human conversations that the Duke fell in love. Yes. And to the girl from the kingdom, captured by him. Suddenly, from behind the bosom, the devil took out a small bottle. With a quiet cotton, he opened the lid, from which a pleasant aroma was heard. Then he began to strangle her cologne, smiling smugly. The surprised Vanessa asked, Devils use spirits? I use. Well, or I just imitate the aristocrats' guys. Does it look strange? The girl answered, Not really. This image suits you, the devil said. That's glorious. Then now. He pushed the girl on the sofa. Hanging over her again, the Duke said, Let's rehearse. In order for people we look more natural. Does he talk about the acting now? Or I don't understand something. But in one of my past lives I was an actress. Your Highness, do not worry about me. I am already in the mode of the lady in love with you. The devil was surprised. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pressed her to the sofa. The girl did not expect this from a man. But someone flew into the room. The dumbfounded Erkin announced loudly, Your Highness, urgent news! After which there was a pause when he saw the Duke on the girl. The knight was immediately thrown into sweat, and then into tears. I will come later, the Duke answered. No, stay, you came very on time. I need to declare something. He stroked Vanessa on the head. At this place, I officially declare that I want to marry you. Will you become my duchess? The girl was shocked. The knights standing in the yard were ordered. They come out. The Duke came out of the temple. leading the hand of the future duchess. The soldiers immediately sat on his knee in front of him, welcoming. I need to tell you all, I'm going to marry Vanessa. From this moment, contact her as the duchess should be treated. Did everyone hear me? A unanimous scream was heard, so for sure. Suddenly, the girl noticed the displeased glances of the knights. I already feel condemning views on myself. Not surprising. Nevertheless, I am a girl from the amazed state, and I am married to the commander-in-chief. From her thoughts, the duke's voice pulled out. Vanessa, how about going with me in the same carriage? I do not want to part with you for a second. His game was amazing. The soldiers silently and condemningly watched the newly made couple. He seems to pour oil into the fire. I think I should play along with him? Okay, Your Highness. I also really wanted to go with you. The harnessed carriage, surrounded by horse knights, headed back. While they were on the road, the man read some document. Unconsciously, Vanessa began to carefully examine Isak. What are you looking at me like that? Is it really scared? No, I just first signed a contract with the devil. The man laughed slightly, answering. So is it? It turns out that the devil can also laugh innocently. Although early, he introduced me into a stupor with his statement about marriage. Just took it and made an offer in front of the knight. Did he mean this, talking about the game of lovers? He asked. Will you reciprocate? She answered. I agree. I wanted to give you a ring, but I did not have time to prepare it. And there is also something that no one knows about two of us, Isak said. But so other men will not find out that you belong to me. Does he still play? Or does it on purpose, awakening feelings in me? To be honest, I did not think that you would make me an offer. I was sure that I, like others, had a wedding under the contract. Why should my wife participate in such events? By the surprise of the girl, the devil rose from his seat. Then he quickly sat down to Vanessa, hugging her by the shoulders. By the way, for you need to allocate a new room. You will be allocated in the imperial palace, and there we will hold our unforgettable wedding ceremony. Wedding ceremonies in the imperial palace are held only by the emperor's family. Of course, the duke is the uncle of the crown prince and belongs to such a family, but to hold a wedding without notifying the crown prince and princess, it is contrary to all the rules. Of course, he loves to make a bustle, but it seems to me that he does this in order to get closer to the throne. The conquest of the throne and the contract with me is entertainment for him. I will give you the most luxurious room from free in the palace. Your Highness, thank you for your sincere care. The man answered, It is not necessary to speak so formally to me. Looking at the girl, he realized that something was worried about her. The devil decided to ask her, Is this your first marriage? Confused, Vanessa squeezed her dress and answered awkwardly. Exactly. After all, having lived so many lives, you had at least one husband. I thought that you can have a bite during our first wedding night. Doesn't prepare for a wedding in the palace take at least a week? Yes. Will it really be painful for you to wait only a week? Vanessa looked at the devil with a proper, not understanding expectation. Turning away, she answered indifferently. No, I'll wait. Painfully still, softly said. To be honest, this week will look like torture. The man, as if by chance, lifted the hem of her dress. The reddened Vanessa turned her head towards the devil. I missed your sweet and displeased expression on your face. Stroking her head, he said. Well done. Be patient a little more. Vanessa looked into the duke's eyes in shock, without keeping up with his thoughts. Will you treat me like that, as a child? And what, don't like it? He liked to make fun of her. It seems, or is he overdoing? Apparently he is. Closer to sunset, they slowly drove up to the imperial palace. Your Highness, thank you very much for led me. Tomorrow, a carriage will go after you to take it to the palace. Next time, we will meet at our wedding. Until that moment, I remember you sweet dreams. He smiled. Vanessa drew attention to his last words. She watched how the duke and his retinue were left on horseback. In the palace, the empress asked the servants, Well, who will become a new duchess? They say that she will be a girl from the fallen Victoria, who danced with His Highness. They say that he fell in love with her from the first disabilities and is very valuable. The empress sighed. I will never allow this to happen. Then she turned to the maid. Call to me vividly to me. In the middle of the forest, there was a heavy and displeased sigh. Somehow moving his legs, a female voice said. It seems that I was rocking. Ravia grabbed her head, screaming. What is wrong with this damn portal? So where am I? Really lost? The demon was nervous. Damn it, everything does not look like it was drawn on the map. Why did I end up in some village? And where am I now? You can take off, but there will be many witnesses, and I am too lazy to kill them. She heard a whisper. Traitor! How could he do so to me? The crying lonely girl stood barefoot at the cliff. Wow, what an interesting picture! The demon shone in a second. Suddenly, the girl turned her head and noticed that they were watching her. Ravia squatted and silently watched the actions of a stranger. The dumbfounded girl was frightened and fell, asking, Who are you? Who am I? Perhaps I am the one who can save you? Not funny, no one can fulfill what I want. Actually, demons can be much more than ordinary people. With a trembling voice, the girl asked, Demon? If you really are a demon, can you take revenge for me? Kill, ruin the pieces that betrayed me and his new woman. Love problem? You turn to exactly. Okay, I will do it, but you have to die. Then I will avenge you. If we agreed, quickly continue what you did. Fine, thank you. The girl in thanks fell to her knees. She sobbed again, dyeing the land last with tears. A few seconds later, only shoes remained from the girl. Approaching the cliff, Ravia threw off shoes not belonging to anyone. People so easily believe strangers. We assume that she was lucky. After all, of all the demons, I am the most kind. Somewhere in the distance, purple light shone, illuminating the sky. Blood flowed throughout the body of a girl from fresh wounds. The same peasant woman who rushed from the cliff went with a light gait. Opening her eyes, she smiled. Her pupils became red. She left the village in which her husband betrayed her. The next day, almost every girl congratulated Vanessa in the palace. I heard you marry the Duke? How I envy you! Vanessa answered the same way. Thank you all very much. The servant and the maid, standing nearby, twisted their faces. And what did he find in her? She was just lucky with her husband? He noticed her because she was strange. Probably, in Victoria, everyone is happy that she will become a new duchess. You don't worry so much, Vanessa answered. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I understand why they condemn me like that. Despite the fact that we are all from one place, now the attitude towards me and to them has become completely different. When the sunset began to advance, time was approaching dinner. Serafina said, I will not say that I am not at all worried about you, but I believe that you made the right decision. The girl warmed her hands at the plate. I hope that you will live together happily and happily. Vanessa stopped her. A person can comfortably comfort, but sincerely congratulate is very difficult. Serafina was older than I thought. When it ends, probably we will not see each other anymore. After all, we are not so close. She took the girl's hand. She looked at Vanessa in surprise, waiting for an explanation. Princess, you are too kind. Now I began to worry about you. Try to be dearer. And why do you say as if we will never see each other? Since we will now live in an empire, it is worth having at least one friend, with which it will be possible to conduct boring everyday life. I hope we will become friends, Serafina answered. I hope so too, Vanessa said. Thank you. In this life, I was not going to make friends. But there is something that cannot be received. The next day, Vanessa heard, Welcome to the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace of Alberic, the very first empire on the mainland. This place has a long history. The future Duchess arrived here. I could not imagine that I would have a wedding here. This is not the first time in this palace. I constantly walked along these corridors, and I even know how many windows are here. She remembered how the maid worked here. In my first life, I was a servant in this palace. This is a portrait of His Majesty, the third emperor. He was an outstanding monarch. He entered into cooperation with magicians and built them towers, which is why his strength strengthened. Everyone in the empire must know about this person. I know him well. I know what others do not know. He had an explosive character. He resorted to violence against his family. When he saw the spying Vanessa, he screamed, You saw everything! The girl immediately struck from painful memories. The maids began to ask, Madam, will you be unhealthy? No, everything is in order. I just thought about mine. Continue. The answer was heard. Fine. Go to the next portrait. Vanessa stopped opposite the portrait of a young guy. The girl dumbfounded in a dumbfounded picture, waiting for the story. The maid said, This is a great monarch who brought peace and prosperity to the empire. The 15th Emperor Kalkas. The fair-haired guy smiled. To universal surprise, Vanessa smiled, saying, How nice! The maid asked herself in bewilderment. What about her? The puzzled Duke, reading the book, decided to ask. Where is Vanessa? Erkin answered right away. She arrived safely at the palace. It is clear what she is doing now? Erkin thought. It seems that she is not indifferent to him. Today, she had a tour of the palace. The only thing was a strange moment. They said that she looked at the portrait of the 15th emperor for several minutes. The peaceful sky spread over the imperial palace. The crowd of maids whispered, These are heavenly knights, and these two are not those who always go with His Highness? Nest put his hand on his head, saying, Why did they send me here? There is also a Bahadur. Erkin silently listened to his complaints. Crown, Your Highness? They bowed, standing in front of the Duke. Having read and closed the book, the man looked around his guards. From now on, you will accompany Vanessa. Erkin, you too. The dumbfounded knights in unison were asked, not believing their ears. What? I don't like something. The Duke viciously glanced at the wards. Frightened, the guards looked at each other, answering, We will take care of her. How did it happen that we were here? The thoughtful guys heard a barely audible clatter behind. The guys turned to the sudden voice of the future Duchess. I heard that His Highness directed you to me. We arrived on the orders of His Highness to accompany you. They introduced themselves. My name is Erkin, and I have no me. Vanessa began to appear uncertainly, but hesitated. Nest shouted the girl with his gaze, from which he became embarrassed. For a few seconds they looked at each other inquiringly. My name is Vanessa Blake. I hope we will get along. You will soon become a duchess, so you can contact us informally. But yet I have not become her, Erkin thought. Marvelous. She is careful. How will it be more convenient for you? If you need anything, contact us. Agree. Vanessa headed to the palace with the maids. Nest looked after her, thinking, What was it? She looked in my eyes. After some time, the girl was sitting in her new room. She carefully read the book, sitting at the desk. However, to focus on reading, she did not succeed. Before her eyes, the face of Neat surfaced, looking intently into her eyes. He does not look like a person from a noble family. Seeing him for the first time, I did not recognize him. But today I remembered. I intersected with him in Victoria. Then some guy ran to the guard, screaming, Help! Little Vanessa noticed how the guard answered the boy. Mister, if you behave like that, I have to inform the Count. The guy did not stop. Then save at least my sister. She has ribs broken, she cannot breathe and bleeds. But the father still does not allow her to treat it. I beg, help, the guard said. Sorry, I can't help you with anything. Then he retired. Did they beat them like that at home? Everyone just stood and did not interfere. I still can't forget his disappointed face. The girl decided to leave the carriage, heading for him. She handed a bag of money to the needling guy. In the lane across the road is a doctor. He has one blue eye. You will not be mistaken. Give him money and he will cure you without any questions. Now is not the time to pull. Take money and run faster. The boy burst into tears, then grabbed a bag from his hands and ran where they said, This is the very doctor who wrote me a recipe for sleeping pills. A few days after the meeting, I found out that the Count's daughter was dead. Then, after a couple of days, I heard that there was a fire in the Count's house, in which the Count with the Countess and their son, whom I met, died. I thought he died in that fire, and he serves here, but he lives like a different person. He is incredible. The night came. Today, Vanessa will spend the night with his room for the first time. She extended her hand to turn off the last lamp. However, because of a rich day, the girl could not close her eyes. I missed your displeased expression on your face. I wish you sweet dreams. He has unusual hobbies, however. Rather, a wedding night would have come, which will finally save me from these stupid nightmares. At the same time, the Duke stood in his office and looked out the window. Smiling, he looked at the stars, thinking about something of his own. The next day, the ladies gossiped. Have everyone heard about that hearing? I know only a rumor about Count Demian and the future Duchess. So you have already heard. What are you all talking about? They say that Count Demian, being a groom, changed the bride with a commoner. More shocking that, having learned about this, the daughter of the Duke changed. She ordered Count Demian to kill this commoner. The daughter of the Duke reported a murder in a security detachment. Wandering, the Count was killed by the father of that very commoner. The girls immediately made it. Father, what a horror! I heard that she was weak and very calm. I think nothing will happen else. for she is a daughter from a wealthy family. And what kind of rumor about the Duchess? They answered her. They say that the Duke fell in love in the aristocrat, who arrived from Victoria captured by him. Do you think she can survive after the first wedding night? If she manages to survive, then she clearly has abilities, which surpass the forces of His Highness. What is unlikely? In the morning, Vanessa heard. This is the treasure of the Kingdom of Victoria, sent by the king, as a wedding gift for the daughter of the Duke Black. Stunned by such a treasure, the girl asked, Is it to me? Of course for you. You are hope for the whole of Victoria. The soldier said, Please accept it, she thought. Doubtful gift. After all, I become a duchess not for someone, but for myself. For the sake of this neck, they spent on the road. The kingdom has not yet recovered after the war, the guard said. By the way, a letter from the Duke Black has come for you. Vanessa took a letter. Sister, it's me, Sakar. I am writing to you on behalf of our family. I was very longing for you after your departure. Dear sister, you will soon become a duchess. Many have hopes for you, but know that we are enough that you are alive and healthy. I know that you are very wise, and even far from home, you can take care of yourself. We will wait for the day when our family reunites again. As it turned out, I became very attached to the family. This letter is like a warm breeze that warms my heart. Then Vanessa said, Thank you for delivering a letter. For the sake of this gift, you made a long and difficult path. We are immensely thank you for personally met us. Time flew by unnoticed, and only one day remained before the wedding. Sitting under a stone veranda, the maid poured tea. The girl took the cup by the handle. Without thinking about anything, this relaxing tea will help you reduce pre-wedding excitement. Vanessa thanked the maids. They bowed and moved away. Taking a cup to her mouth, the girl stopped, suspecting something was amiss. Looking at the liquid, she immediately thought, This smell! Without drinking, she returned the cup back on the saucer. Then she called the maid. She answered nervously, I apologize, but I don't want tea. Could you remove from the table? And yet, I would like to take a walk. Be near. The maid trembled. Vanessa headed towards a small pond. A week has passed since I arrived at the palace. In all the turmoil, I did not remember the names of the maids who are with me. But this does not mean at all that I will not notice the new maid. The maid, who gave me tea every day, was changed the day before the wedding. Today, this maid has prepared tea for me, and he smelled of fargaro leaves. In a small amount, it causes only hallucinations. But if you brew the leaves in large quantities, this will lead to death. This is a very good way to fake sudden death. Someone wanted to kill me. I assumed that this would happen. Therefore, it does not matter who is behind this and what is the motive. After all, only one day remained before the wedding. It remains to survive for a day. At this time, work to prepare for the wedding was in full swing in the palace. Vanessa dressed up in her room and put herself in order. The maid said, Now I will apply you to make a makeup. What shade of lipstick do you prefer? Vanessa answered, Bloody. The maid was surprised. An unusual color description. I understood you. After that, the girl began to paint and powder, leading the marathon. You are so beautiful. Seeing you, the Duke will fall in love with you again. The dressed-up Vanessa stood in a wedding dress and flowers in her hands. The release of the bride. The wedding begins. The girl was ready. The door opened while Vanessa thought, Soon I will become the wife of the devil. The elegant Duke stood under the arch, next to the priest. Finally, today the first wedding night will come, which I was waiting for. Dear guests, I ask you to accompany the groom and the bride with violent applause. The devil turned slightly, noticing something unusual. One person volunteered to lead the bride to the altar. Nest, in a solemn suit, led Vanessa with a proud gait. The girl thoughtfully looked around the hall filled with guests. Before the wedding, there was a rehearsal of my exit and how the guests will behave. But I do not understand why it was necessary. This is not my first wedding, and this is not the first time I am in the center of universal attention. However, for some reason, I am worried about as never before. Because my groom is the devil. This was really the first time. Vanessa met with Isak eyes in frozen place. The Duke smiled at evaluating the beauty and pleasant aroma of the bride. The girl was a little embarrassing and uncomfortable, but she held on. The maid said that he would definitely fall in love with me again. But why then is my heart beat so much? Looking into her eyes, the devil asked a question. Are you ready? Responding to him by visual contact, Vanessa said. Yes. The only thing you need to remember is this marriage is just a formality, which will bring benefit to both of us. I can't fall in love. From this moment, the wedding ceremony begins. 3 people will perform as witnesses. His Majesty Emperor. I, the Archbishop of Penelope, is the first, as well as the godfather of the Duke, Prince Haywood. For forced reasons, the Emperor could not be present. Therefore, instead of him, a witness will be a crown prince. I think that there can be no more blasphemous marriage. The crown prince seems to be even younger than my brother Sakar. Meanwhile, the priest cleared his throat to start the ceremony. The groom, Camille Isak, whether you swear to love, respect, and take care of the bride. Vanessa Blake, until the end of his days? The Duke answered, I swear. The bride, Vanessa Blake, whether you swear to love, respect, and take care of the bridegroom Camille Isaka until the end of his days? Having nervous, Vanessa answered uncertainly, I swear. On this pronunciation of the oaths of the newlyweds came to an end. I asked the bride and groom, as a sign of love, to exchange rings. God bless your Almighty. The priest held out his hand. The girl looked at the man who was trying to choose words. Vanessa, thank you for becoming my bride. He smiled. Then the devil gently touched his cheek of his newly made wife. The provocation must be answered the same. She took a deep breath. Thank you for becoming my groom, Your Highness. The Duke was not surprisingly surprised at such an answer from the girl. I look forward to tonight, my dear bride. After that, the newlyweds kissed. The hall exploded with applause. However, one of the guests did not share joy with the rest. In a fit of inner anger, the girl broke her fan. At the end of the ceremony, all the guests headed out into the street. The tables were bursting with food, while magicians conjured the canopies. All guests were delighted with presentation and feasts. Everyone approached the couple. Accept my congratulations, the Duke and the Duchess. You look so beautiful together. I wish you to live a long and happy life. However, Vanessa looked at her husband thinking, what is he plotting? I know that that kiss was just part of the ceremony, but I could not imagine that he would really do it. Is this the same necklace from Victoria, brought as a wedding gift? There are no such precious stones in the Empire. They shimmer so beautifully. Indeed, after all, Victoria is famous for the mines on the mainland. This necklace is ideal for you, Duchess. And of course, is it very expensive? All the girls sincerely rejoiced at the Duchess, smiling, aristocrat from the captured state in the center of noble ladies. But despite this, I do not feel condemnation, but rather goodwill. I thought that among them was a person who wants to eliminate me. I will communicate at ease and openly, without any hostility. The girls surrounded her continued to congratulate Vanessa. The Duke, surrounded by men, periodically glanced towards his wife. Finally, I can calmly sit. For a long time I have not talked with so many people. Suddenly, the Duchess heard a rustle, not far from herself. She got up and went to the column, thinking, is there someone there? Vanessa was very surprised to find a lonely figure behind the column. Below, holding his knees, a crown prince sat, all frightened. Going closer to him, she noticed. Is he crying? Okay. I think it will be better if I leave it here. Going back. The girl accidentally stepped onto the branch and she cracked. The boy immediately raised his head and looked at Vanessa. The Duchess awkwardly looked into his eyes, not knowing what to say. The surprised boy wiped his eyes and asked, Duchess, sorry that so suddenly prevented you, the crown prince. No, it's okay. No need to apologize. He bowed. It turned out that he was not crying. Then why does he tremble? He said awkwardly. Once again, I sincerely congratulate you on marriage, Vanessa asked. Crown Prince, are you accidental? She said. I'll go call people. The boy immediately grabbed her sleeve. The Duchess looked in surprise at the frightened guy. The fact is that since birth I am very weak. Therefore, I had to sit down to relax a bit. Do not worry about me. After some time, it will become easier for me. Vanessa tried to say something, but the prince stopped her. Crown Prince, could you show me your palms? The hunch was confirmed. Prince, do you have a lack of mana? How did you know? I read that this disease is widespread. It was inherited to you. I am well aware of this disease. After all, a very dear person was sick to me with the same disease. I don't even remember in which country and what kind of life it was. I was a princess. The princess's childhood was the happiest among all my lives. But everything changed when the 14th emperor made me an offer. And from that moment on, the life of the princess has become a continuous misfortune. At that time, the emperor was an avid womanizer who had several wives. Why did he need a 6-year-old princess who had no power? But I could not refuse, since our state was their colony. I had no choice but to become his concubine. However, the emperor's impulsive interest in me quickly disappeared, and together with his son, Calchas was thrown in the most distant part of the palace. The young fair-haired boy heard him called out. He immediately ran to his mother, smiling and hugging her. The woman gently put her hands on his shoulders, looking into her eyes. Then she laid her hand on his head and began to pour manna. What the woman asked for half. How are you? Have you got better? Smiling, the boy answered. Yes, now it does not hurt at all. Calchas had a very rare disease, a lack of mana. All people in the body produce mana microparticles. These particles act as immunity from magical influence. If the body cannot produce mana from birth, then you need to contact the wizard and take 8 mana cycles. Fortunately, in a past life, I was a witch. Therefore, it was easy for me to look after my son. Starting from the wedding, I had very difficult times, but thanks to you, my life has a meaning. If only you grew up healthy. However, such tests, on the contrary, make a person stronger. Calchas was the most capable among all the princes, but there were those who envied him. In order to stop this, I needed the advancedness of the emperor. Therefore, I decided to become my favorite concubine in the palace. Thus, I protected my son from oppression. Time went on as usual. Calchas ascended the throne. But the imperial family immediately began to build intrigues. I got into their network and died. In the last minutes of my life, I thought about my son, which eventually was left completely alone after my death. This is a great monarch who brought peace and prosperity to the empire, when his mother was poisoned, and the circumstances of death were disclosed. The imperial family was repressed. After that, he pursued a policy of compassion. Having committed many good deeds, he died at the age of 54 years. Even after death, they continued to recall him as a merciful monarch. Vanessa said aloud, I am proud of you, my dear Calchas. From her memories, the prince's worried voice pulled her out. Duchess, are you okay? The girl immediately came to her senses. She answered, Yes, I just thought a little. Duchess, you somehow look unhealthy. He also worried. After that, he added, And it seems to you sad? Without hesitation, she answered, Everything is fine with me, the crown prince. This child looks weak, but he has a very kind heart. And he is stronger than it seems. What is it still, dear? Stroking him on the head, the girl asked, How do you feel now? The guy was surprised, thought. Suddenly, all the pain disappeared. What happened? For that, he wanted to ask. Duchess. But he was immediately called out by a familiar voice behind the girl. The empress asked with an arrogant look, What are you doing there? The boy cried out. Mother, Vanessa thought, is this an empress? What are you standing? Spend the crown prince. The maid answered, Yes, mistress, and ran to the guy. Vanessa thought about it. I know almost nothing about the current empress. Greetings, Her Majesty, the imperator. The girl bowed. Then I thought, First you need to be polite and quickly leave. The new bride of the duke, or should I contact you a duchess? I think it will not have to be yet. You still die after the first wedding night. At the same time, the duke sat on the sofa surrounded by guests. Many still approached him and gave gifts. However, he was not interested in this. Suddenly, he felt something. Isak looked at Erkin and Nesta, carelessly chatting. Then he called Badur, who appeared that hour. Now urgently find Vanessa and bring her to me. I heard that you are from an outstanding family in Victoria, and, according to rumors, you have some of your manners. But even if so, do you seriously think that the Duke fell in love? And you think that now you can do everything? The Empress switched to a scream. What is the reason that she is so openly showing her hostility towards me? I don't know what the reason is, so I will just be sweet with her. Choosing words, Vanessa began to answer. No, not at all. Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind. What are you doing there? The Duke went in their direction with his indifferent retinue. The Empress hesitated, and Isak asked, Did you want to tell my wife something? The woman was baptized guiltily. No, nothing at all. Sighing, Vanessa saw her reaction and understood. So what's the matter? The girl decided not to arrange scandals. Everything is fine. The dumbfounded Empress and the Duke looked at the Duchess. The Empress just congratulated us and wished us a long and happy life. The devil asked for disbelief. Did she wish us happiness? He slowly turned and took a couple of steps in her direction. Without saying anything, he brazenly put a finger on the Empress's lips, after which the man smiled and sat maliciously. Impossible. The Empress was surprised and blushed, asking, Duke? Vanessa looked at this unusual picture with misunderstanding. Suddenly, the devil looked at his wife and smiled sweetly. She answered him with a cold and indifferent look. A second later, the man jerked his finger, pushing the woman's head. Then the Duke turned and declared, The celebration is over. Vanessa and I will go to the palace, he said his word. Looking at him, the girl thought puzzled. What was it? It looks like he was angry. Nest and Erkin escorted the girl. Suddenly, the Duke stopped and turned to his wife. He turned to her, while she looked inquiringly at her husband. Meet me tonight in our bedroom. He smiled, then added, I hope you are waiting for this moment. A couple of minutes later, Erkin announced, The carriage arrived. The Duchess. Can I call you a Duchess now? Vanessa agreed. She asked, His Highness will not go with us? He will follow us. The law of the Empire prohibits only the engaged to go together. Exactly. They confess another religion, and here I am, a conservative. She climbed into the carriage and sat in the seat, saying, I apologize that I went away without telling you about it. I heard that His Highness has reported you for it. It's okay. It was our mistake. From now on, we will be more attentive. What are you carrying? She left, not saying anything. Of course, she is to blame. Erkin looked at Note in displeasure, whispering, Hush! Vanessa grinned, hearing their friendly skirmish. She said, No, I want to thank you that they brought me to the altar, instead of my father. He answered, They ordered me. Do not thank. It was not so difficult. Erkin closed the carriage, sending it on the road to the palace. There was a clatter of hooves and brings the roar. A wedding night will come soon. By the way, the reason why the Empress behaved like that, I think this is due to the fact that she still likes Camille. Is that poison tea? The work of the Empress? In order to prevent our wedding and get the Duke? It is impossible. She is the Emperor's sister. Why does she hate me? Suddenly, she heard some irreplaceable noise outside the window. Interest still took his own, and she decided to look out the window. The first thing Vanessa noticed was a bunch of confetti. People screamed, My God! She opened the curtains. Where? I also want to see. It seems she, the Duchess. She is so beautiful. Glory to Her Highness, Duchess. For Victoria Camille, he is an invader. But for Alberic, he is a hero. I never considered myself a patriot, but now I do not even know. Duchess, soon we will come to the palace. We initially had to go there, but the Duke decided to stop in the main palace building. The maids bowed and said, Welcome to you, the Duchess. Separately, only one woman greeted everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm a maid of honor. My name is Trudy. I, as responsible for the farm in the palace, should show you it. However, first of all, you need to prepare for the first wedding night. Vanessa agreed, thinking, He says as if orders. These maids, probably, are already conducting such training for the 6th time, thinking that in the morning the Duchess will become a stray corpse. I am lied if I say that I am not at all worried. After all, I am also just the production of the devil. Vanessa left the bath. The maids began to wear it in the prepared nightie. Pulling a bow on her chest, the maid said, Duchess, close your eyes. Despite this, more than fear, I feel awe. Having blindfolded Vanessa, the maids began to draw her to another room. However, they left her in the corridor. Now we will leave you. Suddenly, the girl heard someone approached her. The Duchess raised her head, asking uncertainly, Your Highness? At the time when Vanessa was preparing, Isak was busy the same. The court servants made him massage, filamenting the body, while he got wet in the bathroom, preparing for the long, awaited night. He asked, Why do you need this dreary preparation at all? Baldur simply silently looked at him, without answering anything. It is necessary to fully adhere to wedding orders. Erkin would have become a notation, and this is generally zero reaction. The knight reacted only when he was called directly. Now you will also accompany Vanessa. Baldur was silent. The Duke added, But so that she does not know about it. Understood? For several seconds, the knight was silent, discussing this subject. Realizing his task, he bowed low to his master. Isak thought, Why was it so early for me? The servants tried to dress the Duke in front of the wedding night. Opening the door, they said, Your Highness, the Duchess awaits you. The man walked slowly along the corridor, looking for his wife. Turning around the corner, he froze, seeing a girl with blindfolded eyes. The empire has a kind of tradition for the first wedding night. The bride, with blindfolded eyes, awaits the groom who takes her into the bedroom. Despite the fact that I see nothing, it seems that there is someone here. He goes in my direction. The stomp of legs became louder. Vanessa again turned to the owner of the steps. Camel? Without answering anything, the man smiled. Looking at the girl, the Duchess thought with interest, why isn't anyone answering me? Suddenly, the Duke silently grabbed Vanessa by the hand and dragged somewhere. In the middle of an empty corridor, there was a loud cotton door. In the room, they were already waiting for a soft bed and all the amenities. Candles burned everywhere, dully illuminating the decoration of the bedroom. The Duke slowly leaned toward the face of a puzzled girl. They still held each other by the hand, without saying a word. Vanessa asked herself, what is he going to do? The devil silently touched the cheek and lips of the Duchess. From such actions, she blushed and embarrassed. A second later, he reached for her head, untie the knot. With a quiet rustle, the black bandage slowly fell to the floor. First, Vanessa blinked to get used to lighting. Then she looked in surprise at Isak's face, which was too close. The man did not take his eyes with a surprised girl, smiling. Then he walked away, asking, Are you worried? She answered. I was really waiting for this moment, the Duke said. You do not need to be so calm. He carefully uncorked the bottle, pouring wine into glasses. Putting the glasses, he looked towards his wife. So will you stand? The man sat at the table, waiting for the girl. Walking awkwardly from foot to foot, Vanessa still sat down. Then a pause came. They silently looked at each other. The Duchess did not know who should be the first to start the conversation. She gave a voice. Your Highness, about my nightmares. Drinking wine, the Duke calmly answered. Do not rush the event. He stretched pleasure, slowly right. I already said. What I want to see your displeased, irritated face. He watched her incomprehensible face through the glass of the glass. Then the devil laid his head on his hand and said, Tell me. Not understanding the rules of the game, Vanessa clarified. What to tell? Isak answered. Anything. I really like your voice, the girl said. Once anything. Fine. She took the bottle. I don't know how nice it will be for you to listen to it, but I will tell my story. Because of all degenerations, sometimes I forget who I really are. A lot of time has passed since I lost my peace of mind. And as you already know, what complicates my life most? This is life in two worlds, in reality and in nightmares. In the afternoon, I can concentrate and live a normal life, but as soon as I fall asleep, I drown in endless pain. And all this is repeated every day, as if the swamp sucks me. After that, Vanessa cried, drinking a little wine. The devil was pleasantly surprised. These emotions are very sweet. The Duchess did not restrain her tears without looking at the man. Suddenly, the Duke rose from his place, heading for his wife. The girl looked at the newly made husband in surprise. You have become for me the one that becomes calmer for me. He approached the Duchess, stroking her cheek. Not wanting to wait more, Vanessa shouted, Your Highness! Smiling, the man answered, Let's get down to business. He stood above her, holding his shoulders, and without saying anything. Vanessa did not know what could happen at any second. Will he do the same as last time in childhood? The Duchess remembered her first meeting with the devil. Having wrinkled, she restrained her tears while the devil kissed her forehead. Suddenly, a rainy and cold forest transferred her to the night. Vanessa stepped on her bare feet on a limp, wet earth. The pouring rain whipped her in the face, and nighty stuck to the body. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by a bright flash, from which the girl jumped. Seeing a small wooden building in front of her, she asked, Where am I? Having acquired herself, Vanessa thought desperately, How cold. To begin with, I will hide from the rain in that house. She opened the door. The room was almost empty. The girl went inside. Looking around and examined, the Duchess thought, There is no one here? Suddenly, something sharply attracted her attention to herself. Opposite her, lowering her head, a bound girl was sitting on the chair. She was all in the wounds and abrasions. Vanessa approached her. The Duchess knew exactly who was sitting in front of her now. A slightly remote from the empire is a small kingdom. The most ordinary past life in which I had neither strength nor abilities. I was a very famous actress performing in the theater. Taking a bucket of water, someone decided to wake the girl. Not expecting such a sharp awakening, the actress coughed. An elderly lady asked, Woke up? The girl cried out, Countess! Why are you doing this to me? The woman snorted displeasedly. Then she answered, "Because you are a friend of Roa who will kill her." Roa, my old friend and the most devoted fan. She became the concubine of Count Kanoa, and thanks to her, I, being an unknown actress, was able to play the main role in the play. You are really a very talented actress. It depends on your ideas. There is a feeling that I am also the main character. You are very cool. ROA could not get enough of her friend's successes. We were the happiest when we spent time together. However, the Countess, who was shifted by ROA, out of jealousy, planned the murder, in which she was going to use me, her best friend. This is a dagger that you use tomorrow during the performance. The end of the dagger is lubricated with poison. Before the end of the performance, you must kill the ROA. The dumbfounded girl did not want to recognize reality, since if you kill it, it will be sad and most painful in the world. You are a bastard! Do you think I will kill Roa for you? Even if you threaten me, I will never kill her. The Countess answered, "Number, you have no other choice." She took a neatly connected strand of hair and threw it. "Looking at this," the actress said, "this is my mother's hair." The woman said, "Right, the life of your mother is in my hands." Vanessa looked at the trembling past from the side. "I can't look at it anymore." Suddenly the devil approached her. "The situation in which you must choose. The life of a girlfriend or mother? What could be more tragic?" The man smiled, and then he asked maliciously, "So did you still kill her?" Calmly, "From my indignation, nothing will change anyway, since this is already a living life." She answered, "You will find out soon." The devil removed a smile from his face, watching the frozen girl. Vanessa tried to gather her thoughts, suppressing emotions. "The day of the performance has come," the actress said. "So the sun has already risen." The girl played out well. Even the time is not on my side. "The Black Reaper is already ahead of me." She raised her hand up. "The only thing I can choose." The girl looked nervously at her friend. "If Roe does not die, then my mother will die." Roy smiled at her friend. At the same time, the Countess sitting nearby threw evil eyes towards the blonde. And then the hour came when the actress was forced to get a knife. About this side of the pitch darkness, the audience carefully watched her. I was infinitely regretted. The girl sobbed on stage. If I could return at that moment of my life. Vanessa and the devil watched as the actress struck. I would make another choice. The face of the Duchess was darkened. "The only thing I can choose is the side of pitch darkness. But I just can't afford to betray my girlfriend." The actress froze on the edge of the stage, and a poisoned knife in her hand. The Countess thought, "What are you, hesitation, and do not kill her?" "Once so," the woman said loudly. "Take it off the scene, Lively. Going on stage." The elderly lady said, "I suspected this. This girl attempted the life of the concubine of the Count himself. What are you carrying? This is all you." She immediately closed her mouth with a gag. The actress in shock looked guilty into her friend's eyes. The dumbfounded Roa only said quietly, "Impossible. Doesn't it seem to you that this is some kind of misunderstanding?" "I'm sorry, but it's true. We have evidence. Bring it. This is the same dagger that was directed at you during the performance. My servant saw how she plied the poison of a dagger. If I had not been adjusted, then at the end of the performance, she would pierce you." Roa could not believe her eyes and ears. "Can't be." "No. This is all a dirty lie. Please believe me. Ro!" The blonde trembled, either from fear or from the awareness of betrayal. The actress with a connected mouth tried to scream something inaudible. With a pleading look, she looked into the eyes of her friend approaching her. The actress was supposed to explain to ROA, but the gag prevented the speaking. Roa gave a voice. "But I loved and appreciated you very much. But now I want you to burn in hell for a long time and painfully." The traitor. This word echoed in the head of the actress. The girl thought in despair, "No, wait! Do not leave! I beg you!" However, her friend left her, heading for the maids. The voice of the Countess was heard from behind. "Kill this girl." Tears filled the girl's eyes when she looked at the woman later. The Countess looked at her in response with a ruthless look. The guards answered the order. "Will be done, Countess." Right on the stage, the soldiers made a sentence. Vanessa looked at her body lying in a pool of blood. An interesting picture. When you were a saint, on the contrary, everyone died of your hands. In this life you were helpless, and you were so simply killed. It was insanely unfair that I had to die for nothing. Returning, for a long time I could not recover. I was worried about my mother. remembered my unsuccessful life of the actress. But the most painful was that Roa did not believe me. Crossing his arms over his chest, the devil heard Vanessa whimper. Sobbing, the girl thought, "My heart is about to tear to pieces, despite the fact that a lot of time passed. It hurts as if it were yesterday. When will this pain take place? For what? What exactly is me for?" The devil licked his lips. How sweet. This is aromatic despair. Of course, not as good as the first time, but still a pleasant dinner. Only I should be cheerful. Why is it so uneasy? I am gloriously saturated, but my mind is annoyed. Intelligence? The devil who should act instinctively thought about the mind. Unpleasant sensation. The man frowned, squinting the red eyes. Having straightened his wings, he thought, there is no need for this reasonableness. At that very moment, the Duke's lips began to let go of Vanessa's forehead. Suddenly, the girl cried loudly and desperately. He said, "I warned." She answered, "The head hurts very much." Stroking her head, the Duke said, "Just be patient." The Duchess grabbed his hand, trembling. "It hurts me very much." Suddenly, he hugged her, listening to the speeches of a trembling girl. Better kill me. If her past is the main dish, then the pain after what he saw is like a dessert. It is better to install everything as it is. But why do I want to help her? Vanessa continued. We agreed that you stop the pain. He answered uncertainly. This is true. Suddenly she hugged his neck. Well then, do at least something. There is one way that can stop the pain of Vanessa. Smiling, he asked maliciously, You definitely won't regret it? The Duchess looked at him with a mournful and imploring look. Having built a serious face, the man took his wife in his arms. Then they slowly headed towards the bed. The devil gently laid a ruptured girl on the bed. He opened a beautiful and fascinating look of an innocent girl. For several seconds, the man examined his wife. After that, he gently laid a finger on her lips. Close your eyes. The girl obeyed, after which they weaved in a kiss. Dawn came. The sun's rays looked out the windows. At this time, the devil and the immortal girl connected in a delicate kiss. Turning away from her, Isak felt her heavy breathing. The Duke smiled again and asked, Did you feel better? The reddened Duchess thought. The pain began to subside, but a little more. She pulled up her surprised husband to her. Completely save me from pain. Now she kissed him, the man without sniffing his eyes. She looked at the girl dumbfounded. The devil did not manage to figure out anything when suddenly something pushed him. It was Vanessa, which was now on top. Turning over, Vanessa did not break away from his lips for a second. The longer I live here, the less emotions I experience. But I even like it. After some time, she was still able to break away from him. The smiling Duke asked, Well, how are you better? She answered, A little, and she thought, I seem to have gone crazy. That's what it meant. You definitely won't regret it? Sorry to be rude. He was not angry? She looked at her husband. I have no idea what he thinks about. He said, Yes, you were rude. The man lowered his gaze, thinking about something. Then he put his hand closer to his wife, saying, By the way, Vanessa, grabbing her by the waist, he asked, What did your hug mean? The dumbfounded Vanessa clarified, Do you have it for the first time? If you are talking about our relationship and kiss, then yes. I'm confused. I was sure that he already had experience. Suddenly, the Duke himself approached the neck of the shocked Vanessa. He began to kiss her. Is it normal that I am the first to have him? The girl felt pleasant sensations from the touch of the devil. It doesn't matter, because I also want him now. She succumbed to his spell. However, my partner is the devil. You can't be mistaken. The man raised his eyes in surprise when Vanessa called him. All that was between us means only good. This phrase was able to not surprise the insensitive creature. Suddenly, he took her hand and gently gave her a kiss. The surprised Duchess cried out, Your Highness! He broke away from her hand, smiled and looked into her eyes. Let's stop there, dear. I will not touch you anymore. I want to do everything for you that you would not wish. I think you have to invite your family. It would not be bad if you live with your family in the palace. The dumbfounded Duchess, stuttering, asked, Are you serious? Certainly. What do you think if your brother will study at the Palace Academy? I will personally write him a letter of recommendation. Vanessa froze. Recommendation from the Duke himself. She will help Sakaru. There is nothing better than training in the Empire. The Duchess said, Thank you very much, Your Highness. Was he really worried that I was longing for my family? You are so good-natured to me, I have no reason to refuse. My brother will also be very happy. She did not have time to finish. The devil turned his head and looked in surprise at his wife. Vanessa fell on the bed, her legs tight, and sniffed softly. Putting her hands near her face, she slept peacefully and carefree. The first wedding night was very heavy for my wife. He covered her and said, "Good night and sweet dreams." As soon as I opened my eyes, the first thing I thought about how well I slept, morning without torment and nightmares. How long I have not experienced this feeling. Was it always so beautiful? The opportunity to sleep calmly and feel protected, as if in a warm embrace. Suddenly a voice was heard nearby. "Good morning, my wife." Next to her lay the Duke. Vanessa cried out, "Your Highness!" "And good morning to you." The man looked at her, smiling. Suddenly, a thought arose. Despite the fact that the devil is Camille, he brings me only happiness. It seems that if I am with him, I can withstand even a repeating life. Suddenly, the man kissed the girl, from which she froze. She stared at her satisfied husband. "You look at me as if you were asking you to kiss. Better tell me, how the first wedding night do you like? I want to listen to your impressions. I don't know whether it will be correct if I put it like that. But it seemed like I was in paradise." The Duke was surprised at such words. Then he answered. And however, she expressed herself very boldly. "For the first time I feel this, so I did not know how to say the best. One way or another, I'm glad that my wife was satisfied. Everything is exclusively thanks to you, my dear husband." Then Isak got up and declared, "Get up soon, we will have breakfast." He put her at the table. Vanessa asked in shock, "When did you manage?" "While you slept, I ordered to set the table." The Duchess thanked him. "Planting," the Duke said. "I know what is needed. But I still don't understand why people enjoy this food so." "Devils do not eat human food?" he answered. "There is no need to have it. There are many suffering people in the world, so human food is indifferent to me. And if you want to feel a different taste, you can spend a day in bed with me." Vanessa was embarrassed. How he says so calmly about it. Since it went for that, what about the day to spend this day? "But you have a lot of things." The Duke answered. "Number. I'm still a devil. I unleash wars and kill people. And I do not do the troubles of the Duke, and do not dig in politics. I am saying that these cases can be entrusted to my subordinates. Camille is known all over the world as a tyrant and killer. We must not forget about it. But even so, for me, Camille is the one to whom I can show myself real, and also my savior. But perhaps these are my selfish thoughts. By the way, I thought about it from the celebration on the occasion of victory. Among the rest, you stand out with your mind and self-confidence. If you were a man, you could become a valuable advisor. In the Empire, there are no people," he answered. "Number I killed them all. They were noisy. They said that it is not necessary to oppress the states. Simply put, killed because they were too correct. Moreover, the face of the crown prince became so pale and appetizing, when almost his whole family was dying before his eyes. But the crown prince is just a small child. The future in which he is haunted by a man whom he considers his uncle. It becomes a reality." "Poor." Vanessa turned to her husband. "Could you be a little kinder in relation to the prince?" Suddenly, the devil froze, gently grunted with a knife on a plate. The Duchess was frightened, seeing how the expression on her husband's face changes. The man asked a cold and frightening voice, "Kinder? Are you worried about me for the crown prince now?" The devil looked into Vanessa's eyes, expecting an answer from her. The girl was worried. "I crossed the line with my request?" "Not at all. I meant that you are already full, thanks to me. I think there is no need to eat a crown prince." Wiping his mouth, Isak said, "This is anxiety about him. Looks like you got attached to the prince?" "I have it or not, I will solve it myself." Vanessa answered, detached. "I understood. I'm sorry." Suddenly, the Duke loudly slapped his hand over the dining table. Then he turned sharply, and with a displeased look, headed for the exit. Sloping the door behind him, he left the Duchess alone. She remembered his words. "I will do everything you wish." He recently said something else. "Okay, now you have to think about yourself. And do not worry about someone else. We must stop thinking about the prince. And focus more on yourself. Yes, it will be better." The servants were whispering. The first wedding night is still overcome. It seems that he really values the Duchess. That's just, it seems, or the Duke is dissatisfied with something? Associated with the Duchess? Really already? Camille realized that they were discussing him. He sharply closed the book, thereby forcing them to shut up. He himself put his hand to his lips, thinking deeply. Sitting on an armchair and resting his legs on the table, he thought, I don't like it. Duchess, today you have a little loaded day. First, you need to consider 18 audience requests. And then, you have a tour of the Imperial Palace, according to your plan. Vanessa answered quite calmly. Okay, I understand. Erkin, who was watching her, thought, it does not seem to be worried. Of the 18 requests for the audience, most people, they wanted to meet because they were wondering how she survived. Girl 19 years old, short and with low social position. The vassals who came to meet the young duchess. They imagined a good doll that can be controlled. However, after the conversation, they all were delighted and changed their minds. The duties of the duchess are extensive and are not tied to a certain area. Politics and acute questions are no exception. However, nothing can change the origin of the duchess. The difference in statuses is one of the difficult problems that did not go around their pair. After all, the authority of the duke's wife is directly related to her social status. To put aside for a while, Vanessa sat down tiredly on the sofa. Almost half a day was spent only on the greeting of people. There was another, last item in my schedule. In a cold and not very pleasant voice, I started talking. I personally conduct a tour of the palace for Her Highness. She inquestedly announced an orderly in a tone. Follow me. Her name is her name? She again speaks with me in an orderly tone. Since there will be dinner soon, I will show you only the most important places. They went around almost the entire palace under the description of the maid. They also visited the library. This palace is so huge. Passing along the corridor, Vanessa looked in questioningly out the window. Then she asked Trudy, what is this small building? This is a secret greenhouse of His Highness. The entrance is prohibited. Therefore, do not go there for anything. The woman seemed to threaten the Duchess. I will take into account. And she thought, what is it, since they are forbidden to enter? The maid said, this is the last thing I will show you today. The girl was in the hall filled with portraits. Trudy began to quickly explain the dumbfounded Vanessa. The hall in which statues and portraits of the Isakov family are collected, the story of which has several hundred years. Here, records of all Isaks have been preserved, starting with the ancestors. However, the Duchess stopped opposite the largest portrait. Portrait of Camilla. In the picture, he looked the same as living, but still there is a small difference in the portrait and the real Duke. Suddenly, something very much attracted Vanessa's attention. Portrait of women who are located next to him. Is all the dead duchesses? She began to read the description of everyone. Indeed, this is an important place where the story of the whole kind is reflected. But she clearly brought me here, hinting at my origin, to show me that I, by status, are below all the deceased duchess. Since you also have become a member of this family, then your portrait will be here. She definitely wants to humiliate me. However, Vanessa is not shy. We have already agreed with the artist. When will it be convenient for you to meet with him? The girl answered, it is more convenient for me when people, speaking with me, look into my eyes. Trudy fell to her knees. Forgive me if my behavior seemed rude. Vanessa was shattered by anger, but she tried to control herself. Tolerate. Nothing good happens if I swear with her, Vanessa said. If you are finished, then I'm leaving. The maids agreed. Trudy was the last who came out with a displeased look. His Highness asked to convey that he could not join dinner. Instead, he ordered me to personally take care of you. With a calm look, Vanessa answered, fine, go for now. The girl began eating and suddenly remembered something. She turned to Erkin. He did not respond. The Duchess said, I want to ask you about something. For some time after dinner, Vanessa sat in her room. It turns out 3 years ago, Trudy was a nanny of the Crown Prince and part-time maid of honor. The girl studied old notes. Initially, she worked in the palace, and after retirement, she was going to her homeland. But suddenly, she was directed to work in the Duke's palace. Apparently, this is the work of the Empress. I sent a man here. Perhaps this may be somehow connected with the deaths of former Duchess. Vanessa thanked the knight. He answered, maybe you still need something? Make sure that Trudy information remained secret from the Duke. I do not want him to be worried. Erkin bowed. I think Trudy will not leave me alone. Maybe remove it? Or lure her to your side? I'm still watching her. At this time, the young guys trained to fight on swords. The knight approached the Duke. Your Highness, I apologize, but what are you doing? He answered at ease. I break the dragonfly wings, the soldier asked. For what? The devil said. This is very exciting. Even this Bukashka instinctively fights for her life. I wonder what a person will do if he was in the place of a dragonfly. The subordinate answered in fright. Clear! And he thought, I'm afraid of him. By the way, did the prince have already ended classes? The answer was, yes. Here he is, just running around. The prince slowed down the run when he saw his uncle. The man looked at the child, as if at a piece of juicy meat. He immediately remembered the recent request of his wife. The prince bowed and greeted the duke with a trembling voice. Camel immediately answered, It looks like you are carefully learning. Your riding skills have become much better. The boy was shocked. Is it true? Thank you for notice this. And for what reason did you come to me so suddenly? The fact is that I just wanted to give you a gift, the surprised prince asked. Present? Uncle answered. Yes, especially for you. At the same moment, the duke handed the boy to the dragonfly, the very one that he recently broke all the wings. Seeing the reaction of the prince, the devil smiled and said, I hope you like it. But judging by your face expression, it seems that you are sorry for the bug. But should the future emperor be worried about such an insignificant death? According to logic, for the sake of the next generation, you need to sacrifice the cow. Is your uncle, fighting, not saved many starving people? The crown prince answered in a trembling voice. Yes, you are right. So you, prince, should learn to be easily treated with insignificant creatures. Such is the fate of all those who were born in the imperial family. The boy took the dragonfly and said, I understand you. Thanks for the instruction. I am always happy to help. He thought, I really like this taste. Therefore, I can never let this treat for anything. Suddenly, soldiers arrived. Your Highness, urgent news! They say that a large number of monsters appeared in the mountains. Can't be. Those monsters cannot destroy my pursuit. This is the work of the demon. Everything is complicated. After all, I cannot reveal my personality. Despite the dreary matter, you need to solve everything humanly. If we do not hurry, then even more residents of the estate will suffer. Yes, let's get on the road and call heavenly knights. Prince, I have an urgent business, so I will go. The boy again trembled. Take care of yourself, uncle. I will wait for the day you will instruct me again. Turning around, the duke headed for the next battle. In the end, he threw the prince only one phrase. As you know. As soon as his uncle left, the prince hastened to bury the dragonfly. Standing the pickdruck in a small grave, the boy read a prayer. While the boy was standing, folding together, then remembered something. Looking at his palms, he remembered the face of a good duchess. The boy thought about how such a kind woman married his uncle. The armed duke thought on horseback. If we go now, then I can't see Vanessa for several days, so even better. Some time will pass, and all incomprehensible feelings will subside. He ordered, Tell my wife that I'm on the departure. Vanessa was reported. His Highness will be absent for several days. The Duchess answered the soldier. Understood. He worshipped hastily. Walking around the room, the girl thought. He suddenly left. In recent days, we really did not even see him, somehow sad. Stop! What about me? Why do I think about it at all? Vanessa, embarrassed, crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes. At that moment, because of the column, in the far behind her, Trudy watched her. At this time, in the province of Rosent, in the estate of the Duke of Isak, chaos was happening. The Duke said, This place is still similar to the outback. He saw people who barely stood on their feet, and their bodies were covered with something green. Many were seriously injured or survived their last minutes. Without giving a look, the devil thought. A pleasant smell of blood. Huge but deserted land on the very outskirts of the empire. There are few people living here. Moreover, there is no sense in them. But these are still my possessions, and I don't like that someone has invaded here. I am the head of the province of Rosent. I welcome your highness. The duke asked with a serious look. How many people were injured? I will not say for sure, but about 100 died and went missing. And the scale of material damage is several times larger. Protective posts are destroyed, but everyone who remained will fight with you. Please save our inhabitants, Isak thought. This is not my business. But I have not hunted monsters for a long time. I feel it will be fun. The man turned and ordered, All knights, get ready for the battle. Not all soldiers shared the joy and excitement of the master. As a result, the monsters were much larger and worse than everyone thought. One of the few surviving knights trembled, standing with a sword in their hands. The monster bulged his snake-green eyes on him. Unable to even move, the guy shouted. It should have been the last minutes of a soldier's life. But suddenly behind him, the Duke came out of nowhere. Having made a high jump, he waved a saber in front of the monster's head. With one strong and sharp movement, the head of the monster came off the body. The man looked smugly, smearing his face with green blood. The saved soldier screamed, thank you so much. Isak thought, why are there so many? 3 years ago there were half of them. They, it seems to me, even prepared for the offensive. Suddenly, one of the knights reported, we did everything as you said. The monsters became stronger, and they also began to recover faster. But is it not for heavenly knights that they are not the same? Okay, I'll deal with this. The soldier immediately answered, fine. The devil wiped his face from the blood of the reptile. Then I thought, he stepped by the eye of a severed head and opened it. Who was it? What demon destroyed the curse I posed? Taking advantage of magic, he began to watch the past through the eyes of the monster. Earlier, lightning flashed over the province, opening the portal. Several dozen different monsters sank to the ground. However, a human figure with weapons in his hands slowly walked between the monsters. He gave the order, kill all the people who are here. Seeing the true culprit, the devil was not surprisingly surprised. It turned out to be the same demon aristocrat responsible for murders. A rather unexpected turn of events. He stepped away from his head. After a long time, a new king of demons appeared. How annoying, the soldier reported. Your Highness, we finished with those monsters. The Duke turned around, leaning his thoughts, answering, we are moving on. A few days later, life in the palace walked its turn. 4 days have passed since the departure of His Highness. Time flew quickly. Since I was busy with Trudy and took on the duties of the mistress of the palace, slowly rubbing her neck, Vanessa sighed heavily. The young maid approached the girl. Duchess, don't you want tea? Smiling, Vanessa answered. Yes, pour, please. After I took on these duties, I was surprised. The budget of the Duke's house is equivalent to the budget of the whole Victoria. I think I need to find a person who would help me. Suddenly, Vanessa turned to the maid. Call you Paulette? She nodded, answering. Yes, the Duchess. She remembered my name. She seems to look smart. You need to check it. Are you Zammy? Why the cost of an earlier for a garden is greater than that year? The Empire brings marble from the colonial kingdom of Rozan. The price for it rose due to bad weather, when ships could not often walk. And also, recently there have been riots. Therefore, this time, it would be nice to have finances with a margin. I think you will not have to change the budget. Vanessa thanked her. Accurate, Paulette answered. There is nothing. The Duchess was satisfied. At that moment, another maid entered the room. Trudy, as always with a displeased look, brought mail. Duchess, you received invitations to celebrations. What to do with them? Celebrations. It seems the time has come to show yourself in secular circles. I do not want to take part in 2 big events. Therefore, take away from them several suitable for me. I recommend you 4 events to attend. The triumph of the Duchess of Arashi, the triumph of the Duchess of Patricia and Countess Canada, as well as the triumph of the Duchess of Leonardo. Have you decided to go to? Vanessa looked thoughtfully at the maid, not knowing whether to believe her. Trudy added, Choose the Duchess, the girl thought. Before the Duchess lay 4 envelopes with different seals. Vanessa carefully peered into everyone, not knowing what to do. Paulette, looking at the mistress, was worried. What will she choose? With a slow movement, the girl laid her hand on a letter with a blue seal. Suddenly, the Duchess gave a voice. Paulette, what do you think? The dumbfounded maid asked. What do you mean? I say that I want you to help me with a choice. Smiling, the girl involuntarily got excited, looking at Trudy. Then she, stuttering, answered. Let's see then. The Duchess of Arashi is a very authoritative person in a secular circle. The Duchess of Patricia is also in the center of the secular world. They represent 2 fractions. Closing closer to one, you lose relationships with the other. And Countess Karanita is a good friend of Mrs. Patricia. It turns out that the latter is the best option for the Duchess. What do you think about the triumph of the Duchess of Leonardo? Vanessa smiled at the maid, saying, Then we will dwell on it. Stunned and displeased, Trudy wanted to object. The Duchess said, Send a letter about my participation. Having no right to say anything against, the woman obeyed. Surprised, Paulette turned to the girl. Vanessa answered, Don't worry. I was one opinion with you. I just decided to ask to make sure. In all secular circles, there is a hierarchy. It is easy to recognize. However, secular circles also call the battlefield of women. After all, this is not just a meeting place and chatter about anything. This is a field where women are fighting their connections, eloquence, and experience. If I, who first participating in this, would accept an invitation from the central person, that would be ridiculed for the fact that I do not know anything, since it comes from the fallen kingdom. Trudy knew very well about this and tried to boat me in a trap. She recently began to live in the Empire. How does she know about it? Vanessa turned to Palette. I hope that you will help me in the future. The embarrassed but contented maid was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, Trudy viciously threw a stand with letters. Other maids threw perplexed glances in her direction. The woman was literally thrown into anger and indignation. A little earlier. Why didn't you give me gross bugs? I think that you need time to adapt to the Empire. You should not worry. I know the Imperial language as my own. Due to the fact that you behave like that, they do not perceive me as a duchess. What a fuck! What does she know? I don't want to admit it. She seemed to know that tea was poisoned and did not even touch him. She really is not the same as all the other duchess. Trudy turned out to be displeased. Trying to come up with something else, she looked at the golden key. As a result, I have no choice left. In one of the corridors, one pair of heels was heard. The joyful Pale was with a tray in her hands, recalling the words of the lady. Thank you. In the future, I hope for your help. She is very wise and good-natured. I've been working in this too for a year, and she was always unhappy. But now I even like this work. This is exactly how I imagined the life of a maid. Suddenly, the girl was distracted by a familiar and unpleasant voice. Turning around, Palais recognized Trudy, answering, Yes, madame, the woman said. I have an important order for you, a special assignment that no one should find out about. A few days later, the atmosphere in the palace remained calm. Duchess, today the weather is beautiful. Do not want to take a walk in the garden? Looking at the maid, Vanessa agreed. Good thought. The weather was really beckoning and warming all living things. Going into the garden, the girl took a chirping bird in her arms. However, she thought, I wonder what Camille is doing now. She turned to the maid. There is no news from His Highness? The servant bowed and answered, No, there is still no. Suddenly, the girl remembered his face and their kiss. She blushed, looking at the floor, trying to recover. What about me? Despite the fact that I can sleep calmly, I began to think a lot about all March. I wake up to warm sunlight, and I no longer feel the former fear at the sight of the moon. I really feel that Camille has changed my life, and my gratitude to him every day is becoming more and more, and I can no longer control it. But I should not feel feelings for him. Madam, what about moving closer to the lake? Not understanding the advice of the maid, Vanessa uncertainly agreed. At the same time, one maid went somewhere with a covered basket. It was a pail, heading for a forbidden greenhouse. She was slightly worried standing in front of the building. But the order is an order. The girl put a trusted key to the keyhole. Removing it once, the castle with a click succumbed. A little earlier, have you heard about the palace greenhouse? A place where it is forbidden to enter any of the outsiders. The secret place of His Majesty. Trudy smiled slyly. Not knowing that she could be expected here, Paulette went inside. Your duty is to come here once a day and leave food in a specially designated place. The girl was uneasy. I will put it and give Dara faster. The only remember, no matter what you see and hear. She opened the basket in which raw meat and bones lay. The girl laid out all this in that very special place. Do not try to find out what is there. Paulette turned to strange sounds. Her heart pounded. Somewhere from the depths of the greenhouse came an evil hiss. With tears in her eyes, the maid thought, There is something there. She ran away, quickly closing the door. Maybe I agreed in vain? And the last. Do not forget to close the door behind you. The maid obediently put the castle in place, checking the key. She thought frightened. I'm going here tomorrow again. However, as soon as Paulette left, someone else headed for the building. Contrary to a reliable key, the lock was easily removed from the door. An unknown figure opened the door, releasing that very something. At that very moment, Vanessa trembled, feeling something. She turned around and thought, What is this strong energy? It approaches an incredible speed. I can't evade. The Duchess tried to consider that she was so quickly rushing in her direction. A huge white snake was a few steps from the girl. Suddenly, the animal stopped, looking inquiringly at Vanessa. In the middle of a huge garden, a heart-rending female cry sounded. Erkin and Nest asking, "What's happened?" "Everything is in order with me. It's just a maid was frightened." The maid was shaking, saying, "Mr. Knight, over there." The snake calmly drank water from the lake. Nest asked, "Are you talking about that snake?" The maid said, "What is it with me? Just because of this, I was so scared." "Do not worry, we will drive this little animal right now." Nest took out a saber, saying, "For a long time to remove it, can we just kill it?" At that moment, the snake spoke angrily at Note, as if she understood. At the same moment, the knight directed the tip of the saber to her. Erkin's voice was heard. "Nest, do not touch the snake," he asked. "Why?" "I feel sorry for the baby. Let's just let go." He did not have time to finish. At that moment, Vanessa and Erkin were horrified and froze in place. The Duchess shouted, "Carefully!" A huge snake threw the mouth over Note. Fortunately, the knight managed to react in time and turned his head. He dodged the attack, thinking, why did Owen suddenly increase? Erkin also took out the weapon, standing in front of the Duchess. "This snake turned out to be a monster! Duchess, hold on to me!" Together, it seems, they will not cope. You need to come up with something. "Damn monster! How did you even dare to come here?" The snake carried her mouth, preparing to attack the knights again. Nest dodged, striking the saber into the body of the monster. However, he did not take into account the attacks of the tail that quickly flew on it. The guy realized that he would not have time to dodge him. He tried to group himself, thinking, "Too fast!" Seeing his comrade with one blow, Erkin cried out. Covered with abrasions, the knight silently looked at his friend. Meanwhile, the snake raised her head, looking angrily at the remaining people. Leading pupils, the monster decided who to attack the first. His gaze darted to Vanessa, who was the strongest of all. The snake attacked it exactly when Erkin cried out, "Duchess!" Raising her hand, the girl thought regretfully, "There is nothing to do." With a calm look, she began to create a spell. Violet lightning rushed towards the attacking monster. There was a deafening explosion filled with purple smoke. Stunned knights and maid thought, "Does the Duchess possess magic?" Frightening, the maid asked loudly, "Did you kill him?" However, a huge body covered with scales moved again. Vanessa tried to reason with a calm look soberly. Erkin cried out, "No, he is still alive! Beware!" The maid chattering, "It feels like it has grown even more. He absorbed my spell, so he cannot be killed by magic." Suddenly, Erkin stood in front of them. "I will delay him, and you run away!" He turned loudly to the monster. "Your opponent is here!" Then he rushed into the attack, furious with a sword and grinning. His blade stumbled upon the huge sharp teeth of the monster. Number Erkin will not be able to cope with him alone. Yes, and magic does not affect it. The monster knocked out the weapon from his hands. The saber fell right in front of Vanessa, who did not know what to do. The monster captured the guy with his tail. Nest and the maid shouted. Seeing in the reflection the face of the Scarlet Saint, the girl heard Erkin's cries. "Run away! Hurry, Duchess!" Vanessa froze in a panic. She remembered her tribe. Perhaps this is obvious, but after I was born Vanessa, I never took a sword in my hands. The girl, frowning, watched the weapon lying on the rack. She turned away from him, not allowing vague thoughts to penetrate the head. Suddenly, she remembered the past life, because at one glance memories popped up at him. About the day when I became a Scarlet Saint, I was very afraid that this can be repeated in this life. I tried to avoid the life of the knight, but now this is the only way. Can I pick up a sword? I cannot allow these people dear to me. With my skills, I will quickly break out with this monster. Therefore, if only not for long, just for the sake of protection." The snake was already hanging over the girl who reached for the saber. Opening his mouth, the monster carried on it at a great speed. In the blades of the sword, the Duchess saw two reflections, yourself and Scarlet. Fear and panic covered Vanessa's consciousness. She was taken aback. Suddenly, there was a loud whistle, distracting the attention of the snake. It worked. The monster was distracted, and with him, Vanessa came to her senses. The dumbfounded Erkin and Nest drew attention to the savior. They immediately cried out, "Bahadur, how did you end here?" The man sat on a tree, from afar observing the situation. Without wasting time, the monster brushed his mouth and headed towards the knight. He bounced off the tree, flying over his head. In one strong swing sword, he laid the body of the monster. The dumbfounded Vanessa looked towards the dead monster. A scream took her out of thoughts. Great! We coped with him! Her hand froze in front of the hilt of the saber, immediately closed. She looked guiltily at her hand, bending at herself. Getting out of the tail, Erkin asked. What was it? Suddenly, the snake sparkled brightly. Badr, tensing, turned around. However, the snake only took its original form. Has it decreased again? Toward evening, the Duchess invited two maids to her. Palette and Trudy sat in front of her. Vanessa turned to them. So you say that this monster is the pet of His Highness? The bandaged snake was sleeping peacefully in a cage. Trudy was shocked. After a small pause, the woman answered briefly. Yes. Why is it not a scratch? She had to be without legs and arms. Since you are the only one who knows about it, it turns out that you feed him? Yes, I did this. This was my duty until recently. But for several days, this duty passed to the pale. I will go to the garden, and you release the monster. What a coincidence will be. I did nothing wrong. I did everything as I was told. Shut up! If you performed duties properly, this would not have happened. Palate screamed, Everything is wrong! Believe me, Duchess! You were almost injured. You should punish this maid. Vanessa thought displeasedly. Her intention is so obvious. Nest and Erkin were very hurt and are undergoing treatment. The maid, who was with us, had a nervous breakdown. Kamal's pets were cut off and then returned back. And on Palette, they unfairly want to shove all the guilt and responsibility. She remembered the moment when she touched her saber. In addition, if Badr had not appeared at that moment, she could not even imagine what could happen then. After short thoughts, Vanessa gave a strict voice. Fine, I will do so. I will make a punishment. At this time, in the province of Rossetti, on the estate of the Duke played life. Long live His Highness. Long live the heavenly knights. Thank you for dealing with monsters. In gratitude, our residents arranged a small feast. We hope that you will like it and you will have a good time. As a representative of the inhabitants, let me fill your glass. The Duke set the glass, watching the red liquid pouring. Looking at the wine, he remembered Vanessa, who drank this drink. Looking at his glass, he asked, When are we going back? The assistant answered, To be precise, then, in 15 days. Perhaps I began to neglect the new bride. But I need to play the role of an affectionate husband in front of everyone. The puzzled guy asked, Are you worried about the Duchess? A little. The devil thought, Not at all. I think she herself copes with everything. Putting the glass on the tray, the Duke said, Get ready. We are leaving tomorrow as soon as the sun rises. Prepare the portal through which we will go tomorrow, so that we can return back as quickly as possible. At this time, the maids whispered in the palace, What will happen now? They say that all the duties went to the deputy maid of honor. What happened that maid of honor left without waiting for the Duke? The other maid said, I was a little disappointed in her. They answered her, And don't say it, she was always strict and correct. Having accidentally overheard them, the pale decided not to get into the conversation. Going to the greenhouse, the maid said. Duchess, I came. Turning around, Vanessa smiled and asked, Palette, you? Yes, a second. The maid took out a piece of meat from the basket. Then Owen handed it to the already recovered pet. A joyful animal immediately grabbed a treat. Palette cried out, Don't worry. In this greenhouse there is enough magical energy. Therefore, she will not attack, even if she is hungry. The Duchess, it seems, is not afraid at all. Why does the Duke even hold him? I apologize in advance, but could you continue to feed him? There are no maids of honor now, but only you know about the snake. The girl agreed. Last night, take responsibility for what happened. Trudy, I take off your position of maid of honor in this palace, and I order to leave this place for an indefinite period. Trudy cried out, Yes, how are you? Vanessa interrupted her. Palette, you can go. The dumbfounded maid bowed and stuttering agreed. The Duchess turned to Trudy. You consider yourself smart. Therefore, having committed this, you are proudly standing on your own. Your self-confidence ruined you. You crossed all the boundaries. Do you think I don't know that the Empress sent you to kill me? No, everything is not at all like that. You even have no evidence. Do you think? And if I bring the maid who brought me tea from Fargaro? She knew everything and wondered that she knew nothing. I hope now you are aware of what you have guilty. Interesting. What will happen if I tell the Duke about everything that you did? Most likely, He will bless your entire worthless family. Here, I think the Empress cannot help you. Trudy screamed, I was wrong! Have mercy! Do not say the Duke! I initially did not have plans to tell him, because I have no idea how Camel will react. He is already not in a very good relationship with the prince. Therefore, I removed Trudy without unnecessary noise. And the incident was furious. Suddenly, Palette uncertainly turned to the Duchess. It's too late to say this, but thank you for believing me. There is no gratitude. You did nothing wrong. The maid hesitated. Vanessa added, Let's go back. At the same time, two heavenly knights spoke in the corridor. Nest needed his hands. Erkin said, You can't move so sharply. He answered, I just lay for several days. Everything is already in order. Not having time to finish, the knight felt a sharp pain throughout the body. Erkin decided to make fun. Why are you broken again or something? It angered Nesta. Maybe it's enough to enrage me? Suddenly, the guy froze and noticed another knight. Bahadur, this dandy! He stood silently, not looking in their direction. I caught one snake and now stands all so proud. His self-esteem was badly affected. After all, we could not protect the Duchess. If Bahadur had not appeared at that moment, what would happen to us? Erkin spoke again. By the way, how did this happen? I'm about the fact that the Duchess used magic with 7 circles. In our time, there are few magicians. So why did she hide her powerful power? Nest answered, I don't know if His Highness knows about it. Even if he knows, we should not leave this unattended. Before accompanying the Duchess, we were the people of the Duke. Of course, it is unexpected that the Duchess is a magician. Yes, she can give great help to His Highness. However, at the same time, this force can jeopardize it. How do you all feel? The knights shuddered at the sight of Vanessa. They immediately stood at the rack quietly and cried out, Duchess! The men bowed. Erkin gave his voice. We are much better. Thank God if you want, you can still relax. By the way, about that case. Bahadur, thanks for saving everyone. I will convey to His Highness and say that you all be awarded. The sun sat over the horizon. The time has come in the palace, Vanessa said. Today I have no appetite, go. The maid, bowing, was overwhelmed. Then I leave. As soon as the door behind the maid slammed, the girl closed the book, after which she went out onto the balcony with a slow step, breathing in fresh air. The Duchess raised her head, looking tiredly at the full moon. The last days were so hectic, I'm a little tired. The girl reached for the red berries, tiredly moaning. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind. What unusual moans! Then Vanessa was sharply hugged by the waist, from which she was taken aback. She immediately laid her hands over him, realizing what was happening. Vanessa knocked down and asked with surprise, Your Highness? The man looked at her, smiling, seeing her reaction. When did you return? The devil briefly answered. Just now? He gently put his hand on the cheek of a surprised wife. Then he brought his face and whispered, I missed. Not wanting to wait, the Duke kissed Vanessa, enjoying the moment. The Duchess did not expect her husband to be so persistent. However, she closed her eyes and shared the joy of the meeting with him. This wonderful moment seemed to last an eternity. When the man put his hand on her waist, the girl said, Your Highness, I did not even think that you would return so soon. I wanted to make you a surprise. Didn't you like it? The embarrassed Vanessa looked away, answering, Not at all. And she herself thought in shock, Why is it shaking me like that? He probably already guessed. Still his heart beats like crazy. Camille noticed the same. Your heart beats so much. It is natural that a living person has a heart. As awkward, you need to quickly change the topic to the laid back. Vanessa turned away and asked, Have you already eaten? But then he stumbled. She blushed, realizing that she said complete stupidity. With sincere surprise, the Duke asked, Did I eat? But does my meal take place more than once a month? You are a very bold girl if you are trying to seduce me. I didn't mean it, the devil answered. Okay, as you say. You realized that I made a reservation. Why cling to words? I just like your confused facial expression. Then the Duke turned and looked at his wife, smiling. At such moments, I feel that Camille is not only strong, but also damn beautiful. Eye incision, chin line, and low voice. All these features seem so unrealistic for humans. If now his hair did not flutter in the wind, then I could forget that he was the devil in human form. For some time, they just silently looked at each other. Suddenly, Vanessa voted, It smells of blood. Of course, I went to deal with monsters. It's clear. I am glad that you were not injured. The girl was embarrassed. The man looked at Vanessa with admiration, turning to her. Although I am not hungry, but at the sight of you, I feel hunger. However, I will refrain, since the time has not come yet, he added. I really like this pleasant expectation. Let's somehow go together for night fishing. Vanessa was surprised. So suddenly, he and fishing is an absurd combination, the Duchess said. I did not know that you like to fish. Now the youth is fond of this, so he wanted to try. Did he really decide to call me a date? While the maids changed the Duke, he turned to his wife. By the way, I thought about your request. The girl looked at him. She asked for an intelligence. What are you talking about? He cleared his throat. Your request is that I become kinder in relation to the prince. In general, I have enough of you alone. It's not difficult for me to lag behind him, Vanessa asked. Are you serious? The devil nodded. Why did he change the opinion? Until now, he thought about my request. However, the man added, in return, answer my question. Why are you so worried about the crown prince? She answered. Once, I was a member of the imperial family of Alberic. Why am I so worried about the crown prince? Because, at the sight of him, I recall the 15th emperor. Putting his head on his hand, Isak thought. Here again I feel strangely. Listening to Vanessa, instead of relaxation, I feel even worse. Then he asked with interest, was he your husband? The girl smiled in response to the question, giving a negative answer. The 15th Emperor Kalkas was my beloved son. He was such a sweet child. Kamal watched his wife's face during her story. Looking at the ceiling, the Duchess spoke non-stop. For several hours, she told stories about her son. Looking at her husband's face, the girl thought, how much time has passed? In vain I began to tell, he is still not interested. I'm sorry, I got you too much. Now you need to rest. But suddenly he grabbed her hand. Then he threw his wife on the bed, clutching his hands. Without understanding anything, she asked, Your Highness, what is the same in you that I am so near you? I have no idea. With these thoughts, he kissed the Duchess. You, like the prince, are just my sweet prey. The only thing that distinguishes you from the prince is your expressive and sweet taste, so I want to make sure that you are not different from others. Being a couple of centimeters from her face, they looked at each other. Suddenly, Vanessa closed her eyes and frowned slightly. With a calm face, the devil watched her reaction. Opening her eyes, the Duchess said, Already too late. The Duke rose and turned his head away from the girl, looking out the window. Without explaining, the man went to the exit of the room. In the end, he threw Vanessa a short phrase. Go to bed. When he left, Vanessa put her hand to her mouth, surprised. The night passed for the Duchess calmly and without nightmares. During breakfast, Vanessa and Camel sat opposite each other. It seems that he is uneasy. Maybe something happened? With an absolutely indifferent look, the Duke took food. Yesterday he would not behave like that, having no reason. He was kind, but his behavior suddenly changed. Will the day come when I get used to the fact that he is the devil? Suddenly, Isak gave a voice. Something maid of honor is not visible. She had urgent affairs, and she had to go home. Without showing a drop of emotions, the man answered. Clear. Then he asked, Is there something else that I should know about? A few days ago, a small incident occurred in the greenhouse. Putting the devices, Camille asked, was the protective barrier removed? Vanessa confirmed. He thought, the barrier is not so easy to destroy. Maybe someone specially left the door open. The snake has suffered, but is already recovering. Want to look at her? No need. This is just a simple monster. Simple monster. I thought he would either be worried or get angry. And also, due to the fact that you sent Balder, I did not suffer. But it seems to me that there are too many accompanying knights. Are you asking me to send them? I'm sorry, but I can't, since they protect my prey. The devil's gaze was colder. And I heard that you will first go out into the secular circle of the empire. Yes, I will take part in the triumph of the Duchess of Leonardo. Then I will go with you. The Duke has long decided everything. Since you need to immediately establish the authority of my wife in society. With a stone face, the girl thanked her husband. He added, and call the prince. Since we have become a family, it would be nice to make friends with him. We must stop thinking about Camille. Anyway, I mean nothing to him. A few days later, a celebration began in the palace of the Duke of Leonardo. A bunch of guests gathered in the great hall, that they talked among themselves. A loud voice announced, The Duke of Isak arrived with his wife. All guests were immediately distracted from conversations, turning around. All their attention was focused on the Duchess of Vanessa. Following her came Camille, and cutely acquired her by the shoulder. His Highness, together with his wife, came to the celebration. For the first time, I have been watching something similar in my life. But is this woman not from the captured kingdom? I don't like her. He thinks she went out for the Duke and can proudly walk in people? Still, she does not look like uneducated, but who knows? Your Highness Duchess, did you like the celebration? Yes, thank you very much for the invitation, the Duchess of Leonardo. I'm glad. Duchess Isak, I want to introduce you to someone. Nice to meet you, the Duchess. My name is Andre Vada. I am also pleased to meet you, Madame Vita. You are so official towards me. Please contact it informally. The girl agreed, thinking, if it's a lady from the Vita family, it is called a flower in the secular world. It has great influence and popularity. You must not just adapt to life in Alberic. If you need help, contact me at any time. I can become a good interlocutor for you. Vanessa thanked her. Andre smiled slyly and turned her head, saying, and also, many talk about your status before marriage, knowing nothing about you. These conversations are not worth your attention. Do not take them to heart. It seems that I realized why she is so popular. After all, not many can express themselves so sharply and confidently. Looking after her interlocutor, the Duchess thought, I wonder how Princess Seraphine is doing there. It will be necessary to somehow write her a friendly letter. At the same time, the prince watched due to the column behind Vanessa. He noticed that the girl went to the Duke and was talking about something. I need to come up to say hello to them. But there are so many people. For the first time, I see such an expression on my uncle. He can smile. He is still a prince. What does it mean tomorrow should be present at the celebration? It is necessary, at least, to know whose celebration it is. This is the order of the Duke. Is the maid allowed to act against him? Enough. I think my uncle really wants me to be present. The maid tried to protest, but everything was a nonsense. Everything is fine. This is not the first and not the second time this happens. I use it as an opportunity. Suddenly I can see the Duchess. Will she be glad to see me? I want to ask her what happened last time. It will be necessary to approach them, but a little later. Suddenly, he heard a voice. For a long time have not seen you, the Crown Prince. He slowly turned his head, learning to whom his voice belongs. The guy with a wave and surprise said, Madam Duchess. At the same time, the guests joyfully communicated and drank. Suddenly, one of the ladies jerked, pouring his wine on the floor. She immediately called the maid. Wipe you here. By answering the call, the maid immediately began to wipe the floor. Wiping her forehead, the servant said aloud, How I was tortured. I went up to the world of people to look at the obsessed Duke. I think I chose the role not quite suitable for this. What am I doing at all? Ravia continued to remove disappointedly. I did not know that the daughter of a village count would be so difficult to meet the Duke. She asked a little earlier. Father, I want to the Duke's palace. The count answered, It is difficult to get there without an invitation. You say that you want to meet with the Duke himself? He is not the one who agrees to meet with the daughter of a simple count. In the palace of the Duke of Leonardo, a celebration is planned. They do not have enough people. The girl answered right there, I'll go. Since there will be a duchess, then the Duke should be there? How many tests have I passed to get here? From afar, Ravia watched the Duke surrounded by aristocrats. Leave all from him faster! I also want to talk to him. I can't just sit and look at what he does. Is he definitely obsessed or what? Ravia is violently grated. Suddenly, Vanessa turned her head in the direction where the prince stood. The guy was about to leave, but the Duchess decided to catch him. A husband approached the girl. Prince, you came! He answered in fright. Uncle! The boy trembled and said, Greetings to you two. I'm complaining that they called me to join you. We must thank you for having come, despite the schedule. Camille drew attention to how sweet Vanessa talked with the prince. Deciding that he was superfluous here, the man turned around, saying, I need to move away. Enjoy your wife. The crown prince stopped trembling, surprised by his uncle's behavior. Ravia immediately paid attention to him. Where is he going? He was not going to go home to such early? Damn it. If so, then why did I come here at all? If so, maybe try to get closer to the Duchess, the prince said. I wanted to meet you again, the Duchess. I am very grateful for what you did that time. For a long time I did not feel so good and cheerful, she asked good-naturedly. How do you feel now? Thanks to you, recently I feel less pain. The Duchess smiled sweetly and answered, I'm glad for you. Then the boy decided to ask a question that long, bearing him. Duchess, are you by chance not a magician? Ravia, listening to them, asked herself. He said the magician? How did I not guess? She has a really strong magical power. Vanessa answered at ease. You are right, I'm a witch. With my disease, even imperial magicians could not do anything. The girl asked. There are no 8th-level magicians in the palace? The prince answered. Most magicians were sent on an expedition. We now live at a time when magicians are worth its weight in gold. Therefore, they cannot, for the sake of my insignificant problem, quit their duties. Vanessa took his hand and asked, What does it mean, insignificant? Prince, you are the future emperor and personify the future of the empire. And also, you are still a child. This is normal that they care about you, the surprised boy asked. Do you really think so? The Duchess affectionately answered. Certainly. The prince thanked her. My pleasure. And yet, can you keep my secret? The boy confirmed. Now I understand why everyone wants to get closer to you. Uncle was very lucky to meet such a beautiful spouse. And besides, the empire had the best duchess. The embarrassed girl smiled and answered. Well, what are you? For the first time I see his childish innocent expression. I want him to always smile so much and be the happiest. By the way, why are you still calling me a duchess? The prince was embarrassed and blessed guiltily, realizing what she was talking about. Listening to their dialogue, Ravia was able to say only one thing. Father. In addition to the demon, the devil himself watched their conversation. The duke drank carelessly with wine, looking towards his wife. They are both just delicious prey for me. However, I feel different feelings towards them. I just wear this body, did not feel feelings because of this. Some guests standing idle watched the duke. Having decided to refresh, Camel opened the door leading to the garden. Ravia also noticed that the devil decided to leave the hall. The night was already sank to the city, refreshing a pleasant breeze. The duke went out into the street, and without hesitation, having trudged to the fountain, the man sat on the edge of the fountain and put his hand in falling water. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice near himself. The adjoined Ravia said, Greetings, Your Highness. A little earlier. Here he is, the same obsessed duke. No matter how hard I try, I just can't see its essence. How strong is he? I first encounter a similar one. It seems to be definitely in my taste. Can seduce him? No one else can surpass me in the seduction of men. And so, when she went to him, the man drew attention to her. It doesn't matter whether this duke is a demon or not, but now he is in the human body, and the human body cannot resist the temptations. She spoke. You really are very attractive. Your Highness Duke, if you only wish it. The demon began to slowly touch the man's chest with the hand. Then she pressed her chest to his body, smiling. Looking at him, she continued, I can make you very pleased. The devil squeezed his hands into his fists and remembered Vanessa, thinking, I did not feel that when Vanessa touched me. But now, Ravia asked, Your Highness, do you agree? With a sharp movement, he pushed the girl by the shoulders, saying, distant, You are disgusting, a miserable demon. His voice sounded menacing. Ravia immediately trembled, asking, How did you know? Why is he so strong? My shoulders are about to burn. If I see you again in my territory, I will skild off the face of the earth. After these words, the demon began to shake in front of the duke's eyes. Camille heard a heart, rending cries, and saw a handful of ash in front of him. Getting rid of an uninvited invasion, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Ravia screamed heartily, I will no longer catch your eye. She covered her face with her hands, feeling how she flies down somewhere. Having fallen on the stone floor, she thought, Is this the world of demons? I never in this way jumped out of the human body. My dignity is trampled. At this time, someone watched her. Madame Ravia, finally you returned. A demon cat spoke to her. She asked, And what, while I was not, something happened here? The cat answered, In the world of demons, a new king of demons rebelled. The dumbfounded Ravia did not believe her ears, asking, After the devil disappeared, there was not a single one who would become a king. After all, the devil had to recognize the authority of the king of demons. There were cases when they became kings of demons without authority. but they immediately turned up by other ordinary demons. Nothing good in being the king of demons, no! So all the demons thought. After that, the king's status remained only in memory, and this throne in the world of demons has been empty for hundreds of years. At all pores, the demoness rushed to the castle in anticipation. Before the entrance, she sank to the ground, surprised at the events. What kind of psycho decided to become a king in this worthless world? I can't believe that I was not there. It was so interesting here. I must look at this myself personally. Entering the room, Ravia opened her eyes widely with delight. Is it really our castle, which previously looked like a trash? Suddenly, she noticed a demon that he ran with a tray in her hands. Lower demon? They never appeared here. She immediately called him. He answered. Yes, Madame Ravia. Explain to me what has happened in the last days in the world of demons. The green-eyed demon was worried, and then spoke. A couple of days ago, Mr. Baron announced that he would become a king, and immediately after that, mass killings began to occur. The demons of the aristocrats completely forgot about their duties. I expel everyone, but I will give a chance to someone who is really capable. Ravia cried out. What kind of nonsense? He did not even receive the approval of the devil. What power will he do it? The girl did not stop. However, the Baron said briefly and confidently, the devil is dead. Therefore, from this day, I, the king, are your master. For disobedience, death awaits you. Thousands of demons listened to his speech. The castle of demons was restored, and we, the lower, became a servant. I did not know that the Baron is so imperious. What is on his mind? Then Ravia spread her black, like wings resin. She decided to personally make sure of truthfulness and flew to the throne. Seeing the Baron, she cried out, Have you really become a king? The man asked. Ravia, you? She shook it. A royal uniform is very suitable for you. Why didn't I know that you were so strong and domineering? I'm not easy to find a council for aristocrats. Do you think to kill me and me? I suppose you did not come here to just chat. Are you wondering if new entertainment has appeared here? The girl was enthusiastically noted. And you are very confident. She began to climb the steps, saying, Okay, I'll ask. What do you plan to do next, Mr. King? My goal is to destroy everyone to one people on Earth. Then, I think, it would be nice to start with the Alberic Empire. Why? Ravia answered. There are a lot of strong people. For example, the Duke, who learned about my essence, while I was a man. The eye begins to twitch when I remember. We must kill him! There is also a girl who is not like a person with a huge magical force. Magical power, you say? Tell me more. She is the Duchess. It came from her energy that I have never seen. She is definitely not a simple person. The Baron answered. It's clear. Scarlet spoke before her death. I hate you for whom you turned me. Having died and reborn, I want to completely forget about this life. Your disgusting face, and all the words that you told me. The Baron answered. If you can escape from me, then come on. But even if you forget everything, or you will have a different look. In love, I will find you, no matter how you hide. Ravia pulled out a man from his memories. Mr. King? He came to his senses and silently looked at the demoness, thinking what to do. Then he stated, I have to see this girl with my own eyes. He wants to see not the Duke, but the Duchess? Seriously? I don't know what you have planned, but I will obey you. But in return, promise that you will help me kill the Duke. The Baron did not answer, pondering Ravia's proposal. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Alberic, there was a scandal. Screams and muffled moans were heard along an empty corridor. The maids held the empress, who screamed, Goober! Blood! The woman pounded the elderly Trudy with her feet. I could not even kill one miserable girl. The maid trembled. However, the empress did not let up. How dared to substitute me? Forgive me, your majesty. This is all my mistake. Vita, this Shavka, ridiculed my friends in front of the Duchess at the celebration? Is it not obvious that the Duchess will become and look down on me? What are you doing in the palace all this time? Forgive me, please. I guilty, your majesty. Shut up, distant from my eyes. If I see you again, tear out my tongue. The empress left the room, leaving Trudy alone. There was practically no living place among bruises and abrasions on a woman. Holding his hand, the former maid of honor wandered around the palace. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice somewhere nearby. Nanny! A hereditary prince was heading for her by Shustro. Seeing the guy, the woman immediately shone and hugged him. You still call me your nanny, young master? Now you are an adult, so talk to me informally, he answered displeasedly. But you are my only nanny. Therefore, I will continue to call you so. He hugged Trudy. The prince asked, You are always busy. What brought you to the palace? Having boasted, the woman did not know how to answer the prince. The boy was surprised to beat the beatings all over the face of the nanny. Then he frowned and lowered his head, understanding what the answer is. It seems that your mother caused you again. What is the reason? Trudy answered, All because I made a mistake. No, nanny, you are always very devoted to us. But why is she? I'm fine. Please do not hate Her Majesty. Better tell me how you feel, sir? He answered with a tearful voice. Thanks to the aunt, it became easier for me. The surprised woman did not understand who we were talking about. Aunt? And suddenly, an insight descended on it. Are you talking about the Duchess? The prince answered. Yes, she found out that I was sick and helped me. Aunt is really a very good person. Trudy took him by the shoulders. Nanny, I think you understand this too. The maid was dumbfounded. At the same time, the Duke was at the tailor, waiting for an order. The young guy with glasses began to wear him in a new uniform. The man silently began to fasten cufflinks on his sleeves. After that, he began to admire himself in the mirror. You could not do everything on time. Do you have an excuse? I apologize, Your Highness, the point is. The Duke interrupted him. The tailor was trembling, while Camille was adjusting the collar of the uniform. Then he told himself aloud, Today is the very day. In the evening, they announced in the palace. The Duchess, His Majesty, arrived. Vanessa closed the notes that I studied the last couple of hours. Then she answered Pallet. Okay, I will go out to him. After the triumph of the Duchess of Leonardo, the Duke's behavior somehow changed. It feels like he avoids me. The servants helped him undress. Then the devil looked at his wife with an indifferent look. At first, I did not attach any importance to this. What is the reason for its change? The girl bowed low, welcoming her husband. However, he passed by her, saying, I'm tired. I will not have dinner. Having lowered her head, the Duchess answered sadly, Okay. She silently looked at the man as he hung his jacket on a chair. Suddenly, the devil turned to the Duchess. What is the matter? Turning around, he added, It seems you want to tell me something. Without looking in his face, the girl answered, It seemed to you. Isaac went to her, pressing against the wall and speaking. Number, you have no right to lie to me. He looked right in her eyes. His gaze was as closely as if touching the soul. Vanessa could not resist him. She looked at him with sadness. She could not get together to ask a question. Inhaling the full chest of air, she asked, Why do you avoid me? Vanessa looked so innocent and embarrassed, waiting for an answer. The devil was surprised and specified, When did I avoid you? The Duchess answered, After the celebration, you began to behave like that. The girl decided to ask directly, Am I already tired of? Now, you don't even consider me your favorite prey? The devil, with misunderstanding and surprise, looked at his wife. Do you remember that today is the time for the second dinner? I am very glad that you kept the promise not to hunt for the prince. You gave us time to talk, and even went out to spend the prince. At that time, at the end of the celebration, the boy did not look frightened. But now I don't understand why you are acting like that, he answered. Because I don't like it, Vanessa asked. I don't like it when you smile, looking at other men. The Duchess fell into a stupor, dumbfounded. So suddenly, she immediately thought, Did I smile at other men? When? Does he mean the prince? He is a 10-year-old child. The Duke looked at the surprised expression on Vanessa's face. I want all your attention to be focused on me. The devil embarrassedly looked away, blushing. The girl thought, He wants me to look only at him. Then Camille took her by the cheek and pulled her closer to him. Vanessa was in shock. Is he really jealous? They kissed. The late evening has come. In the bedroom, candles burned with dull light. Vanessa and Camille were already in bed, preparing for dinner. The man hung over his wife, anticipating sweet food. The girl looked plaintively at her husband, saying, Your Highness. He blushed slightly and answered, Then let's start dinner. The Duchess closed her eyes, knowing what would follow. The devil slowly bent over her and then kissed his forehead. This time, Vanessa was in the evening hot dessert. Having scooped up the sand in the hand, she dispelled him in the wind. Memories surged over her. The girl said, This is a place. Then her gaze darted to a small poorhouse. With a slow gait through the sand and heels, she went to him. Opening the door, Vanessa froze, looking inside the house. The woman, surrounded by children, spoke. I prepared something for tea, one of the girls answered. This is my favorite pie. Rao, try the first. Eat more. The girl answered, Thank you. This time, surprisingly, he chose the most ordinary memory. Then, at the same second, the devil was next to Vanessa. I think this is even for the better. Immediately after dinner, the children began to play a board game. Rao screamed, I won! They answered her, and I lost again. There is nothing that you could not do. You are very smart. Guys, we need to go to the palace tomorrow. We'll sleep. Rao, climb the room and go to bed first, okay? The girl smiled and answered, Okay, Mom, good night. Then she went upstairs, waving her hand. I wish you all sweet dreams. Everyone mutually said goodbye to Rao, who left the room. The whole family smiled sweetly and rosy, looking after it. As soon as Roa disappeared from the field of view, everyone immediately frowned. The night came. The clouds were more and more thickening over the desert. The rain gradually began to fall on the sand, wetting it. Roa tried to fall asleep, listening to the drops knocking out the window. The dream was restless. The girl could not fall asleep for a long time. There was a loud pitch of thunder, along with bright lightning. A frightened girl with a pillow in her hands went out into the corridor. She trembled, standing in the middle of the corridor. I'm very scared. Stepping barefoot on the floor, she called her parents. Noticing the light in their bedroom, she thought, They are not sleeping yet? Finally, today was the last day. I thought that I would die, pretending. It is disgusting to smile for no smile in front of her. But tomorrow these suffering will end. For tomorrow this girl Rau will be sacrificed. A country in which the king honestly called Gin. 4 noble families lived in this long resulting kingdom, who were assigned the face of saints. They were ready for anything, so that Jin is supported precisely to their holy family. They were even ready to sacrifice an innocent child. This was done by one of the 4 holy families. Fake name and family. They perfectly raised Rau to sacrifice. The happier the victim, the greater wealth you will be awarded. Therefore, do everything so that this child grows happy. Finally, this hell has come to an end. Now we will be happy. Dear, you are a big well done that you could withstand it. Not only me, our children also had a hard time. After all, they had to abandon a lot for the sake of this victim. I hate Rao. She thinks so smart and good. But we succumbed to her, and specially lost to her. Yes, she does not know her place at all. And from her he-hunk is generally disgusting, Rao thought. So they pretended all this time? And all this was not real? All this is one big deceit? Impossible! She listened. I wonder how much the head will pay for us. We raised it without a single wound on the body. It will definitely give a lot. Suddenly, their son shuddered, hearing the sound in the corridor. Mother, Dad, they're Rao. They were alarmed. Since when is she there? Have she heard everything? We must catch her faster. Having run out into the corridor, the father screamed, Don't let her run away! The girl rushed around the house with a headlong. She did not dare to look around. Behind the rude and fast steps of the angry father were heard. Only a few meters remained until the front door. Leaving the walls of the house, she ran where she looked. Suddenly, the bright sound of a charging gun was heard. Mother asked, Do you know that we need her alive? Father rudely answered, Don't worry, I'll just scare her. Despite the rain, Rao ran. I don't want to die. Tears flowed down her cheeks. No matter who, just save me. Among the noise of rain, there was a loud shot from a rifle. Approaching the body, the father said. Damn it, I got into it, Mother said. How can we be? We will not be able to get money. The man answered. We can. Let's say that an accident occurred. Trembling with unbearable pain, Roy whispered. Daddy. Brother? Save. I don't want to die. In her eyes, she was clouded. The last thing she saw was the way her hand reached for her. The next day in the kingdom was good weather. One woman lifted high a bowl with scarlet blood high. We sacrifice the blood of the child. Give us oracle. Then she began to pour blood into the sacrificial bowl. May your favor will come down to our family. All local residents sincerely rejoiced for their family. Having received the money, an elderly man took out benefactors. At the same time, Vanessa stood under a huge arch. She slowly moved closer to the sacrificial altar. After this life, I could not believe people for a long time. The girl claithed heels, rising higher to her past. Reluctantly, she looked at the defenseless child. Blood slowly flowed through the recess in stone. Little Rao published her dying deaf sighs. Vanessa was dumbfounded by the expression on her face. What a horror! The girl was covered with nausea. She covered her mouth. Then the Duchess fell to her knees. The devil watched her. The man froze in a stupor, staring at his wife. Determining, he immediately flew up to Vanessa. She covered her face with her hands and cried softly. Bent over. The devil lifted her, holding her shoulders, saying, "Vanessa, are you fine?" But he did not finish. The girl rushed into his arms. She cried quietly, buried her face in the chest of a man. She does not sob and does not ask to save her, as last time. But it still remains the most tasty, the perfect taste. Surprised by his observations, he hugged her in response. That's just what kind of feeling? I don't want her to cry. Returning to reality, the Duke let the girl's forehead. Vanessa continued to cry and tremble from what she saw. Opening the reddened eyes, the Duchess said, "It hurts me." The man, looking into her eyes, answered, "Everything will be fine. Baby, you're big well done." He kissed her on the cheek. Then he began to sink closer to her neck. The girl trembled. With every new kiss, Vanessa began to calm down. Why doesn't Camel smile? When it hurts me, he should have fun. Then why does he have such a face? I don't care what you went through in past lives. I will not curse those who bought you one way or another. In general, I, on the contrary, should praise them for the done. But when you cry like this, I feel uneasy. From some point, everything went awry. I don't want to see you crying. I want to see your embarrassed and excited face. And if you cry, then you should cry only because of me, the tearful Vanessa thought. What does he mean now? He always enjoyed the moments when I was tormented. Then why doesn't he like it when I pay? Does he do it on purpose to confuse me? I do not believe that, by saying this, you wanted to express that you love me. Vanessa gently put her hands on his cheeks, pulling him to her. But right now, I want to believe that you loved me. The Duchess kissed her husband, hoping for the best. The girl, with tenderness, put Camille's hand on her chest. Having launched his shirt, she said, "I want you." Strong men's breasts and press peered out from under the shirt. The reddened Vanessa did not take her eyes off her husband. For a second, the devil looked down, thinking about something. Then he began to pull the shirt, asking, "You definitely won't regret it?" Hugging him, the girl answered, "It is common for a person to live in regrets." Camel ran his hand along his wife's hips, raising his pajamas. Then he began to kiss her chest. Vanessa trembled. Morning changed the night, launching the light into the rooms of the palace. The curtains were not pulled out, letting in the warmth of the morning sun. Vanessa froze, slowly awakening from a strong sleep. Opening her eyes, she closed her eyes from the light, beating in her eyes. The Duke watched her, smiling, asking, "Have you slept well?" A dumbfounded girl, looking at her naked husband, nodded. Confused, she mutually asked, "Your Highness, did you get enough sleep?" He answered, "Yes," Vanessa thought. It became somehow embarrassed. Rising, the Duchess suddenly cried out in pain. The devil immediately asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" The girl answered, "No, a little. This happened for me for the first time, being in the body of Vanessa. But His Majesty said that he has no experience in this. Why then did he behave so naturally? Really practiced?" Then he approached her, asking, "After that, it always hurts? Or did I do something wrong?" The girl looked at her husband with surprise. "Why does he ask this so at ease and calmly?" She cried out, "No, everything is wrong." Camille did not understand why she screamed. "No need to pretend that everything is in order. Maybe call the doctor?" "No, I'm really fine. On the contrary, I liked everything." The devil was surprised looking at his wife's behavior. Vanessa added, "I was happy to spend the night with you." The man satisfied such an answer. For a second he thought. Then he sharply moved to Vanessa, kissing the lips. Having tapped it on the pillow, he did not want the end of this moment. This girl was beckoning the devil just like he attracted her. Deliver from her lips, the man began to kiss a delicate neck. Closing his eyes, the Duke quietly said, "The beating of the heart is great." A couple of hours later, Vanessa decided to get out to the city. Walking down the street, the girl remotely heard a call. "Duchess." She opened her mouth, but did not answer. The call was becoming louder. "Duchess!" Suddenly Vanessa flinched, returning to reality. She drew attention to the maid. "Did you call me Pellet?" The girl hastily answered. "Yes, what have you thought about?" The Duchess answered embarrassed. Yes, representing the face of the Duke. The girl looked away, adding, Nothing. The maid asked, Didn't you think about the Duke? Vanessa strained, but still gave a negative answer. How many hours have passed? They never left the chambers. Go enjoy the time alone. Pallet listened to the maids. The young girl thought, They are spouses. There is no need to be so embarrassed. How dear she is, Vanessa said. We are in that direction. At the same time, people turned around, glazing at a person. They whispered, Father, how beautiful! Who is this? A green-haired man walked along the street covered with a hood. Entering a jewelry store, Pallet screamed, Look, what a beauty! A lot of new jewelry appeared here. Vanessa supported. The Duchess whispered, Pallet, can you be a little quieter? And then at such a pace everyone will learn that I am a duchess. Sorry, I got sick. Probably because the palace has not left for a long time. The girl smiled sweetly, made thinking. And the truth. For the first time in a long time I feel free. After I became a duchess, I had no personal time. Past evening. Soon my younger brother will come to the empire. I want to get to the city to buy a gift for him. I want to go only with the pale, so as not to attract attention. Can? Vanessa turned around and looked at Camilla. She shuddered, seeing the Duke's face so close to her. He pressed her to him, saying, If you want it so, then go. I will send the knights on vacation. The girl thought. I thought he would not allow. She thanked him, simultaneously answering the arms. This seemed a little to the man, and he decided to move to her. Having kissed her, he added, Vanessa, have a good time. What am I? Again I think about its high. We must focus. Leaving the store, the girls heard a scream from the lane. What are you doing? Let's have fun. Do you think we will do something bad with you? The girl shouted to the wall, screamed, Don't want! Let me go! The men did not stop. Let's go with us while we are talking in a good way. Suddenly, Vanessa raised her hand and began to utter a spell. What kind of? What about my hand? The guy looked at his limb in surprise. There was a sharp and loud crunch, and followed by a piercing scream. My hand turned out. The dumbfounded guy howled in pain. The man prayed to his friend for help. The girl fled at this time. I do not belong to the fighters for justice, but I cannot stand aside. Suddenly, Vanessa and Pallet paid attention to the man walking in their direction. A guy with green hair also paid attention to them, but passed by. A few minutes later, the girls went to the next store. The seller said, Welcome. Contact if questions arise. They thanked her and went to consider the assortment. Suddenly, something greatly attracted the attention of the Duchess. She took the scarf in her hands, thinking, These are Lauren brand. Pallet cried out, What a beautiful scarf! Vanessa agreed, You have an alma's eye. Now it is the most popular model among men. The woman added, Great for a gift. It seems that he will be a little out of age. But still, I think he is suitable for Sakaru. Vanessa decided, Pack it. They answered her, This second. Thanks for the purchase. When they left, they shouted after them, Come again! The smiling girl froze instantly when she saw a figure in front of her. In front of her stood the same greenish stranger in a hood. Looking at the smiling man, the Duchess thought, Who is this? Pallet in a panic thought, What a handsome! Stop, what's wrong with me? The maid said, Sorry, why did you block our path? The man answered, I wanted to say something that person. Pallet exploded. That person? Do you even know who she is? At that very moment, the stranger clicked his fingers, creating a spell. The time around him stopped, giving free rein to Vanessa. The Duchess dumbfounded at the immobilized maid. The girl thought in shock. Did he stop time? The man carefully began to consider the interlocutor. He went to the frightened girl, asking, Are you a witch? Vanessa asked. What do you want to say this? Do not pretend. I saw how you previously used magic. You have already passed 10 circles, right? Even members of the magic tower cannot conjure soundlessly. It cannot be that I do not know the owner of such a magical power. All imperial sagas are registered in a magic tower. Yes, I'm a witch, but I am not in the imperial magic tower. And I do not have to listen to all this from a stranger. The guy immediately stopped her. I have lived for 700 years. My name is Han. Could you show respect for the old man and listen? Vanessa thought in disbelief. He says he lived 700 years? There is a legend that magicians that have passed 10 circles become immortal. If he lived so much, I would meet him when I was a witch. But I see it for the first time, the girl said. I have no reason to talk to you. Please, I beg you, it will not take much time. Please give me a little time. I apologize for rudeness. For a long time, he did not feel satisfaction from the meeting of someone similar to himself. The Duchess thought, not knowing what to do. I am very sorry for Han, but I can't stop thinking about the words of Camille. I don't like it when you smile at other men. The prince's adventure. Han is 700. From extreme to extreme, Vanessa decided. Okay, you cannot smile at him. Well, I'm ready to devote time to you. But before that I will say, I'm married, so you cannot try to flirt with me. For several seconds, a man with a stone face looked at the girl. A second later, he burst out laughing loudly, surprising to Vanessa. Do not worry, I won't even touch you with a finger. Many girls tried to like me. For the first time I see such as her. He took the Duchess to the cafe without defrosting time. Vanessa asked, It turns out that you are the head of the magic tower? Pouring tea for himself, the man answered. Can you say so? I managed to meet me with it. He already found out that I was a witch. If he still finds out that I'm a duchess, then everything will become more complicated. He in no case needs to know all the details. I'm afraid to upset. But I'm not as outstanding witch as you think. Yes, we can say that I am something at a level above some. Who has passed 10 circles? But in fact I went less. Having lowered his head, Heen, having loused, answered. Here it is. Even if this is so, this is a very unusual case. In addition, I am surprised that there is a magician whom I do not know. I have already said earlier, I thought you looked like me. That you, like me, a person living an endless life. Therefore, it was excited and carried nonsense. I do not often see people similar to me. For many 7 years there was one, like a wonderful creature. Therefore, I hoped that a person would appear similar to me. Vanessa carefully looked at Heen, catching his features. Judging by his facial expressions and facial expression, he seems lonely. In any case, I apologize. I made a mistake and took your time from you. Sorry. He got up and held out her hand, thereby apologizing. The man said, I was glad to talk to you today. He smiled. If you are lucky, I will be glad to meet again. The girl shook her hand, answering, Well, if a case turns up. The supreme magician turned and headed out of the cafe. The Duchess looked after him, feeling something unusual. At the same time, a man stood on one of the streets, waiting for someone. Sitting at the table, he began to tap his finger nervously. Camille looked away, finding no place for himself. Before his eyes, the image of Vanessa popped up all the time. In his memory, their first night arose, and touching her body. The man blushed, trying to replace such thoughts. Suddenly, someone gave a voice not far from the Duke. What kingdom do you plan to capture the next? Looking at the assistant, the devil grunted, thinking. Isak answered, Don't even know. He was asked, What do you think about Tarno? This country is famous for spices. They will help improve the taste of our kitchen. Then sketch a plan for the capture, not necessarily thought out. The assistant, having accepted the order, retired. Camille called the second. I want to go fishing with my wife for a few days. Find a suitable place and prepare the boat. They immediately obeyed him. The Duke spent in important affairs of the headquarters until the evening. When the devil left the workplace, the sun went beyond the horizon. The man went to the palace, thinking only about his wife. The dumbfounded Vanessa asked, Your snake has no name? Then how do you call her? Camille thought for a second. Calculating the Duchess, he answered, I do not call her in any way. You can give orders without pronouncing aloud. The name is not necessary. She generally crawled to me from one captured country. And in general, this small one is not very valuable for something. But still, it would be good if he had a name. If you do not mind, then can I come up with a good name for him? The Duke answered, As you wish. Vanessa smiled broadly. The next day, Camille came to the pet, saying, Rupon. The animal looked inquiringly at the owner, not understanding the speech. Rupon from the language of Victoria means small but strong. From today, this is your name. The snake did not understand anything. The Duke thought for a second. And what am I doing now? When Rupon ate and went to bed, Camille stroked his head. The man thought about the fact that he would not have done this before. But then he saw an incident with the release of a monster to freedom. His gaze immediately became colder, and he himself was surrounded by a gloomy aura. At the evening of the evening, the maid welcomed Vanessa. Helping to undress, they asked, What do you want for dinner? The Duchess answered. Pallet and I have already eaten, so nothing is needed. Where is the Duke now? They answered her. He had already stepped into his chambers. The girl lowered her head. I thought he would wait for me. Vanessa turned to the maid. Pallet, can you dial a bath? Meanwhile, a man watched her from the second floor. The imperious low voice came across the room. Vanessa! The Duke left his chambers to meet his wife. Vanessa, not hiding in surprise, looked at the devil. Then she said, They said that you are already in your chambers. Have you been waiting for me? She began to climb the stairs. The girl stopped in front of a harsh-looking man, then added, True, this is very nice of you. However, she stumbled upon an ice and frightening wall. The girl uncertainly turned to him, trying to understand what had happened. The man slowly asked a question. Why did you deceive me? You thought I did not know? He looked at her. The Duchess stunned at her husband, not understanding what he was talking about. When did I even deceive him? Has he somehow recognized? I have long known that maid of honor was serving the Empress. To conceal something from the devil from the very beginning was not the best venture, Vanessa said. Because I thought you would get angry, Camille said. Because the Empress wanted to kill you? Therefore, you thought that, having learned about this, I would harm the prince? No, you conceived this not because of someone, but because of yourself. You thought you could make me act? Who did you imagine yourself? The Duke's gaze burned his soul. Do you really think that I love you? Vanessa strained. He gently touched her cheeks, saying, Do not be mistaken. The reason I care about you is very simple. You are just my prey. The devil was adamant. After a small pause, he asked for, I understood me? The girl answered sadly, Yes, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I crossed the line of what was permitted. The man turned around. I thought you were wiser than other people. Apparently, I was mistaken. You are the same fool like everyone else. With these words, Isak left. The Duchess remained standing in place, amazed at her husband's speeches. An annoyed devil quickly walked along the corridor, thinking, to pick up the soul of ordinary people, that's what is really stupid. Vanessa went to the prepared pallet bath. She recalled the phrases of a man and all his past actions, how he looked at her, kissed and glorying pleasant things. Due to the lack of oxygen, the girl immediately emerged. He himself was the first to give hope. The more I think, the more I am angry. I can't say whether I am mistaken about the senses or not. How irresponsible. The girl picked up a towel. Having wrapped it around the wet body, she left the bathroom. From the very beginning, I knew about everything about his attitude. But why do I feel that they had done unfairly with me? Because of this incident, I once again realized one important thing. I swear that I would not love the devil was the best solution. With these thoughts, Vanessa went to bed, waiting for the next day. The maids stood quietly in a rather mournful mood. Nest and Erkin also supported the general mood in the room. Meanwhile, Vanessa with a stone face took food. Camille, in turn, also did not give any emotions. We were on vacation for several days, and they already managed to quarrel. Indeed, they did not even say words to each other. Having finished the meal, the Duke silently wiped his lips with a napkin. Then he turned to the assistant. Is everything ready for departure? The man bowed. Yes, everything has been cooked for a long time. Without saying anything, the devil rose from his seat. Throwing a cloak, the Duke quickly and silently left the dining room. The Duchess remained sitting in her place, watching him with a look. Drowning, she lowered her head, not thinking about anything. At the same time, life was in full swing in the imperial palace. A man with important information for His Majesty entered the chambers. This morning, the Duke went to capture the kingdom of Tarno. How many military men accompany him? They answered him, about 200. The informant hastened to add, and also some returned. At that very moment, Mage Han came out from behind the man. He fell to his knees before His Majesty, putting his hand on his chest. The guy bowed and said, Head of the Han Magic Tower. He added in a serious voice, Your Majesty welcomes. Then the magician stood up and asked at ease, How is your health? The Emperor answered hoarsely, Han, my teacher and faithful friend, tell me how your trip to the east went. I was convinced that what happened on the border is true. However, even if it was a military clash with Tristan, this can be called just a small commotion. The trip was so meaningless that it was inconvenient to send senior magicians. After listening to him, The emperor grunted, thinking about something. In the end, it was in vain. Thank you, you worked hard. His Majesty is afraid of the Duke. This trip was offered to them. A few years ago, members of the imperial family began to die. Murders, poisoning, unknown causes of death. They led to the fact that the number of family decreased sharply. At the moment, only 4 are left of the whole family. Over time, people began to guess about the hidden secret. That this was VVS to happen from the moment the Duke has changed. Our family throughout generations suffered from mana, what became for us weakness both inside and outside the empire. In order to compensate for this, we built a tower and scored magicians. The Duke, using our weakness, aimed at the Crown Prince. His plan, rather, VSGO, was that if you leave the palace, the Crown Prince will never have the opportunity to take the throne. The Emperor said, Han, I now have no power. The Emperor added, if the Duke decides to send you again, then I cannot do anything but to let him. And in the end, the Crown Prince will be in danger. The sick man said, can you ask you for something? Whatever happens, protect my son, please. Closer to dinner, the sun stood high above the ground, warming everything around. A hereditary prince on swords trained on the parade ground. The guy barely fought off the forever attacking enemy. Having lost his balance, the boy fell to the ground, leaning on his hand. The prince looked guiltily at the teacher, waiting for the reprimand. However, he gave his hand and asked, are you okay? The boy nodded. Every day, your fencing skills become better. You have the ability to predict the actions of my sword. Thank you, teacher. In the future, I also ask you to teach me. Are there any wishes? If so, just tell me. Smiling, the Crown Prince thought, I was praised today. Suddenly, the prince's heart stabbed with unbearable pain. Holding on to the chest, the boy trembled, trying to breathe air. Is the energy that the aunt gave to me is already over? Suddenly, the prince heard a familiar voice behind him. The guy was sincerely surprised. Han? The magician waved to him joyfully. The man came up and stroked the young prince on the head. Pouring mana into him, Han said, I finished. The boy thanked him. When did the pain return to you? I seemed to give enough mana. The pain returned a couple of days after your departure. The dumbfounded magician asked, how is it possible? What happened? Is the storage period of mana decreased? Previously, if you completely fill it, there was enough for 2 to 3 months. It will be necessary to take measures. A terrible could happen to you, the embarrassed prince answered. Yes, but thanks to the aunt everything worked out. Han wanted to clarify. The boy remembered the promise of this Vanessa. Having worried, the guy hastened to dismiss. Nothing. Exactly. They said that the Duke chose a new duchess, and it looks like you have already seen her. The prince confirmed. The supreme mage carefully watched the behavior of the boy. Then he asked, Your Highness, are you not afraid of the Duke? I'm afraid. But my uncle is my family, whose members are already a little left. Han looked sadly at the naive and unknowing truth of the prince. The emperor thinks that the Duke wants to sit on the throne, killing the prince. I think differently. The current Duke has power above the imperial. This can be seen by the way he wears the imperial uniform, as if boasting. If he makes a decision, he can make a coup right now. Imperial magicians conclude a lifelong contract with the imperial family. Therefore, they cannot harm any of them. If a coup begins, they will not be able to stop the Duke. However, the Duke only inspires fear of people from outside, but not in the empire. What does the Duke really want to achieve this? The prince called him. He answered, I thought a little. The weather is lovely today. Isn't it insulting only to train? Hen smiled, saying, How about a small walk? What? But I will soon begin classes at the academy. Do not worry, I will decide everything. He began to create a spell. Without wasting time, the supreme magician created a portal in the city. Inviting the guy, he said, Come on, Your Highness. The embarrassed and nervous prince did not know what to do. At the same time, in the Duke's palace was quiet and surface. Bahadur, crossing his arms over his chest, heard a call nearby. Erkin decided to prick. Have you spent the weekend well? The long-haired knight smiled, and Nest snarked displeasedly. You are a heavenly knight. What happened to your clothes? We took care of us very much. I could buy another suit for myself. However, the silent man decided to ignore the remark. Erkin thought, Bahadur is a native of the criminal city of Etiel, and he sends all the salary received to his family. Although he does not show, he has a lot of his problems. Meanwhile, Vanessa sat in the room, reading the book. Sitting in a comfortable chair, The girl was very focused. Suddenly, the maid called out the Duchess, attracting attention. The smiling woman happily announced, "From Victoria." Mr. Sakar arrived. The guy was waiting for a sister in a carriage. For Vanessa, this news was the happiest in recent days. Not daring to wait, she began to get to the meeting. The Duchess put on a wonderful dress and big earrings. "I can't believe that very soon I will meet with Sakar again. How many times my life was repeated, I had so many families. However, in this life, the family is of particular importance for me." The carriage door swung open, and the guy took the first step. Not believing to his fullest, Sakar shouted, "Sister!" Vanessa was just as glad to see a loved one. The maids watched how the Duchess hugs her brother. Entering the house, the maid immediately brought the guy tea. Sakaru spun 15, the age when children begin to change. But I did not think that he would grow up so much. He grew up from our last meeting. And his voice became lower. Despite everything, his skin remained as soft and shining. "Well, what a cutie! He still looks like a child." "Sakar, you really grew up," he answered. "I stretched out in a few months." Then he stated, "I missed you, dear sister. I could not imagine that we would meet once. You would know how much I worried about you and glad that we met. Now I need to call you a duchess. Sorry for the rudeness. When we are together, there is no need in the formalities. Then I will call you a sister when we are alone." "Fine. How are parents?" Sakar answered. "They are in good health. By the way, the older sister recently became pregnant." "What a wonderful news. I will need to write a letter to her." After a long conversation, Vanessa showed his brother his room. The guy was delighted and thanked his sister for a very long time. "Do not thank me. This duke took care of this for you," Sakar asked. "And where is his highness now?" "He's not in now. He went on business to the kingdom of Tarno. So we are talking about the seizure of the kingdom. Also our..." All that Vanessa could answer was embarrassed to agree. Having lowered his head, the guy said almost in a whisper, "It's clear. When I found out that my sister would become a duchess, I had mixed emotions. She had to leave her home due to the capture of the kingdom. And then the news came about her wedding with the Duke of the Empire. People began to consider her a heroine and savior Victoria. However, we were worried that the Duke would show character and would harm it. Is this a letter of recommendation for admission to the Imperial Academy? It is difficult to get there even children from noble imperial families. It seems that the Duke himself wrote a recommendation." "I'm glad that he treats her well," Mother asked. "Will you go to the Empire?" Sakar confirmed. "I must be next to my sister and protect her about dangers. Now, in the Empire, I am the only family for her. I want to meet with the Duke and find out what kind of person he is. Unlike rumors, I, like you, think that he is good. After all, he recently recognized Victoria by an independent state. But it is more important that my sister is happy. The rest does not matter," Vanessa thought with surprise. When did this baby grow up? Suddenly, Pallet came to the Duchess, holding out the box. Remembering the prepared gift, the girl called her brother. "Hold it. This is a gift in honor of our long-awaited meeting." Opening the box, Sakar cried out, "This is a scarf of Brand Lannon!" Putting on a gift, he said, "I really like him. He suits you like that. For the sake of these emotions, it is worth spending money. I'm so glad. I love you very much." Vanessa was very pleasant, the girl said. "These words speak to your girlfriend in the future." Sakar was embarrassed, asking, "For what? And if I don't want to?" The Duchess was taken aback, Givenation. "No, you misunderstood. This is my brother, but how can he be so sweet?" She squeezed him, thinking, such soft and delicate cheeks. Sakar even got in the eyes of Scar. The girl immediately let go. "In general, sit, sort things out, and rest. You are tired. When the time comes dinner, I will definitely come for you. Pallet, you can go to the kitchen and tell the chef to the cook." So that for dinner, he submitted a branded cream sup? Sakar loves him. She is so excited. There were no faces on it for several days. I was worried. How good it is that Mr. Saker came. Meanwhile, in the quarter of debauchery, there was a calm atmosphere. However, a few hours later, there were some corpses around. The man's chest pierced with a sword. He begged for mercy. But the owner of the blade was adamant and finished what he had begun. The Baron was all covered in someone else's blood, concealing his thirst. On a dimly lit street, the king of demons walked with a sword in his hand. After 100 years, I again found myself here in the world of people. Murders here bring even great joy than anywhere else. But the purpose of my arrival is not that. You need to check something. Namely, the Duchess of the Empire and that woman are related. To begin with, it would be nice to get closer to the Duke. But for this, I will need a suitable human body. Suddenly, voices came to the Baron. Has that hearing turned out to be true? Which? Two men transported fruits talked loudly. The rumor that the Duke of Isak is actually supporting Itiel. Yes, if you're talking about this rumor, then yes, it looks like the truth. I saw that people from the Empire are constantly coming here. And not only that, rumor has it that the sovereign Italy will receive the title of Count. It turns out that the Duke will personally come and reward him with a title? Don't know. After all, we even don't know who the sovereign is actually. The Baron smiled slyly, thinking, so the sovereign Itiel. At this time, the Imperial Academy shone and shone with its beauty. Sakar looked at a huge building with undisguised enthusiasm. This is the same great Imperial Academy of Albrecht. He could not look away from her. She thought even more than I thought. Sakar, you will study in this building. The brother agreed. In Victoria, Sakar was the only son of the Duke and lived in abundance. However, now he is in the Empire. And even this scale surprises him. The director spoke. I can't even believe that you personally visited us. For our academy, this is a great honor, Madame Duchess. My name is Selvine, and I am the director of this academy. Nice to meet you. Vanessa reciprocated. The woman's gaze darted to the guy. So, this is Mr. Sakar? Glad to meet with you. We have already received your table with excellent grades. As the director of the academy, I am waiting for your future results. If you need help in the future, tell me. Duchess, go with me. You need to fill out all the documents. I could not imagine that they would meet me so cordially. Mom was very worried that they would treat me badly. Now I felt the influence of the Duke and what he is a person. Selvin said, all documents are signed. I will accompany the master to the audience. Vanessa looked at her brother and said, good luck in the lessons. He, picking up the books, answered, thank you, sister, and I will walk in the vicinity until the end of the lessons. The Duchess asked to keep your status secret. Therefore, you cannot worry about it. Now we came. Rabata, a new boy transferred to our academy. I hope you get along and help him get used to it as soon as possible. Hello everyone, my name is Saker. I hope we make friends. The next 40 minutes, the teacher actively explained the new topic. After my very first lesson ended, I realized only one thing, that I understood almost nothing. Despite the fact that I taught the imperial language, it did not help me. Listening to ordinary conversations was easier than complex speech in the lessons. You will need to ask your sister to help. I already feel difficulties. And it is also surprising that everyone is absolutely all the same on others. In my last academy, everyone was friends with each other. It turns out that there was no need to hide my personality. Maybe it's even good. After all, if someone speaks to me, then everything will come up because of my broken imperial language. Suddenly, Sakar heard textbooks somewhere nearby. He noticed how a fair-haired guy stood over falling books. The stranger immediately sank to his knee, removing the mess. Sakar was surprised to think, why does no one help him? He decided to get up from his desk and headed for the boy. He said as much as possible. Let me help you? Turning his head, the Crown Prince asked in surprise. To me? Other students watched this picture in shock. Sakar said, that's all. By the way, can you tell me where the toilet is here? As you go out, right. The guy thanked the prince and left. For a while, the future emperor watched the boy after. A familiar and pleasant feeling suddenly swept his soul. Meanwhile, Vanessa walked slowly along the outskirts of the academy. After many years, I'm walking around the garden again. Everything is felt differently. There was a small pond here, but he, unfortunately, is no longer there. So many years have passed. It would be difficult to save everything in its original form. By the way, is the tree somewhere nearby? After Calcas returned from the academy, we arranged a picnic there. From here, I want to take a walk alone. Erkin wanted to stand up. Vanessa answered, I have enough for a few minutes, please. Erkin and Nest looked at each other. Fine, but only not for long. The Duchess went to the bridge to find the very tree. Inspecting a vast territory, the girl suddenly froze. She drew attention to one huge tree, found. Vanessa came closer to him, not taking his eyes off. The very tree. It still stands here as before. Despite the fact that several hundred years have passed, the expression and laughter of Calcas, then warm when I hugged him. It feels like all this happened only yesterday. The girl closed her eyes and introduced all the pleasant moments. Opening her eyes, she noticed something unusual upstairs. The Duchess was very surprised. What kind of? On a tree of human? Suddenly, the guy yawned, simultaneously noticing the girl below. Vanessa could not find what to say, so she looked at him silently. Suddenly, the guy jumped up, crying out, "You!" His hand slipped. He flew down with a cry. The man landed right on the girl. Heen looked at a familiar witch in shock, stripping his mouth. Vanessa also found out the one who was able to stop time recently. Rising, the magician immediately asked, "Are you fine? Didn't get hurt?" Having rested on his hand, she answered, "I'm fine. How is it possible that we met again? I was so surprised. I could not imagine that I would see you here." Still not recovering, Vanessa asked, "Why did you sleep there? This tree is a great place for daytime sleep. And the view is pleasant. But what about you? What wind brought you here?" "What to come up with? I can't say that because of the deceased son." "Understood. Did you come to register in the Magic Tower?" "The Imperial Academy is located next to the Magic Tower. Judging by the fact that the head is sleeping in the middle of the day, do you have nothing to do?" "Not quite so. I came to meet a friend and remembered this place." "Then I wish you a pleasant pastime with a friend." "I'll go." "Where are you?" "The Magic Tower is on this side." Meanwhile, Erkin asked, "Where did the Duchess go?" Suddenly they heard a voice. "Do not be like that," went together. "I was going to the tower anyway. Together it will be more fun." Vanessa tried to move out. "No, then I will come somehow myself," Han said. "Well, why, since you are here?" A scream was heard. "Stop!" The magician was surprised when 2 sabers were sent in his direction. Erkin asked menacingly, "Who are you? Answer vividly." "Why did you appear right now?" Just try to tell him. However, Erkin still asked, "Are you okay, Duchess?" Han asked for a dumbfounded news. "Duchess?" Vanessa sighed nervously, smiling and blushing in front of everyone. A few minutes later, sitting on the bench, Nest said, "So he is the head of the tower. I heard a lot about him, but I see for the first time." Erkin supported. "And I." "But why is he here with the Duchess?" Nest answered. "Maybe they are somehow connected, since both wizards." "This man. I saw him somewhere, but I can't remember." "Interesting. You are a magician, and even a duchess." "Who are you, really?" Vanessa answered. "This is all, only a magician and a duchess." Hen asked plaintively. "Is it true? Then why did you hide it?" "My life is not sugar. Even if I said, what is it for?" The girl said. "I do not want to intervene in something else. That is, you want to ask me to keep it secret?" She confirmed what the magician said too. "Just like that? Number, of all men, he is the only one as a child. It will not be good if you put pressure on me using my status. I am the head of the Magic Tower, of course. I will not do this." Vanessa's face became serious. She asked, "Then what do you want?" The man smiled meaningfully before answering. He looked into her eyes and said, "Become your friend. If you agree to be my friend, I will keep everything secret." "Be friends? What kind of request is such? Like a 5-year-old child? And what?" "In my opinion, a very good condition for the transaction." Looking at the sorcerer, the Duchess thought what to do. She remembered the Duke's words that she was just prey. "For Camille, I am prey, no more. It makes no sense to think if he will be jealous." Surviving, Vanessa spoke. "Fine, let's be friends." "You made the right choice, girlfriend. How glad I am." On this, the girl stepped up and said goodbye to a new friend. Looking after his friend, the man smiled and reasoned, "It feels that in the future, we will often intersect." Then he went to meet with his old friend. The man carried with him a small bouquet of unsuccessful colors. The supreme magician reached the cemetery, going to a certain grave. Stopping, he laid flowers in front of the stove, greeting, "We have not seen each other for a long time, my friend, Kalkas." Then he got up. Looking at the grave, Heen smiled, recalling his comrade. Kalkas spoke. "Hen, I dreamed about my mother again today. And so you sit here again and cool? Do you even understand how people are desperately looking for you? With your sudden disappearances, you bother many people." "You are still the emperor," Kalkas answered. "Do not worry, I'm fine. This is our secret place with Mom." He pointed to a tree. "Yes, I know you have already talked about it more than 100 times." The emperor smiled, asking, "Really so often?" "Every time I come here, I remember my mother's smile. A smile that I can never see again." "But what kind of dream did you dream with her today?" Mom drank poisoned tea and died in agony and pain. And I, seeing all this, could not do anything and somehow help. After all, in fact, before the death of my mother. He could not finish. Han put his hand on his shoulder, saying, "You are not to blame for anything." Calchas smiled at his friend, answering, "Thank you, Han." Years passed. Calchas, before death you asked me, "What is it like to be immortal?" This life is like a curse, when you live and see how people dear to you leave. And in the end, you are left completely alone, continuing your way. A little later, in the palace of the Duke, Sakar nervously complained, "The imperial language is so complex. Why are there so many words, which are pronounced the same, but have already 3 values? It feels like my head will finally burst. But, despite this, you are very good. Do not worry hard. After about half a vehicle, you will get used to it. But still, I am worried that I can't listen to objects and will be behind. If you are stubbornly engaged, then this will not happen. Besides the language, does everything suit you at the new academy? At first, I thought that all students would shun me. But everything is fine. All are kind, and I have already had many friends." Satisfied with Vanessa, pleased with the answer. "How glad I am for you. That's just there is one boy that I am worried about." The Duchess was very surprised, asking, "Who is this?" "His name is Edward. He is always alone. Others seem to shun him. He is just quiet but kind." "I don't understand why everything is avoided," the girl asked. "Sakar, do you want to make friends with him?" She does not know at all that we are talking about the prince. "Well, yes, I just want all the guys to get along with each other." "Duchess, I apologize for interrupting your conversation." The surprised Vanessa asked, a cup in her hands. "What's happened?" An invitation to tea drinking from Her Majesty Empress came. Frowning, Vanessa thought, "It seems the time has come." All the same, sooner or later, I would have to meet her. Send the Empress a response letter with my consent. Having bowed, the maid answered, "Fine, will be done." Meanwhile, the sun slowly went over the kingdom of Tarno. Hundreds of soldiers declared, "We will faithfully serve His Highness." The peaceful capture of the throne, Tarno went through as well as possible, surrendered without any resistance. I first encounter a similar one. The royal army is not able to win imperial troops. Most likely, they thought that their end was already predetermined. The kingdom of Tarno will immediately transmit 20% of the treasury of the empire, and it will pay 20% of taxes every month. It seems that if I tell them licking their legs, they will do it. It is so boring that I see no reason to kill them. Isak said, "Increase the tax percentage to 30 and disperse." The king shouted right there, "Thanks a lot! Glory to His Highness!" Divide the conquered among yourself and celebrate the victory within 2 days. And yet, is there any news from my palace by chance? Eat. They reported that Mr. Sakar arrived in the empire. The Duke answered indifferently, "It's clear? Okay, free." Having bowed, the soldier answered, "I'm already leaving, Your Highness." The devil thought, "I think I was too harsh with Vanessa, but I am still angry. Because she deceived me? Because when I am with her, I behave as if it were not me. What a strange and incomprehensible feeling. Again, I feel uneasy." The devil sat on the throne and looked at one point, trying to realize, "I miss her." Having lowered his head, he introduced his wife nearby. At this time, the ladies gossiped in the imperial palace. "Did you know that the brother of the Duchess entered the Imperial Academy?" "Well, no, even my nephew could not do there." "Unfortunately, this is true." The Duchess asked the Duke to arrange everything. How to use the Duke's power on her part. "But we cannot take and leave it just like that," the Empress said. "Actually, that's why I called you. Your Majesty, the Duchess accepted your invitation to tea." The Empress smiled slyly and then said, "That's glorious." She angrily clapped a fan on the arm. "Just the Duke is now on the departure. This time I can teach this rubbish properly. A few years ago, the maids praised the prince for the best assessment. On this exam, you again coped the best. You have a good memory. You are very smart. You will become a support for our entire empire." Edward was pleasant, but he wanted to share his joy with his mother. Entering the dark room, the prince noticed a lone figure on the bed. He said uncertainly, "Mother!" A sobbing woman turned to him. Kronprint began to speak. "I am this time." But the Empress screamed, "Nanny, I ordered not to let anyone hear. Bring the prince from here." The dumbfounded boy barely restrained tears from the scream of his mother. "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We will leave now." Having discarded the sheet with a high rating, Edward cried, buried in Trudy to his side. Some time later, the time for lunch came, which the prince appeared. The boy was sitting at a table, completely covered with food. He asked, "Where is mother?" The servant answered. She said that she has no appetite. Having accepted this answer, the crown prince began to eat food. The guy ate alone. Only the servant sometimes poured him water. In our time, the school time has come at the Imperial Academy. Gathering his strength, Edward stood in front of the door, knowing that he was waiting. Entering the class, he immediately noticed several pairs of embittered eyes. All students were configured negatively towards him. The prince has long been accustomed to this and entered without giving a look. However, inside it was a continuous emptiness and sadness. Suddenly, at the same moment he called out, "Edward, good morning!" Crown Prince immediately blossomed when seeing a smiling Sakar. He also greeted back. The brand new asked, "Did you get enough sleep?" Confused, Edward answered, "Like yes." Brother Vanessa was delighted. "By the way, did you manage to make a house in mathematics? No matter how I thought, I could not do only one task." The prince offered his help. Sakar answered, "Let's work out together." Taking Edward behind him, the guy said, "Sit down here." After half an hour, Sakar spoke. "So this is how to decide." "You are so smart," the embarrassed crown prince answered. "Thank you." For the first time, Edward had fun at the academy. The time on the clock has been shown for an hour of the day. There was a lunchtime. Suddenly, several girls approached the newcomer. "Sakar, we were going to have lunch near the lake. Do not want with us?" The guy agreed, collected things, and got up. The prince remained in place. Suddenly, the new one turned around. Realizing that Edward was in no hurry, he turned to a booming boy. "Let's go with us." However, the gaze of one girl made it clear that this was a bad idea. The prince immediately got nervous. "Everything is in order, go yourself." The puzzled Sakar was upset when he heard his friend's refusal. Children sat on a tablecloth by the river under the supervision of the maids. The girls chirped. Count Nashinu was completely reddened. Unable to stand it, Sakar decided to ask, "Why are you depriving Edward?" They answered with surprise. "We do not do that at all," the guy said. "No, you are constantly doing this." Sakar did not stop. Maybe he was guilty of you in some ways? That's not the point. After all, there is no use and benefit from him. The crown prince, who does not even have any power. Sakar froze in shock, asking, "Edward is the crown prince? Just do not tell us that you did not know about it at all. I thought you were teasing him, so you talk informally. Then you already know that I am the younger brother of the Duchess?" "Certainly. From the very beginning, your pronunciation gave you out. So that's why they are kind to me. It is profitable to get along with the brother of the Duchess." Suddenly, Sakar was blown up. Surprised students asked, "Where are you?" He said, "What is the benefit of spending time with you? Who did you imagine from yourself? A discharge that came here thanks to the Duke." At the same time, a guest was announced in the imperial palace. The maid said, "Her Highness arrived the Duchess." The Empress looked at Vanessa and her maid. With an unplayed smile, she said, "Please go through the Duchess." A few minutes ago, the girl walked along the corridor of the palace. Her accompanying people were Nest, Erkin, as well as Pallet. Finally, the maid led them to the desired guarded door. When Vanessa and Pallet passed, the guard grabbed swords. Netu and Erkin blocked the way. Further for the knights, the entrance is prohibited. The accompaniers immediately roared loudly, "Why?" The Duchess stopped them, calmly. "Wait for me outside." After obeying, they bowed, answering, "Understood you." At the same time, one man climbed the roof of the palace. Drying a tree, he searched for the room where the Duchess was. Suddenly, one of the maids went to the window and pulled the curtains. Badr noticed this and realized that he had found what he was looking for. Entering the room, Vanessa heard, "We are glad to see you, Your Highness. It is a great honor for me to meet you here, the Duchess. Thank you for being present here with us," the surprised girl answered. "And I'm glad to see you." Suddenly, Vanessa drew attention to the table. "Are these cards?" the Empress said. "That's enough. Get to know everyone later. Rather, sit down, the Duchess." She invited her to the table. "You see, I really like to play cards. Let's play together." In one newspaper, I read that Countess Gara was dependent on gambling and lost all her condition. As a result, the Count divorced her and she wandered through the streets. I also heard that playing people appeared among the imperial aristocracy, but I did not think that the Empress herself was involved in this. Opening her cards, Her Majesty proudly declared, "Set!" Other ladies cried out, "Can't be! I lost again!" My cards are also about anything, and this is not surprising. After all, from the very beginning, the game was adjusted so that I could not win. The maid standing next to the Empress is a magician changing cards. Laying out her cards, Vanessa said. And I lost. I won again. I apologize, but nothing can be done. The Empress began to rake with her hands all her winning. This is only in words a game. In fact, this is ordinary extortion. It seems that in this way, she wants to drive me into a corner. Duchess, you are for the first time in the game, but continue to lose money. How so? And do not say, I have never been able to win. At such a pace, you will soon lose all your condition. I'm worried how the Duke did not hate you after all. You cannot worry about it. Vanessa signed a check. The Duke really values me and does everything for me, everything that I wish. Therefore, the loss of a small amount will not arouse hatred of me in him. The court ladies asked in shock. Small money? The Empress did not like such an answer at all. Then let's play the next batch together, and in a large way, I will put all the money and you are your wedding necklace. Agree. Are there good conditions? The Empress grinned. If you win, you can return all the money lost. Suddenly the Duchess smiled, answering. I agree. Overlining the cards, the dealer said. We are starting a new game. All 5 cards were laid out on the table. It's time to open. Vanessa decided this time to play according to her rules. She used the spell, Manifestation, to see other people's cards. The Empress has an Ace of Worms and Ace of the Peak in her arms. Said again. And again I have useless cards. Okay. I am also a little amused. The Duchess began to create a second spell, Replacement. Having laid out the cards, the Empress said in a playfully, How so? The girls cried out again. Wow, this is again! Our congratulations! Today, heaven pours grace on you. However, it was too early to rejoice. Vanessa smiled slyly. Opening the cards, she said, Straight. This time I won. All court ladies immediately fell into a stupor, not understanding what happened. They silently looked at 2 different combinations of rivals. The Empress loudly slapped her hands on the table, screaming, Can't be! The woman roared. What kind of nonsense? This is impossible! The contented Duchess asked. What does it mean impossible? You say as if the winner was initially determined in the game. I am sure that you did something with your cards. Guard, rather here! Arrest the Duchess immediately! The Empress pointed to Vanessa, trembling with rage. The Duchess sat with a stone face, listening to the accusations. Shocked knights said uncertainly, We obey. When they approached the Duchess, she spoke menacingly. Are you trying to touch me? To the Duchess now? Have you lost fear? The guards immediately froze in fright. The Empress cried out again. Dumbasses, do you ignore my order? Your Majesty, calm down. If you feel sorry for the money, I will return everything back. In addition, I did not come to have fun and play cards. Today, I came to get an apology from you. An apology for trying to kill me several times. What is happening here? She answered. I did not understand. We came to play. And then it turns out that Her Majesty tried to kill the Duchess. I feel it will not cost a simple game of cards. At such a pace, they will truly become enemies with the Duke. The angry Empress grinned. Oh, you are a lousy! When did I try to kill you? The maid tried to calm her down. Your Majesty, calm down. If you continue, it will be even worse. Ladies, do not worry and go home. The Empress and I need to talk in private. The girls immediately jumped and began to leave in a hurry. As soon as the door slammed, 2 ladies looked at each other coldly. Now we can talk normally with you. What do you want? Vanessa answered. I want to get an apology from you. She is the Empress and mother of the Crown Prince. Therefore, I will dwell on this. Recognize your misconduct and apologize. Then everything will be resolved. Also promise that you will not endanger me and my people, no matter how much I think I can't understand. The Empress trembled. What is so unusual in you that the Duke loved you? Vanessa was surprised by such a sudden reasoning. And he never even looked at me, she cried. Then the woman slowly pulled a trembling hand to the back of the head. With an uncertain movement, she began to get a hairpin from her hair. Why are you only special? The Empress held a hairpin knife in her hands. The Duchess listlessly watched the actions of the interlocutor. A second later, the hairpin fell to the floor, spraying the blood. There was a heart-rending female cry. The flying guard asked, "What's happened?" They saw the Empress wounded in the hand and dumbfounded Duchess. "Are you okay, Your Majesty?" The woman only smiled slyly. "Duchess, you are arrested for attempting an imperial family." The shocked Vanessa immediately took into custody in the dungeon. After a couple of hours, Nest and Erkin shouted, "What attempt? What are you talking about?" The knight did not retreat. The Duchess would not have done this. "Whether it is guilty or not, the imperial law will decide, so go away." Nest cried out. "Crap! You need to immediately inform the Duke," Erkin answered. "But the letter will go too long. The attempt on the imperial family is a very serious matter. It's so easy to justify from him. If the moment comes when the Duchess is in danger, we must act on our own and save it." Meanwhile, a loud scream rang out in a raw dungeon. "How much can you repeat that our Duchess did not do this? Let us go. We are not to blame for anything. Knight?" However, the man ignored her statement, turning away. The maid was more and more annoyed. "He does not seem to hear me." She turned to Vanessa. "Are you okay?" She answered in the affirmative. The excited maid asked, "What will the Tepeper be with us?" Smiling, Vanessa answered, "Sorry, because of me you got here." "Well, what are you? From the very beginning, you were not guilty of anything. Why are you so strict and blame yourself for nothing?" "I did not assume such an outcome and acted carelessly. First, you need to observe the situation, and then act. By the way, Sakar is probably worried there. Sorry, dear." Meanwhile, at the academy, Sakar turned to his friend. "Edward, why didn't you tell me that you are a crown prince? What to do now?" "It was necessary to tell him right away. He is probably angry that I deceived him. Why did I do this?" "Stepping," the boy said guiltily. "Forgive me, please." Suddenly, Sakar fell to his knees in front of a frightened guy. The brother of the Duchess said, "Forgive me for my rudeness." The dumbfounded prince looked at his comrade in bewilderment. "I didn't tell me because I will do something like that, right?" Then Sakar smiled joyfully and winked at Edward. Looking at the unusual behavior of Sakar, Crown Prince was confused. Then the new one sat on the bench. "I'm fine. Everything happens in life." Looking at him, the boy asked, "Are you not angry at me?" "Not at all. I understand a little why you didn't say it. And the guys here are somehow strange." They looked at each other. Then Edward smiled slowly in response to a friend's phrase. Then he laughed loudly, saying, "Yes, they are strange." Sakar was pleased to see the prince in high spirits. He got up and asked, "Let's have lunch together tomorrow." Crown Prince joyfully agreed, following the bench. Suddenly, the boy trembled and grabbed his jacket tightly. "To be honest, I didn't tell you something either." Suddenly, he heard the prince fell to the ground. "Edward?" The reddened boy was breathing heavily, trembling very much. While the Empress was bandaged, she was indignant. "Yes, how dare she raise a hand on me? I will not forgive her this." She screamed, "I demand at dawn to execute the Duchess." The assistant chattered, "But first you need to hold a court. She tried to kill me. Isn't that a good reason?" "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has lost consciousness." "Like for the first time, call the magicians. They will take care of everything. This time, everything is much more serious. He is in serious condition." The Empress could not ignore such a statement. Forgetting about the Duchess, she went to the room to her son. Entering the chambers of the prince, the woman noticed the magicians creating a spell. Then she noticed Edward lying unconscious. The Empress hesitated herself uncertainly, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, the unsuccessful cries of Pallet calmed down in the dungeon. The Duchess and the maid silently sat under the raw wall. During the time spent behind bars, the girls were tired and dozed off. Suddenly, a nasty creak of a metal door was heard. Opening her eyes, Vanessa saw a familiar figure on the threshold. Next to the guard stood Trudy, looking at the Duchess. As always in a strict voice, she said, "Follow me." A few minutes later, the woman led two girls. Palette immediately whispered, "Where do you think she leads us?" The puzzled Vanessa calmly answered, "I have no idea." Trudy opened the doors, releasing the Duchess and the maid to the will. "Through this door, you will fall into the garden. There are knights there. Hurry up." Vanessa, covering the interest, asked, "Why are you helping us?" "I heard that once you helped the Crown Prince. Consider this to my gratitude, nothing more." Vanessa thought, and then said, "Let me ask something else. Why is the Empress so much obsessed with the Duke? If she just liked him, then she would not have reached this." This time, the imperprator acted frivolously. Passing it secretly, the Duke's attention could be avoided. But this time, everything was in a spiritual way, one might say, to show. Continuing in the same spirit, she can bring trouble, Trudy said. At the time when the Empress was the daughter of the Duke, there was a man with whom she wanted to connect her life. But once the Emperor noticed her and made an offer, she could not tolerate pressure from the family and became the Empress. The Emperor from his youth loved female society and met with many. Soon, after the birth of the prince, he stopped paying attention to his wife. However, this was not any surprise for everyone. In order to get his attention to the Emperor, she made a lot of effort to always be beautiful. But in return, she received only neglect in her direction. The Empress, about whom her legs wiped, hated the whole world. Why give false hopes, if I didn't even try to love? At the time of despair, the Duke appeared in the life of the Empress. Giving her a scarf, the man asked, "Are you okay? Was the Duke like that? I can't even imagine." But perhaps it was before Camille changed. "Madame, have you been here all this time? I have been looking for you for so long." Turning around, the woman asked the maid, "What's happened?" With tears in her eyes, the maid answered, "His Highness!" Meanwhile, 5 magicians stood over the crown prince. From the strong effects of magic, the boy lifted into the air. However, his body did not accept the manna that he was nourished, the magical power that we put into his body. It turns out back in larger streams. If there are no changes, he will die. That would be another magician who could help us. "Your Majesty, please let me help the prince." The dumbfounded Han froze when he saw his friend's familiar face. The Duchess stood silently, waiting for the permission of the Empress. The girl for a moment met her eyes with the supreme magician. The man thought about it. Where did Vanessa come from here? The shocked Empress immediately turned her head, jumping up. "Duchess, who freed her without my permission?" The loud, strict voice of the woman was heard behind the enters. The Empress could not believe her eyes. "Trudy? Brill, do you even understand what you have done? Grab them immediately!" Suddenly, Vanessa cried out. "Come to yourself, Your Majesty. Is it important now? The prince is now in critical condition. If you continue in the same spirit, he may not survive. Do you even understand what the word death means? You can never hug His Highness again. And you can never hear this native voice again." Vanessa boiled. "Do you even imagine what it is?" The woman thought about it. Vanessa added, "Take a time with hatred. And please, let me help His Highness. The Duchess is a magician with great magical power. I am sure this girl can help His Highness." The Empress looked down, not wanting to accept reality. She uncertainly agreed. Trudy led Vanessa to the prince. The Duchess went to the guy and the herd to pronounce the spell. How so? Does magical power enter the body and immediately come out? If it continues to continue, then you can't pass the troubles. It seems that Vanessa is also not powerful. The only way remains. No matter how much I think about it, I see the only way out. They said in unison, "Transform Manu into a precious stone." Vanessa flinched in hearing identical thoughts from Heen. The supreme magician was also surprised at similar thoughts. The concentration of mana flow can turn into stone. And having a stone with you, you can stop the outflow of magical power. If there is such a method, why did you not use it before? Turning to magic jewelers, you can at least how much to get them? Of course, I tried 100 times, being in the imperial chambers. I found the best magic jewelers on the continent. But all trips were crowned by failure. No one took this work. Since some jeweler died, making such a stone, Trudy said. "What a horror." Suddenly, Erkin called out to the Duchess. His voice was excited. "Badr wants to tell you something." The girl watched in surprise how the knight got something. The guy handed her a pendant. Vanessa asked, "Is this a pendant mana?" "It is small, but a lot of mana has been invested in it. The jeweler who manufactured this can even do a precious stone." The girl asked, "Where did you get it from?" Erkin said, "He says that from Idle." Everyone was alarmed. This is the city of criminals. Dangerous city. For a few seconds, the Duchess thought, looking down. Then Vanessa raised her head and carried out a verdict. "We are going to Iriel. Do we have another way?" Han answered negatively. She turned to the knight. "Badr, can you accompany us?" Erkin, Nest, and Pallet. "Take care of Sakar." They immediately accepted the order. "Until I will be, follow the state of His Highness." An hour later, horses were prepared for a long road. "We will go to this point on horses, after going through the portal. This is the fastest way for us to get to Itiel. Han brought the box. Here, the portal you asked. If everyone is ready, then we can go right now. It will not be difficult for you to go on a horse alone. We can together. Ignoring the speeches of the Supreme Magician, the girl put her leg into spurs. One dexterous movement of Vanessa was on the back of the horse. She asked, "Did you say something?" He shook his head, dumbfounded. Vanessa looked inquiringly at the magician, saying, "Let's go soon." After all, more recently, she did not want someone to recognize her secret. But now he wants to help Crown Prince without hiding it. It is impossible to understand what she really wants. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Duke, Sakar asked, "Left to Etel?" Erkin answered, "Yes," and conveyed that you do not worry about her. The guy decided to ask again, "Did she go alone?" They answered him, "No, she went with the head of the tower and Badur." Sakar mentally said to Vanessa, "Sister, please be careful." Closer to the night, the Duchess and the company reached the tower. The girl said, "As I understand it, this is the gate to Etil?" Badur first approached the steel door, pushing it with force. Entering inside, the first that they noticed was a spiral staircase. The knight stepped first, checking the path to traps and danger. He gave his hand to the Duchess so that he would not stumble along the road. Curious Han asked, "Vanessa, have you ever been here?" In an absolutely calm tone, the girl answered, "No, I'm here for the first time, but very heard about the poor reputation of this city, Itiel. On the maps, this place is marked as the most dangerous area. The big city, which is hidden deep underground. Convicts live here for various crimes. There are rumors that even an ordinary person here in a few days loses himself and turns into a vicious person. The Empire does not recognize Itiel and does not help him. Therefore, I thought that there was a mere charm here. But everything looks decent. If a man came here, without knowing anything, I would think that this is just a small village. I'm surprised. During my last visit, everything was different here. Like heaven and earth, Vanessa asked. Have you been here? How to put it? The feeling was created that it was not a city, but ruins. True, several hundred years have passed since that moment. The Trinity slowly advanced to a certain wall. Approaching her, Badur with his palm found a place and pressed on a secret plate. Suddenly, part of the floor shone under them and began to move. The stone began to go down, creating a secret staircase. Surprised Han asked, "Is it always in a teal?" For a long time, they descended lower and lower along the floors. Vanessa said, "Perhaps it seems to me because of the place where we are. But with each floor I feel pressure. It somehow becomes uneasy. You don't think. Everything is in order with us, because we have a large number of mana. If there was an ordinary person here, he would not stand it and fell off his feet. What about the knight? He was able to reach here thanks to Kulan with mana." Suddenly, they heard an unfamiliar voice in front of them. "Go away. There is no place for strangers. If you are dear to life, leave," the man in a cowboy outfit specified. "Or are you a group of hired killers?" Han asked. "Killers? What do you mean? Who are you?" The guy pulled a scarf and answered, "I am the ruler of Itiel, Fantail Krunda. If he is the ruler of Idly, this city a few years ago, he was under the leadership of the real ruler. No one knew who he was and what he looks like. But he was so young. Greetings to the king of Itiel. I am Han, the head of the magic tower. What is the reason the head of the tower came to such an obscene place? Don't you get a fee for the costs of our maintenance every year? Do they pay the imperial family for their maintenance? Does Camille support Itiel? How did you find out about this place? Not all inhabitants know about the stairs." He pointed to Badur. "Exactly, this guy comes from here. We came to meet with a jeweler who makes precious stones." Fantail thought, jeweler of precious stones. Ruti or what? He was once a jeweler, but now he is just a wandering debtor. In any case, I hope you do all your business without superfluous. As you could notice, because of the mass massacre, I am very suspicious. Therefore, if you arrange a commotion, you cannot leave unharmed. Then, I will probably go, and you too be careful." Travelers entered the 13th floor of Itiel. Here the situation was much worse than on the ground floor. Leaving the house, an elderly man drew attention to the knight. The old man blossomed and asked in surprise, "Badur, it's you? How many years or how many winters? How are you doing? I heard that you became a heavenly knight." The man turned his head. "It seems to me, or you have not come alone. Hello, we came by order of the imperial family. The old man immediately let them into the house and began to brew tea. That is, the crown prince suffers from mana failure? Heen answered. We learned from Badrug what happened 10 years ago. He lost consciousness, and you saved his life with the help of a pendant. Initially, I made a pendant for my son. One magician helped me. Unfortunately, the son died, not having time to take advantage of the gift. And by great chance that day I found Badr. But it was a long time ago. I stopped doing jewelry. Therefore, the probability of success is very small, and this is dangerous. Hen spoke. Please ask you, try at least. Suddenly, Vanessa gave a voice. Don't you need money? We heard that due to debts you spent decades in this place. Don't you want to climb the bottom to the top floor? If you produce this gem for us, she said loudly and firmly, I will cover all your debts. Thank you, even if these are just empty words. But you do not know how many debts I have. How can you promise confidently? I assure you that this is possible. Do not worry about this. A dumbfounded man could not believe such a statement. He lowered his head, thinking about something for a few seconds. Then the man slowly rose, voicing the decision. Fine. The light illuminated his face. He said, In that case, I will try. The unwanted child of the emperor. From birth, I have never touched them. I was so desperate, unhappy, and alone in this world. And he looked at me with his innocent look and asked for attention. I was terrified in horror. Every day it got worse. Therefore, I wanted him to disappear forever from my life. Now the empress was standing over a prince lying in bed. The boy was in a coma, closing his eyes peacefully and not moving. I could not imagine that this moment would come. Why don't I feel joy? After all, I pushed and hated him. And now what? She remembered Vanessa's words. We are going to ETL. She remembered the look that the Duchess looked at her. The girl slowly went to the Empress, turning to her. You cannot return the time back and prevent what happened, but you can influence the future, and now the choice is yours. Please remember that there is nothing more stupid than living the past, and lose their loved ones in the present. The woman laid her hand on the cheek to her only son. If you recall, I have never hugged you, Edward. In ETL, Rudy spoke. It is important to remember the magic nucleus. The nucleus emits crystallized mana without any impurities. The method that I will use is to constantly fill the crystal ball with magical energy. But you need to be careful if you invest too much, or too few, then the crystals will be with defects and may break. Do you mean that you need to control your strength? Even for the most skilled magician, it is not so simple, Ruti said. Therefore, I want to offer you to fill the ball with energy together, so it will be safer and more reliable than to do it alone. The collected energy is converted into particles that I will collect with the device. Then, with their own hands, they will give them the form of crystals. Vanessa stated in a decisive tone. Fine, let's get started. Before you start, you need to check the compatibility of your energies. The girl did not quite understand the question. Rudy specified. Are you close to each other? The Duchess hesitated uncertainly, not knowing what to answer. Han took the word. Certainly, we are very close. Underfective friends, the old man answered. Great! The closer you are to each other, the better compatibility. While I am cooking everything you need, practice working together. The magician turned to the girl. Vanessa, take my hand. The Duchess asked in disbelief. What do you want to do? Nothing personal. We need to practice, remember? Each magician has its own unique wave of magical power, and if the waves do not coincide, then an explosion may happen. Therefore, in the tower, we also conduct training for combining forces. Great, now feel the energy that I direct. Well, how do you like it? Vanessa answered. I feel clearly. Now come on the contrary, direct it to me. Just as I did it. The Duchess concentrated power and directed her through the hand. Han cried out, No so sharply, gradually and softer. Vanessa was embarrassed. Sorry, I'm doing this for the first time, the girl thought with surprise. It is more complicated than I thought. The magician smiled. It's okay, you are doing well. This time it will be easier. Try with 2 hands, taking each other's hands. Their eyes accidentally met. The Duchess concentrated, closing her eyes, concentrating power. The Supreme Mage silently watched the successes of the girl. Then he said, Here is what we need. Well done.